Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Every Possible Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku and Katsuki stood frozen in shock at the sight before them. All Might, the #1 hero in Japan and the world, was in his true form, his arm hanging limply at his side, clearly broken. All for One was closing in on him. Izuku's breath quickened as he realized what he needed to do, but before he could move, Ida stopped him. "Midoriya, I know that look in your eye, and I can't let you leave. Think of the consequences," Ida said, gripping Izuku's shoulder firmly. "I know, Ida, but I have to. He needs my help, and I can't just stand here and do nothing," Izuku replied, breaking free from Ida's hold and launching himself toward All Might, ignoring his friend's calls for him to come back. "How does it feel to be losing, All Might? How does it feel to know that this is all your fault?" All for One taunted, floating closer to All Might, intent on causing him more pain. "It's quite ironic who you chose as your successor. If you knew who he truly was, you would never have chosen him." "What the hell are you talking about?" All Might struggled to stand and face his opponent. "Ha, wouldn't you like to know? But since I want to break you some more, I shall tell you." All for One spread his arms wide. "Why Izuku is my..." Before he could finish, a streak of green lightning shot through the air, and a fist collided with his face, accompanied by a powerful shout, "Detroit Smash!" The punch sent All for One flying across the crater and into one of the collapsed buildings. All Might's eyes widened as he saw Izuku standing where All for One had just been. "Why, young Midoriya? What are you doing here? You need to leave now," he yelled, desperately hoping Izuku would listen. "I'm sorry, All Might, but I can't lose you. You were the father I never had, and you promised me you'd live to see me become #1. So please, let me help you so you don't make the same mistakes as your predecessors," Izuku said, determination burning in his eyes. All Might stood silently for a moment before smiling and slowly rising to his feet. "Very well, young Midoriya. I need your help, and to ensure you don't get in trouble, I give you permission to use your quirk to help me defeat that monster." He walked over and stood beside Izuku. All for One, recovering from the surprise attack, couldn't help but remember years ago when he held a baby who made him willing to give up everything to be with him as he grew up. "Young Midoriya, I'll be the shield, and you be the spear. Strike fast and hard while I take the blows," All Might instructed, gathering the remaining strength of One for All to confront his enemy. "Right," Izuku replied, powering up to 20% and disappearing in a flash to flank All for One, with All Might charging ahead. All Might approached All for One and attempted to smash his fist into his face, but All for One blocked it. Before he could counter, Izuku struck from behind, kicking him in the back of the head. All for One fell to the ground, and All Might seized the opportunity. "Texas Smash!" he shouted, driving his fist into All for One's gut, causing him to spit out blood. "Air Cannon ×3, Shock Absorption ×4, Kinetic Booster ×3, All for One muttered, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. But before he could, Izuku returned and kicked his arm away, allowing All Might to deliver another blow. "Detroit Smash!" The punch sent All for One staggering back, but he quickly lifted his arms again, holding back the force of the blow because Izuku was there. The blast sent both Izuku and All Might flying back, but Gran Torino caught All Might while Endeavor caught Izuku. "Young Midoriya, American Axe!" All Might called out, gaining Izuku's attention. Nodding, Izuku charged at All Might, who raised his hand back, grabbed Izuku's, and threw him at All for One. Izuku executed an axe kick, forcing All for One to raise both arms to block. All Might charged in and delivered another Detroit Smash to All for One's gut, while Izuku spun and kicked him a few meters away. Enough of this, All for One growled, using his air cannon again to blow Izuku back as he charged at All Might. Muscle Enhancement ×7, Bone Spikes. His fist smashed into All Might, creating deep holes in his shoulder and rendering his right arm useless. "Damn it, I can't lift my right arm," All Might thought, though he remained standing. All for One was about to taunt again when Izuku rushed in to punch him. All for One blocked and countered, sending Izuku back. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. You, the symbol of peace, relying on a teenager to help you win a battle? How pathetic, All Might, he sneered. You're right, I am pathetic. But that doesn't mean I can't stop you, All Might replied, standing tall and powering up his fist. Let's finish this, All for One. I couldn't agree more, All for One said, his arm exploding with various quirks. Both titans stood apart before charging at each other, their fists colliding. All Might was blown back, struggling to withstand the force of All for One's punch. The power was overwhelming, destroying his left arm and piercing his chest with All for One's metal spikes, narrowly missing anything vital. All Might's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed to the ground, slowly bleeding out. All for One loomed over him, ready to deliver the final blow. Consider this revenge for what you gave Izuku, he said, lifting his arm with a metal spike poised to impale All Might. Oh my God! All Might has been defeated. There is no hope left for us. We've lost, said the news reporter in the helicopter, broadcasting to the world that All Might had been defeated. Everyone watching could only look on in horror as All for One prepared to strike the final blow. All Might closed his eyes, ready to accept his fate, when suddenly he heard a voice. Get your hands off him, you monster! Delaware smash! Izuku shouted, using 50% of One for All to blast All for One away. Izuku stood in front of All Might, his arm broken but his resolve unshaken. As long as I'm standing, you won't lay a finger on him, All for One, he declared, struggling to maintain his balance after the last attack had broken his leg. All for One, regaining his footing, stared at Izuku, his breathing labred without his mask. Damn it, I can't keep this up much longer. But at this rate, I've already lost, he thought, accepting his defeat. But if I'm going to lose, it will be at the hands of this boy. Time to play the villain. He enlarged his arm again, infusing it with even more quirks. How do you think you can stop me, Midoriya? I've defeated your MSTR. What can a teenager who can't control his quirk hope to do? As long as there is a drop of blood in my body or a single breath in my lungs, even if my body and spirit are broken, I will continue to stand. And I will beat you, All for One, Izuku replied, powering up his right arm, ready to confront his foe. All Might, wide-eyed at Izuku's determination, forced himself to rise. Young Midoriya, if you're going to beat him, you'll need this, he said, raising his hand, which glowed with immense power. Izuku nodded, reaching out to take the energy from All Might. He felt a surge of strength coursing through him. I've had enough. It's time for you two to die. All for One screamed, charging at Izuku, who raised his fist to block the attack. Izuku gritted his teeth, feeling the strain of holding back All for One's power. He thought of everyone he cared for, digging his feet into the ground and transferring the energy to his left arm while sacrificing his right. With a fierce determination, he struck All for One with a powerful punch, but All for One merely laughed. Is that the best you can do? You're even weaker than the others. That's because he didn't put his back into it. All Might shouted. Izuku's left arm powered down as he channeled all his strength into his right arm, launching it toward All for One's face. In that moment, All for One had a final thought. I'm proud of you, son. Prove me wrong and show that real heroes can exist. Izuku's fist collided with All for One's face, and he shouted, United States of Smash. The impact sent All for One crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater that shook all of Japan. The world fell silent, waiting for the dust to settle. When it finally cleared, they saw a new symbol of hope. Izuku stood over All for One's unconscious body, his right arm raised in victory. He did it. The boy named Izuku Midoriya has defeated the villain that bested All Might, the news reporter exclaimed, and cheers erupted from around the globe. All Might leaned against Gran Torino, watching Izuku with pride. We have a new symbol. Not just a symbol of peace, but a symbol of hope, he said, prompting a smile and nod from Gran Torino. Gran Torino turned as he heard noise, spotting Kamui Woods and Endeavor approaching. Wood started to head toward Izuku but was stopped by Edgeshot. Don't let him. He's telling the world it's safe because he is here now. All Might gestured to Gran Torino, indicating he wanted to go to Izuku. With Gran Torino's help, he made his way over. Young Midoriya, I'm very proud of you, All Might said, smiling at Izuku. Izuku turned to All Might and smiled back before addressing the camera crew. Shigaraki and the League of Villains. You're next, he declared, fire in his eyes. Soon, paramedics arrived to assist the injured, transporting them to hospitals, while Izuku and All Might headed to a facility dedicated to injured heroes. The world was buzzing with questions about the boy who had emerged as a hero, speculating on his connection to All Might. Comments flooded in from all corners of the internet, including a video of Izuku defeating the hero killer. Among the many remarks, one stood out and began to spread, Deku, the symbol of hope. 2 days had passed since the battle at Kamino Ward and All Might's retirement. Panic spread as people feared villains would overrun cities, but many believed that Deku, the hero of Kamino Ward, would take All Might's place and protect them from the League. Back at UA, the faculty faced a difficult decision. They needed to address Izuku's actions, as he had fought without permission, but All Might's endorsement complicated matters. The public outcry against punishing a student who had saved so many would be immense. Yet, they also needed to express gratitude, for without Izuku, All for One might have escaped. All Might admitted that he would have lost if it weren't for Midoriya's intervention. This is a really difficult situation, Midnight said, rubbing her temples. Everyone nodded in agreement. No matter what they did, they faced the risk of massive backlash that could further destabilize hero society. If they chose not to punish him, they would appear hypocritical for not holding a student accountable, even with permission. Aizawa sat in silence, deep in thought, until an idea struck him. What if we were to impose a light punishment, like requiring him to do extra work for a month? He suggested, prompting everyone to consider the proposal. Could work. We would be punishing him, but it would be light enough that the public won't be upset. The only question left is whether we should praise him for what he did. Nizu turned to Detective Tsukachi. You were sent here to represent the police. What do you think? He asked. Tsukachi rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Technically, he didn't do anything wrong since he had permission. Legally, he's in the clear. However, he did break some rules at UA, so that's up to you. The government doesn't have a say in how to punish him. He glanced around the room, noting the nods of agreement. From what I've heard, the Hero Association is under a lot of scrutiny and is planning to offer him the chance to take the hero license exam. All of the top 10 heroes support this, including Endeavor, who was the one to bring it up. Everyone in the room was shocked that Endeavor would be the first to support Izuku in becoming a professional hero. After everything that happened, it makes sense for him to support Midoriya. Look at All Might, even he needed Midoriya's help to defeat that monster, Aizawa said, and the others nodded in agreement. Well, in that case, I have come to a decision, Nizu announced, drawing everyone's attention. We will impose a light punishment as you suggested, Aizawa. He will have extra work and receive a lecture about the wrongness of his actions, but ultimately, what he did was the right thing. Everyone nodded in agreement before the meeting continued, with Tsukachi pulling out an envelope regarding the League. All Might lay in his medical room, watching the news and listening to the reports. After waking up from surgery, he had asked about everyone's condition and was relieved to hear that there were very few casualties among heroes and civilians. His thoughts turned to Midoriya, and Recovery Girl pulled back the curtains to reveal the young hero in another bed, covered in bandages. He learned that Midoriya had been placed in a medical coma to help him heal and would be waking up any time from tomorrow to 3 days from now. All Might was jolted from his thoughts by the sound of groaning. He looked over to see Izuku waking up. Where am I? Izuku asked, slowly opening his eyes and looking around in confusion before realizing he was in the hospital. Young Midoriya, are you all right? How are you feeling? Does anything hurt? All Might asked in a concerned, fatherly tone. I'm fine, All Might, I promise. Just really sore right now, Izuku replied, rolling his shoulder and wincing in pain. Young Midoriya, I'm sorry. If I had been stronger, you wouldn't have had to fight that monster, All Might said, looking down in shame. For that I am truly sorry. He bowed his head, overwhelmed by guilt. It's alright, All Might. It wasn't your fault. If you blame yourself, then I'm just as responsible, Izuku said, smiling at his mentor. All Might smiled back, then remembered something that made him both embarrassed and happy. Young Midoriya, is it true what you said earlier? That you view me as a father? He asked, a little shyly. Izuku's face turned bright red from embarrassment as he nervously scratched the back of his head. Yeah, I meant it. You were the father figure I never had since my dad stopped showing up long before my 4th birthday. He said work was keeping him busy, but he tried to call me and Mom once a week. Eventually, I couldn't see him as a father anymore and started forgetting him. About 5 years ago, he just vanished. No calls, nothing. Then one day, a man in a nice suit showed up and gave my mom enough money for us to live on. Apparently, before my dad disappeared, he left enough money for us to be secure. All Might nodded in sadness as Izuku continued. But then I started watching your videos, and every time I felt down, I would watch them. Without realizing it, I began to see you as a father figure, and then I met you. And I really did see you as one. After a moment of silence, All Might broke it. Can say the same. I never had kids because I was too worried about them getting caught up in hero work. But then I met you, and I started to see you as the son I never had, he said with a smile. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment before Izuku spoke up again. All Might? He asked nervously. HM? What is it, young Midoriya? All Might replied curiously. Would it be alright if I called you Dad? Izuku asked, his face flushed with embarrassment as he looked away. All Might sat there shut. He had faced countless villains and witnessed terrible events, but being called Dad hit him harder than anything he had ever encountered. A smile spread across All Might's face, and if he weren't so injured, he would have walked over to hug Izuku. Yes, young Midoriya, you can call me Dad. Izuku's eyes lit up with joy, and his smile was so bright that All Might worried the sprinkler system might activate. Thank you, Izuku said, overwhelmed with happiness. Dad, Izuku said, smiling. Before they could continue their conversation, a knock on the door interrupted them. In walked Recovery Girl, Principal Nizu, and Aizawa. Ah, I see you're awake. That's good, because these two want to talk with you, Midoriya, said Recovery Girl with a frown as she approached to check his wounds. Hello, Midoriya. How are you feeling? Nizu asked, climbing into a nearby chair. Oh, I'm doing okay, Principal Nizu, Izuku replied with a small smile. That's good to hear, but I'm sure you have an idea of why we are here, Nizu said, his tone becoming more serious. I have an idea, Principal, and I don't regret my decision at all. I'd do it in a heartbeat if needed, Izuku said, meeting Nizu's gaze. Nizu smiled. Well, that's good, but don't worry, you won't be getting expelled. However, you will still face some consequences, he said, surprising Izuku. So, what's my punishment then? Izuku asked, a bit worried. For the next month after you return to school, you'll be required to do extra schoolwork and receive a strong lecture from Aizawa, Nizu explained, shocking both Izuku and All Might. I understand, Principal, and thank you for not expelling me, Izuku said, bowing slightly despite his injuries. Aizawa then walked over and lightly punched Izuku on the shoulder, causing him to flinch and rub the spot. You're lucky you're getting off easy. We could have expelled you, but we all agreed that would do more harm than good, Aizawa said, glaring at him. Izuku looked down in shame before Aizawa pulled him into a one-armed hug. Don't do anything that reckless again, you understand me, problem child? Aizawa said, still holding him close. Izuku was taken aback but slowly raised his left arm to hug back. I'll try my best, sensei, he said, a small smile forming as they parted. Their moment was interrupted when the door swung open, and the entire Class 1A stood there. Midoriya Izuku Dikeu. Deku-kin, they yelled as they rushed toward him, bombarding him with questions about his well-being. Midoriya, are you okay? How do you feel? One asked. Yeah, Midoriya, how are you feeling? Another chimed in. Does it still hurt, Midori? Someone else asked. Deku-kun, are you okay? Another voice called. Deku, Fight me so I can prove I'm stronger than you, shouted one of his classmates. Izuku, are you okay? Do you need some juice? Another asked. As Class 1A overwhelmed him with questions, Izuku felt a wave of anxiety, while Aizawa grew increasingly annoyed. Enough. This is a hospital, not a rave party. Shut up or leave or I'll drag you out. Recovery Girl shouted, clearly frustrated. Class 1A fell silent immediately. They stayed for a while before Aizawa ushered them back to class, except for one certain brunette who asked if she could stay a little longer. So, Deku-kun, how are you feeling? Uraraka asked, sitting in the chair next to Izuku. Izuku looked at her and smiled. I'm okay, Uraraka, just sore, but I should be up and about in a couple of days, he replied. Oh right, Midoriya, I forgot to tell you something, Nizu said, catching their attention. UA is becoming a boarding school, so you'll need permission from your mom to move in. Izuku looked a bit surprised but nodded. Before anyone could say anything else, there was a knock at the door. Two men in suits entered and stood at either side, followed by the Prime Minister of Japan. The Prime Minister was an older man in his mid-60s with graying hair, standing about 5 feet 11 inches and quite lean. His most noticeable feature was a pair of long green horns on his forehead. Why hello. Are you Izuku Midoriya? The minister asked. Izuku nodded, unable to trust his voice. Splendid. It's such a pleasure to meet the hero of Kamino Ward and possibly all of Japan, the minister said with a smile. For what you did, I must thank you in all might. If it weren't for you too, who knows what could have happened? Oh, and no, Mr. Prime Minister, I was just doing my job, Izuku stammered. Nonsense, my boy. If it weren't for you too, we'd probably be facing a takeover. Because of that, you have my thanks, the minister said, giving a slight bow. Oh, PL please, Mr. Minister, don't bow. I don't deserve that from someone of your status, Izuku insisted, waving his arms. Just call me Cho. But anyway, I'm not only here to thank you, I'm also here to give you this, he said, pulling a letter from his pocket. This letter contains the information you need to take the Pro Hero exam so you can get your license. But what about my provisional license? Izuku asked, confused. My boy, Japan just lost its #1 hero, and panic is spreading through the streets. It won't be long until villains strike, the minister explained. As capable as Endeavor is, he is no All Might and cannot fill his shoes. Then you showed up and demonstrated what you're capable of. Listen, Midoriya, we need a new symbol, and from what some are calling you, we need a symbol of hope. Will you be that symbol we so desperately need? Izuku sat there, shocked and deep in thought. This is my chance to become a hero, he realized, but doubts crept in. What if I fail? What if I mess it all up? These thoughts swirled in his mind, pulling him deeper into uncertainty. Before he could dwell on it further, he felt 2 pairs of hands on his shoulders. He looked up to see a woman in a black hero suit with a white cape and silver eyes, alongside a massive bald man wearing goggles and a black leather jacket. Go and take the step, Izuku. It's your time. The world needs a hero, they said in unison before disappearing. Izuku remained silent for another minute, then looked the minister in the eye, determination igniting within him. I'll do it, minister. I shall become the symbol of hope for the world, Izuku declared, his voice filled with determination that resonated with everyone in the room. All Might sat nearby, unable to suppress a smile at the sight of Izuku's resolve. Son, you're a true hero, and I will support you every step of the way, he thought. The next day, both Izuku and All Might were discharged from the hospital. They climbed into the car that Nizu had sent to take them to Izuku's home. I hope my mom agrees to let me join the dorms. Dad, Izuku said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. All Might glanced at him and smiled, reaching over to ruffle Izuku's hair. Don't worry, young Midoriya. I'm sure she will agree, he reassured him. Izuku returned the smile. I hope she does. I don't know what we'd do if she said no. After a short drive, they arrived at Izuku's home and walked up the stairs. After a few flights, they reached his door and knocked. The door swung open to reveal Inko. Who is it? Izuku, my baby boy, she exclaimed, pulling him into a tight embrace. Oh my god, Izuku. When I saw you on the news I was so scared. And then you fought that villain and then, she continued, her words tumbling out as she held him close. Oh, I can't breathe. Izuku gasped, struggling for air. Realizing her grip was too tight, Inko released him. Oh, Izuku, I was so scared after everything I saw on TV. Then I got a call from the hospital about your injuries and she was interrupted by Izuku. Mom, like I said, I'm fine. Just a couple of injuries. But come on, we should head inside so we can talk. They entered the house, All Might and Izuku settling on one couch while Inko took a chair across from them. An awkward silence filled the room as no one knew what to say. Finally, Inko broke the silence. So, Izuku, what did you want to talk to me about? Ms. Midoriya, UA is opening campuses on its grounds, and we need parents' permission for the kids to live there. We were hoping you'd give Izuku permission, All Might explained. Another silence fell over the room, the tension palpable. No, Inko said, leaving All Might and Izuku in shock. I'm sorry, but no. Ever since he joined UA, he's been getting hurt and coming home with scars. And then what happened at Kamino Ward? I can't let Izuku go to UA anymore and keep getting hurt. But Mom, Izuku started, but Inko cut him off. No buts, Izuku. My word is final. I know that was your dream school, but I can't in good conscience let you go there, especially after everything that's happened. She gave him a look that left no room for argument. Ms. Midoriya, I understand your concern, but All Might began, only to be interrupted by Inko again. Look at what's happened since he came to UA. It has been attacked multiple times, and Izuku keeps getting hurt. I can't keep dealing with this. I'm his mother, and no means no. Inko stood up, glaring at All Might. He's all I have left, and I can't lose him. Izuku understood his mother's fears, but he couldn't just stand by. Mom, I finally have friends, and UA is a great school. Please let me go. I need to go so I can be a hero, he pleaded, looking into her eyes. Inko looked down sadly. I'm sorry, Izuku, but no. I know you want to be a hero, but I can't keep letting you do this. We can try to find you another school, and you can be something else. Izuku slammed his hands on the table, standing up. And do what? Be safe and cast my dream away? It's just like 11 years ago when I asked you if I could be a hero, and you just apologized, he shouted, making Inko's eyes widen. I want to be a hero, so please let me be one. Inko shook her head, unable to respond. Frustrated, Izuku stormed off to his room, slamming the door behind him. All Might opened his mouth to speak, but Izuku returned, holding a letter. Mom, look at this. This was a letter I received from a boy I saved during my training with the PP Cats, he said, placing the letter on the table for Inko to read. Tears began to form in her eyes as she read it. Mom, Nizu told me there are thousands of other letters at UA, all for me after I saved people at the Kamino Ward. I need to do this. I saved so many people, and now that All Might is no longer a hero, I need to step up. Inko appeared torn, her head still down. All Might, seeing her hesitation, pulled out the letter from the Prime Minister and handed it to her. Ms. Midoriya, please read this as well, he urged. Inko opened the letter and read it, realizing it was about Izuku taking the hero exam to obtain his full hero license. She was left speechless, unsure of what to say. Ms. Midoriya, I know you're scared for your son, but UA and I promise to do everything in our power to help him. The staff and several pro heroes have already offered to help train him to become the symbol of hope that people are calling him, All Might said, kneeling down and transforming into his heroic form, placing his head against the ground. Ms. Midoriya, I promise you, until my very last breath, I shall protect young Midoriya no matter what, even if it costs me my life. Inko looked at All Might, wide-eyed at his display of commitment, and then looked down, still trying to decide what to do. All right, but please promise me he'll be safe and you will protect him, Inko said, her voice trembling slightly. I will till my dying breath, All Might declared, his form shifting back to his normal state. Oh. Izuku, you better get packing so you can go to the campuses, Inko said, her expression tinged with sadness. Izuku smiled and rushed over to hug Inko before darting off to his room to start packing. Class 1A stood in front of the dorms, smiles on their faces as they chatted excitedly. Just then, Izuku arrived, stepping out of his mom's car. He spotted his classmates and couldn't help but grin as they rushed toward him. "Hey Midoriya bro, how's it going?" Kirishima asked, giving Izuku a friendly pat on the back. "Oh, it's going good, Kirishima," Izuku replied, a small smile forming. "Midoriya, it's great to see you in good health, but what you did was still reckless," Ida said, performing his signature hand chops. Izuku laughed nervously, scratching the back of his head. Among the crowd, Uraraka approached, her smile brightening as she asked, "Hey Deku-kun, are you feeling better now?" "Oh yeah, I'm feeling much better. Thank you for asking, Uraraka-sen," Izuku said, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. Mina, noticing the interaction, decided to tease them. "Oh Midori-kun, it's so good to see you," she exclaimed, playfully hugging Izuku. Izuku felt flustered, his cheeks turning red. Uraraka, witnessing this, couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy and shot a slight glare at Mina. In the background, Katsuki scowled, muttering, "Stupid Deku," as he walked away with his hands in his pockets. "All right everyone, that's enough. We need to finish this tour so I can take my nap," Aizawa said, appearing with his usual frown. Mr. Aizawa, before we begin the tour, are we allowed to use the other training fields for practice?" Tsuyu asked, tapping her chin thoughtfully. "Very logical question. Yes, while you're here, you may use all UA training grounds as long as you inform the staff first," Aizawa replied. "Now, follow me. I want to take my nap before the rat sends me to do more work." "Call me that again, and your paycheck won't be the only thing you have to worry about, Aizawa," Nizu's voice echoed over the intercom. Aizawa grunted and led the class inside the dorms. "This is your common room, where you have a kitchen and living area for whatever it is teenagers do. The first floor has bathrooms, laundry rooms, and a small gym for light workouts. The bathrooms are separated by gender, and if I catch any of you sneaking into the other, I'll let Bakugo launch you into the stratosphere," he warned, glaring at Mineta and Katsuki. "The second and third floors are where you'll be living, and each room has its own toilet and bathtub if you prefer not to use the downstairs ones. Across from the dorms is the 1A training grounds, built for you to train your quirks more freely. Classes start Monday, so you have 4 days to get used to this. If you need help, contact the staff. Now go set up your rooms." With that, Aizawa turned and left the dorms, allowing the students to do as they pleased. "All right, everyone, let's set up our rooms and then meet back here to create a proper schedule," Ida called out, performing his hand chop as everyone dispersed to their rooms. 3 hours later, most of Class 1A gathered in the common room, watching TV or chatting. Momo was on the phone ordering pizzas for everyone since the fridge hadn't been stocked yet. "Hey everyone, let's show off each other's rooms," Mina suggested. "All right Midori, your room is the last one," Mina said as she opened the door to Izuku's room. Inside, the room featured a simple bed with black sheets, a desk cluttered with schoolwork, books, and journals, and a few action figures of All Might and other heroes. Posters of All Might adorned the walls. "Wow, Midori, you're a big hero fan," Mina remarked, smiling. "I'm just really inspired by them," Izuku replied, grinning. As they explored the room, Ochako noticed a photo on the shelf next to the bed. It depicted a young Izuku with an appealing woman who had long green hair, presumably his mother, alongside a man with messy white hair and green eyes. "Hey Deku-kun, is this your dad?" Ochako asked, pointing to the photo. Yeah, that's my dad. It's one of the few photos I have of him. Even though I can't see him as a father since he left when I was young, I keep it so I don't forget he was my real father," Izuku said, a hint of sadness in his voice. "Oh, I'm sorry I asked, Deku-kun," Ochako said, feeling remorseful. "No, it's okay, Uraraka. You didn't know," Izuku reassured her with a smile. Afterward, they voted on whose room was the best, with Sato winning for his impressive sweets. The night continued with laughter and pizza until they were interrupted by the door opening, revealing Nizu and All Might. "I'm sorry to interrupt your fun, everyone, but I need Midoriya for an important meeting. Nizu smiled as he addressed the group. Izuku noticed the look in All Might's eyes and nodded, standing up to walk over to them. Principal Nizu, is Deku-kun in trouble? Uraraka asked, her voice filled with concern. No, Uraraka, don't worry. He's not in trouble. We just need him for a meeting regarding the Kamino ward incident, Nizu replied, capturing everyone's attention. Before anyone could ask further questions, the three of them left, heading for Nizu's office. After about a 15-minute walk, they arrived. Upon entering, Izuku noticed two people already present, Gran Torino and a tall, lanky man with green hair streaked with yellow, wearing a sharp suit and glasses. The man turned, glaring at Izuku as he took a seat in front of him. So, this is the boy who defeated All for One, the man said, continuing to glare. All Might, you should have chosen Mirio. He would have been a much better choice and far ahead of this boy. Izuku felt the weight of everyone's gaze on him, and he sensed a flicker of anger from One for All as well. I've already told you. I chose him as a successor because I saw something in him, something that could surpass me and usher in a new era, All Might said, his glare directed at Night. Even so, my choice would have suited One for All much better. I chose a protege to fit your image and continue the symbol of peace into a new era, Night Eye retorted, then turned to Izuku. But instead, you chose a boy who can barely control it and only helped you out of sheer luck. I'd watch your tone, Night. If it weren't for Midoriya, All Might would be dead, and All for One would have escaped, Gran Torino said, glaring more fiercely. And if Mirio had been chosen, the League would be destroyed by now. But instead, we chose him and look where we are, Night Eye countered. For the last time, Night Eye, I won't change my mind. The world needs a new symbol, not another All Might, All Might said, struggling to contain his anger. Now, we aren't here for this petty argument. All Might has already made his decision, and we must act accordingly, Nizu interjected, trying to calm the situation. It could be changed if the boy would give Mirio One for All. Then the League could be taken out in weeks, and we could have a stronger symbol of peace protecting us, Night Eye said, glaring at Izuku. Boy, how much control do you have? About 20%, and if I really push it, I could reach 30% for 10 minutes, Izuku replied. See what I mean? If we had the one I handpicked, he'd already have about 60% controlled, Night Eye said, causing Izuku to look down in shame. Suddenly, All Might slammed his fist on the table, cracking it as he transformed into his muscle form. That is enough, Night Eye. I won't let you aside here and degrade young Midoriya, he shouted. Night Eye, that is enough. Either stop letting your personal feelings get in the way, or leave now, Nizu said, clearly frustrated with Night Eye's attitude. Night Eye looked around, stood up, and walked to the door. Before leaving, he shot Izuku one last glare. I'll be waiting for your proper decision, boy, when you give someone more capable of wielding that power, he said, slamming the door behind him. All Might stood up and hurled a coaster through the door where Night Eye had just been standing. Well, there goes one person who might have been able to help us train Izuku with One for All faster, Gran Torino said, scowling at how Night Eye had spent the entire time belittling Izuku. Izuku sat in silence, contemplating Night Eye's words. Maybe. He's right, and I should give One for All to someone better. Maybe I'm not good enough to be a hero, he thought, only to be pulled from his thoughts when All Might placed an arm around his shoulder. Don't listen to him, young Midoriya. I chose you because I saw something great in you, and I knew you could become an even better symbol of heroism than I ever was, All Might said, giving Izuku a light hug. Thank you, All Might. I needed that, Izuku replied, leaning into the embrace. Maybe this is what it's like to be hugged by a dad. I'm sorry for that, Midoriya. If I had known how he would act, I wouldn't have invited him here, Nizu said apologetically. It's all right, Principal Nizu. You didn't know, Izuku reassured him. Nizu smiled at Izuku. Very well, Midoriya. Now, let's get to the meeting, he said, drawing their attention. Me, All Might, and Gran Torino have all agreed that you will need to be trained even harder and pushed further. Because of that, You will be exempt from some classes so that they can train you along with Aizawa and some other high-ranking pros. Izuku nodded in agreement. Don't expect me or anyone else to go easy on you, brat. Because of what you did in the Kamino ward, you're going to have to push yourself harder than ever, Gran Torino said, a smile forming on his face. Izuku looked up and smiled back. I promise not to let you or the others down, he said earnestly. Very well. Starting tomorrow, you will train with Gran Torino and All Might, along with a special guest we had to persuade to show up and train you, Nizu said, piquing Izuku's interest. Principal Nizu, who is she? Izuku asked. Why, it's the now number 6 ranking hero in Japan, Miruko. Nizu exclaimed, a wide grin on his face. 3 days passed, and each day at 5 a.m., Izuku left and didn't return until around 9 p.m. Each time he came back, he was covered in bruises and bandages, worrying his classmates, but they never asked him what was going on since he always disappeared to his room. It was now Sunday night, and the guys were watching TV and relaxing while the girls sat on bean bags, chatting and gossiping about various topics. As everyone went about their activities, the front door swung open, and Izuku limped inside. A certain brunette noticed him and quickly approached. Deku-kun, are you okay? Ochako asked, concern evident in her voice. Why? Just sore and tired, Izuku replied, trying to catch his breath. Also very hungry. Please tell me there's leftovers. Ochako smiled and nodded. Why don't you go sit at the table and I'll warm it up for you? She turned and headed to the kitchen. No, Uraraka-san. You don't have to do that, Izuku protested, attempting to stop her. Ochako turned back, a small blush on her face. It's no trouble, Deku-kun. I don't mind. Izuku nodded and took a seat at the table. A few minutes later, Ochako returned with a plate of rice and fish, accompanied by pickled green peppers. Thank you, Uraraka-san, Izuku said, a slight stutter and blush coloring his cheeks. Ochako sat next to him as he began to eat. So, what have you been doing, Deku-kun? You haven't been coming by much, she asked, a hint of sadness in her voice. Izuku looked at her, feeling guilty. I'm sorry, Uraraka-san. I haven't been over as much because of the Kamino ward incident. Nizu and All Might have been making me train really hard, plus they called in some other heroes to help. Ochako smiled slightly before gathering her courage. Oh, how about one of these days? We too. She blushed, trying to keep her quirk from activating. How about me and you go to the store together? Izuku sat in silence for a moment, then blushed. I wouldn't mind, Uraraka-san. Great. Just tell me when you're free so we can go, Ochako said. Izuku nodded, finishing his meal before heading to his room to take a shower and prepare for school the next day. It was Monday, and all of Class 1A sat at their desks, listening to Mr. Aizawa discuss various hero protocols. And if the villain has a hostage, you must. He was interrupted as the door was kicked open, crashing through the window. Aizawa and the students turned to see a woman enter. She had long white hair, contrasting with her wheat-colored skin and piercing red eyes. Dressed in a white leotard adorned with a crescent moon, she sported bunny ears and a cotton tail. Miruko, what are you doing here? Aizawa asked, glaring at her. Oh, here, Miruko said, handing him a note. He read it aloud. So this is where you've been, Midoriya? I'm surprised you're still standing after how rough I've been with you. Class 1A stared wide-eyed at Izuku, who was oblivious to the implications. Hee, I'm tougher than I look. Plus, it's a good thing too since you don't hold back. I still can't feel my legs, Izuku said, causing Mineta to bury his face in the table in jealousy. Who cares? We're going another round, and this time don't hold back. Give me everything you've got. I'm a big girl, I can take it, Miruko declared, confidently pointing to herself. Some of the boys in the class started to blush, while the girls were equally flustered. Ochako sat at her desk, feeling a mix of embarrassment and jealousy. Are you sure, Miruko-sensei? My max right now is 27% because of those weights you gave me, Izuku said, feeling a bit proud that his control had improved. Trust me, I can take it. Maybe soon we can get you to 35%, and then I can take you seriously. Besides, my waist is still sore from all the bending and stretching I've done the past 3 days, Miruko replied, causing Denki to faint from a nosebleed and leaving others in shock. Even Aizawa showed a faint blush and a small smile. Alright, Midoriya, Miruko, get out of here and continue your training, but try not to destroy a building again. Cementos is tired of fixing the floors when you two go all out, Aizawa said, watching as Miruko walked out with Izuku following closely behind. Alright, where was I? Yes, when a villain has a hostage, Aizawa resumed his lesson. At Training Ground Beta, Izuku and Miruko arrived for another round of training. For Izuku, it often felt like he was getting thoroughly challenged. Alright, brat, go get your costume. I need to talk to Skeletor about your training, Miruko said, hopping away to find All Might. Izuku sighed and headed to the changing room where his briefcase was. Upon reaching it, he noticed a note left on top. Upgraded your costume. Consider this a gift for a great business relationship in the future. Handsome. Izuku opened the case and smiled at the sight of his new costume. He quickly changed and did some stretches before stepping outside to find Gran Torino and Miruko waiting. Took your time, brat, Gran Torino said with a sideways glance. New costume? Yeah, that's why I was late. It had some extra features, Izuku replied, scratching the back of his head. Anyway, let's get going. I want to see how hard we can push you. Treat this as a final exam, and you need to beat both of us, Miruko said with a smile. As soon as she finished speaking, she charged at him, delivering an axe kick that he blocked. He countered with a jab to her stomach, sending her back. But he quickly ducked as Gran Torino attacked. Izuku turned to Gran Torino and executed a 15% finger flick, which Gran Torino dodged before launching at him. Izuku raised his hands to block, but Gran Torino changed direction midair and kicked him in the head. Izuku stumbled back, only to be met with Miruko's foot smashing into his face, sending him flying across the city block, where he collided with a light pole. Izuku slowly stood up, watching as Miruko and Gran Torino rocketed towards him, bouncing off the buildings. He lifted his leg and shouted, "Oklahoma Smash," as he brought it down, lifting the road and creating a wall. Taking advantage of the moment, he sprang up and surprised Miruko with a powerful punch to her stomach as she cleared the wall. She was launched into the air, a smile spreading across her face as she witnessed her students' rapid progress. Gran Torino descended and attempted to attack, but Izuku reacted faster. One for all, 30%, he declared, disappearing in a blur. He grabbed Gran Torino's cape and flung him down the road. Gran Torino hit the ground hard but quickly stood up, smiling. You're doing good, kid, but I think it's time for Miruko and me to make this situation more real. Just then, a massive explosion erupted a few blocks away. Izuku turned to see 5 zero-pointers attacking the city, accompanied by numerous smaller robots. Young Midoriya, there is a terrorist attack in the city, and civilians are in danger. You are the only hero there. You must defeat them. They have brought a massive army of robots and 4 villains with them. 2 of them you just engaged, and the others are Power Loader and Cementos. All Might's voice crackled through Izuku's communicator. Alright, I'll go there now, Izuku replied, moving toward the chaos. As he ran, he spotted several skinny robots labeled civilian. He pushed himself to move faster, feeling the urgency to save the people. Come on, I need to move faster, he thought, channeling One for All to its maximum. Unbeknownst to him, he was drawing on a quirk that built up energy within him. I have to move faster. Faster, he shouted, and as he landed on a building, he felt a surge of energy. He unleashed it, propelling himself down the street and past both Gran Torino and Miruko in the blink of an eye. Izuku raced toward the zero-pointers, reeling his arm back. Texas Smash, he yelled, delivering a punch that sent one of the robots crashing into another. In an instant, he had taken down 2 zero-pointers, but he knew there was still much to do. One for all, 20%, he shouted, bouncing around and taking down the smaller robots in a green blur. The villains realized they had to act quickly. Cementos created a massive wall, momentarily halting Izuku. As he paused, Power Loader emerged from the ground, ensnaring him from the waist down. Miruko and Gran Torino appeared before him, kicking him back across the street, where he narrowly avoided crashing into the civilian bots. The four villains stood together, and Miruko taunted, "What's wrong, hero? Is that the best you've got? Look at this. They sent one hero to stop us, and he's weak." Powerloader laughed. Izuku gritted his teeth. "I know I'm weak, but I will keep fighting no matter what," he declared, standing tall. He slammed his fist into the ground, causing the city to tremble. "But I won't let any of you take one step further and hurt the civilians," he screamed, determination blazing in his eyes. The villains instinctively took a step back, sensing the aura Izuku radiated, reminiscent of All Might, a force that was unstoppable. Crouching in a runner's stance, Izuku charged one for all to 40% and blitzed past them, delivering a gut punch to Cementos. The impact sent Cementos flying back through a building, knocking him out instantly. The others stared in disbelief at the speed and force he had just unleashed. Izuku quickly swung around with a high kick, creating a massive air blast that destroyed a significant portion of the remaining robots. He blocked an attack from Gran Torino before launching himself into the air. Miruko, using most of her strength, soared upward and kicked him down to the ground. Izuku crashed to the ground, but before he could react, Powerloader emerged from beneath, trapping his arms and legs. Just then, Gran Torino dove from above, slamming down onto Izuku's stomach. "Maybe I was wrong. Maybe you are just a failure, and Night Eye was right," Gran Torino said, hoping to provoke Izuku into pushing himself further. Izuku looked at Gran Torino, feeling betrayed, and something within him snapped. In an instant, faster than Gran Torino could comprehend, Izuku's fist struck him, launching him into Miruko. Izuku freed himself from the ground, glaring at the villains. He attacked with a double finger flick, sending Powerloader flying. Spotting the zero-pointers advancing toward the civilians, he raced toward them. Izuku appeared in front of one zero-pointer and punched its head off before jumping at another, delivering an axe kick to its head. He turned to face the last one, but before he could strike, Miruko and Gran Torino attacked him. The three of them became blurs, bouncing around the city, with the white and yellow figures pursuing the green one. Determined, Izuku decided to try something new. He landed on a building, jumped backward, and swung his arm, clotheslining Gran Torino before turning back to the remaining robots. In the observation room, All Might and Nizu watched the fight unfold, amazed at how quickly Izuku was growing. Soon he would be ready for the Pro Hero license exam. Nizu turned to All Might. "Yagi, I noticed you've been doing a lot of paperwork and making many calls. May I ask why?" All Might paused before answering, "I've been preparing the paperwork to give Izuku Might Tower when he gets his license." Nizu looked at him in shock. "Are you sure, Yagi? That's a massive responsibility." "Yes, I'm sure. Besides, I've been teaching him how to handle the paperwork for agencies." After the sports festival, All Might began teaching Izuku how to manage his quirk better, knowing that it would be essential for his future as a pro hero. He had also asked Gran Torino to keep an eye on Izuku for the first month or two to help him with anything he might not know. Nizu nodded in agreement. "I noticed a request for one of the spare rooms in 1A to be used by Melissa. What's that about?" Nizu inquired. "I asked her to come here and collaborate with young Hatsum on Izuku's costume. With both of them working together, Izuku will become a force to be reckoned with," All Might explained. "Very well, but next time, give me more of a heads up," Nizu replied. Izuku had just defeated the last zero-pointer but was badly injured from the relentless fighting. His costume was in tatters, and his arms and legs were bruised and cut from pushing himself beyond his limits. Despite the pain, he stood firm, determined to ensure the civilians were safe. "You're doing well, kid, but playtime is over," Gran Torino said as he leaped toward Izuku. Izuku prepared to use a finger flick, but instead, black wispy tendrils shot from his hand, wreaking havoc around him. Both Gran Torino and Miruko halted, watching as Izuku panicked, flung around by this mysterious force. He was lifted high into the air before being thrown down again. "No! Stop! Stop!" Izuku screamed as he was tossed about, unable to regain control. "Kid, stop and deactivate your quirk." Miruko shouted, narrowly dodging a black tendril that sliced through a light pole. I can't. It's out of control. Izuku yelled, just before being hurled into a building. Miruko, can you knock him out? Gran Torino asked, dodging several tendrils that were destroying the structure he stood on. I'd try, but that thing would probably take me out, Miruko replied, evading another attack. Meanwhile, Izuku struggled to regain control of his quirk. Come on, stop, he shouted, and suddenly his vision blurred, and the tendrils vanished. When Izuku opened his eyes, he found himself in a vast black void filled with fog. He looked down and saw he was covered in the same dark mist. Hey! You're not using it right, a mysterious voice yelled. Izuku turned to see a man he recognized from the hospital, standing next to a woman. You're not using your quirk correctly. It's manifested. Now is the time to train harder, the man said as he approached Izuku. Your quirk is powerful, but you're letting it run wild. Control your emotions, use your anger, but don't let it overwhelm you. The figure poked Izuku's chest. We are all with you. You've caught a glimpse of the third quirk, but you're not ready for it yet. You'll need to use mine. Control our quirks and grow stronger so you can defeat that Shigaraki. As the figure began to fade, he added, My time is almost up, but remember, we are always with you, and you have 5 more quirks. One for all has been growing in power since the first. Learn to use it and our quirks. Now, don't forget what I said, or I'll knock some sense into you. With that, he disappeared. Izuku opened his eyes again to see Gran Torino and Miruko standing a short distance away. Hey kid, are you alright? Gran Torino asked. Why yeah, I'm alright, and I think I'm ready to continue the exam, Izuku replied. Both heroes nodded in silence. Izuku resumed his fighting stance, and Gran Torino and Miruko mirrored him. Without warning, Izuku charged at them, recalling the man's words, I have to will it and control my anger. With that thought, he extended his arm, and black tendrils shot from his wrist, grabbing Miruko. He slammed his foot into the ground, spun, and released her, sending her flying across the city. Gran Torino smiled. Looks like you have an idea of what to do. Good, let's see how well you can execute it. Izuku ducked under Gran Torino's attack and launched black WHP at him, capturing his foot. He slammed him into the ground before leaping toward the civilians to ensure their safety. As he neared the gate, he saw the last civilian bots passing through and heard an air horn signaling his victory. Exhausted, Izuku collapsed to the ground, finally succumbing to pain and fatigue. The 2 remaining heroes approached him with smiles. You did well, kid. You passed, Miruko said, grinning as she leaned down to ruffle his hair. If you weren't already claimed, I might have made a move on you. Izuku's face turned bright red as he shot up, startled and flustered. Gran Torino chuckled, shaking his head as he walked away, followed by the others. They all arrived at Recovery Girl's office, where they received treatment, and Izuku was questioned about his quirk. He explained what he could, mentioning that it had just happened, and exchanged a knowing look with All Might. Your quirk is fascinating, and I had a lot of fun training and sparring with you, kid. Hopefully, we can do it again sometime. Since you made it so enjoyable for me, I'll give you a reward, Miruko said, leaning in to kiss his cheek before walking away. Izuku promptly fainted, causing laughter to erupt from those in the room. At the end of the day, Izuku walked back to the 1A dorms, sporting new casts on his right arm and left leg, along with numerous bandages. As he entered the building, everyone stopped and stared at him. You guys? Izuku said, confused. He hadn't realized he still had lipstick on his cheek from Miruko earlier. Holy cow! He actually kissed Miruko, yelled Mineta. What? Izuku exclaimed, bewildered. Dude, after everything we heard in class, and now you come in here with lipstick and bandages. How are you 2 doing? Denki asked with a smile. Izuku began waving his good arm around, trying to explain everything. After an hour of clarifying, the class finally understood that they were training and not doing anything inappropriate. Eventually, the night came to a close, and everyone started heading to bed. As Izuku made his way to the elevator, he was stopped by Ochako. Deku-kun, is that all true? Were you just training? Ochako asked, looking away shyly. Yes, Uraraka-san, I promise it was just training. If you don't believe me, you can ask All Might, and he'll tell you, Izuku replied, berating himself for almost calling him Dad in front of her. No, it's okay, I believe you, but Ochako began, twiddling her thumbs nervously. Before Izuku could ask anything, she quickly kissed his cheek and said, Good night, Deku. See you in the morning, all in one breath before running to her room. Izuku stood there for a moment, his mind racing. He then went to his room and face-planted into his bed, his last thought being, I was kissed by two appealing women today. One of them was Miruko, and the other was Uraraka-san. Please don't let this be a dream, before he drifted off to sleep. The next day, the class was sitting in their homeroom, waiting for Mr. Aizawa to arrive and begin class. They chatted excitedly about the various activities planned for them. Just then, the door opened, and Aizawa crawled in like a caterpillar in his sleeping bag. The class watched in silence as he scooted to his desk, then slowly stood up to address them. Good morning, everyone. We have something special planned for you, Aizawa said, pulling out a juice pouch and taking a sip. We only have a week to prepare, so we will be drilling special moves into all of you. The class cheered at the announcement, but Aizawa's glare quickly silenced them. Anyway, we only have 1 week to get you ready for the provisional license exam, so get your costumes on and meet us at the PE grounds. You have 15 minutes, so move it, he instructed before leaving the room. Everyone gathered at the PE grounds, looking around until they spotted Ectoplasm, Cementos, and Midnight waiting for them. The class approached them, eager for instructions. Hello class. I'm sure Aizawa explained that we will be doing special move training. We will help you if you need it, but for now, get started, Cementos, Midnight said. Cementos nodded and placed his hands on the ground, transforming it to create a training area. The class rushed off to begin their training, but before Izuku could join them, he felt someone grab his shoulder. He turned to see it was Cementos. Sorry, but Nizu told me that you will be training somewhere else, Cementos said apologetically. Izuku looked down but nodded. So where will I be training? Not sure. He just said he wants you outside the building, and your teachers will be there, Cementos replied. Izuku nodded and headed outside. When he arrived, he saw the pro hero Edgeshot and Aizawa waiting for him. Oh my gosh, you're Edgeshot, the number 4 hero. Izuku exclaimed, his excitement bubbling over as he began to mutter in awe. Edgeshot glanced at Aizawa. Is this normal? He asked, dodging some of the kanji that flew around. Aizawa sighed. Yes, but he'll stop soon, or we can get All Might to knock him on the head to make him stop. Just then, Izuku snapped out of his excitement and waved his arms. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I'm just a big fan of you and heroes in general, he said, apologizing profusely. It's fine. Anyway, Nizu called in a favor and asked me to help you get ready for the pro hero exams, Edgeshot explained. That rat scares me, Aizawa muttered, feeling a chill as a camera zoomed in on him. It's scary what he can do, but anyway, Aizawa and I will help you get up to speed for the exam, Edgeshot said, cracking his neck. Right, I'm ready whenever you are, Izuku said, getting into his fighting stance, his expression turning serious. Meanwhile, inside the training grounds, Class 1A was trying out various super moves. Katsuki had developed a new technique where he cupped one hand over an open palm, concentrating his explosive power, which he called the AP shot. Todoroki practiced with his quirk, attempting to create something with his flames. As the other students worked hard, Ochako noticed Izuku was missing and approached the teachers for answers. Ms. Midnight, where's Deku-kun? She asked. Oh, Nizu has him doing special training, but don't worry, he's fine. I think, Midnight replied, a hint of concern in her voice. Hee, don't worry. Young Midoriya is quite all right, All Might said, entering the room. Oh, hi All Might. How are you feeling? Ochako asked. I'm feeling good, just don't tell Recovery Girl, or she might think something else is wrong with me, All Might chuckled. Ochako laughed at his joke, but just as she was about to return to her training, a loud noise echoed through the room, sounding like a wall being blown apart. Everyone turned to see Aizawa being sent flying through a wall, crashing into a concrete pillar. He slowly stood up, readying his capture scarf, when a green blur appeared in front of him. He barely dodged the incoming strike. The class watched in shock as Izuku fought Aizawa, noticing that his quirk was temporarily deactivated, yet he was still holding his own. Just then, Edge shot burst through the hole in the wall, extending his body into a string and wrapping around Izuku, effectively restraining him. Izuku struggled to overpower Edge shot, his quirk still deactivated by Aizawa's gaze. He kept trying, waiting for Aizawa to blink. Suddenly, he felt his quirk return and seized the moment, launching himself backward out of Aizawa's line of sight. The class watched in awe as Izuku flew back, crashing into a concrete pillar and freeing himself from Edge shot's grip. He retaliated with a high kick, sending Edge shot flying away. Just then, Izuku spotted a familiar scarf approaching him. Acting quickly, he grabbed it, allowing Aizawa to pull it taut. Using his strength, he spun and flung Aizawa into a pillar. Seizing the advantage, Izuku dashed forward and delivered a gut punch enhanced by a 15% smash. Aizawa lurched forward from the impact, losing his lunch in the process. As he looked up, he swiftly wrapped his scarf around Izuku's arm, but Izuku countered with a punch to Aizawa's face, causing both of them to tumble to the ground. Izuku was the first to recover, scanning the area for Edge shot. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a thin thread approaching and instinctively flicked his finger. The flick sent the thread flying, reverting back into Edge shot. Just as they were about to disengage, Nizu appeared, declaring, "All right, I believe that's enough." The two combatants slowly relaxed their stances. Nizu continued, "Because you three decided to go a little crazy, you can all join me for a long lecture on hero psychology." As he walked away, both Izuku and Edge shot attempted to escape, only to be caught by Aizawa. Class 1A gathered in the common room, celebrating their success in the license exams. Aoyama decided to reward everyone with a French cuisine feast. "That was incredible. When you kicked Endeavor into the wall, it was so manly," Kirishima exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "I have to agree, that was amazing. I wish I had recorded it," Todoroki added. Suddenly, Nizu appeared out of nowhere, holding a CD. "I recorded it in 4K for you," he said before vanishing just as quickly. The class was left wondering about Nizu's mysterious appearances, especially after they had found Aizawa in a corner, rocking back and forth in the classroom. "How does he do that?" Mina asked, feeling a bit unsettled. "Let's not think about it, it might drive us insane," Jiro replied, focused on the TV. "All right, everyone, my French cuisine is ready," Aoyama announced, beaming with excitement. "Wow, it smells delicious. What is it?" Shoji asked as he approached. "Why, it's frog legs," Aoyama replied proudly. The room fell silent, and Tsu slowly backed away, saying, "Rip it." "Wow, and I thought Bakugo was tough," Todoroki remarked, wide-eyed. Aoyama simply smiled and began to eat the frog legs. The next day, Izuku had just finished a call with his mom when he spotted Ochako hanging up her phone as well. He recalled a few days prior when she had asked if he wanted to hang out. "I'm going to ask her," he muttered, making his way over to her. Gently tapping her shoulder, he stammered, Hey Uraraka-san." Oh hey Deku-kun. How are you?" Ochako replied with a warm smile. "Oh, I'm good. I was wondering if you'd like to." Izuku trailed off, his face turning red. "If I'd like to?" she asked, curiosity piqued. "Would you like to go to the mall with me tomorrow?" he blurted out, wrapping his arms around his head to hide his embarrassment. Ochako paused for a moment, processing his words before blushing and floating slightly off the ground. Seeing this, Izuku quickly used his black whip to gently pull her back down. "Love to, Deku-kun," she said, trying to regain her composure. "Gee, great. Would why you like to go around lunch?" Izuku asked nervously. "Yeah, I'd love to," she replied, smiling brightly. "Great. I'll pick you up around lunch then," Izuku said, his stutter still evident. The next day, while everyone was enjoying themselves, 2 students were in their rooms, panicking. "Oh my gosh, what do I do? I asked Uraraka-san on a date, and I don't know what to wear." Izuku exclaimed in a rush. Wait, I know. Dad should have lots of dating experience. He's the #1 hero. Izuku said, pulling out his phone to call All Might. Hello, young Izuku. What can I do for you? All Might answered cheerfully. Dad, I was wondering if you could give me some advice on dating. Since you're the #1 hero, you must have experience, Izuku said, but was interrupted by the sound of All Might coughing. I'm sorry, my boy, but I've never dated before until recently. All Might admitted, sounding a bit ashamed. Oh, I see. Izuku replied, his head drooping. Then he remembered something. Wait, why did I come home one day and find you and Mom talking like good friends on the couch? Did you know the floor is made of floor? All Might deflected, trying to change the subject. Wait, what? Izuku asked, confused. Just wear something nice that will impress the girl you're with. Don't worry, young Izuku, I know you can do it, bleg. All Might coughed again. Dad, are you all right? Izuku asked, concerned. I'm fine. Just take my advice and have fun on your date. Also, make sure you're back by 8 p.m. for an announcement I'm going to make, All Might instructed. Wait, but you didn't answer my other, Izuku started, but the call ended. I'll have to ask Mom about that, Izuku said, turning to his pile of clothes. After a few minutes of deliberation, he settled on simple black jeans and a gray shirt, adding a green hoodie in case it got cold. As he opened his door, he found Todoroki waiting outside with a notepad. I heard you talking to someone, and then I heard you call him Dad. Was it All Might or your real father? Todoroki asked, hoping it was All Might. Izuku stammered, searching for a way to navigate the situation. Oh look, all eat soba, he said, pointing down the hall. Todoroki turned his head, searching for the all-you-can-eat soba but found nothing. When he turned back, Izuku was gone. I will prove that All Might is Midoriya's father, and then I shall help my father prove that All Might is the hero Paragon's secret love child, Todoroki declared as he walked to his room, glancing at his conspiracy board. At Endeavor's agency, Endeavor sneezed while examining his own conspiracy board. Someone must be talking about me. No matter. Mark my words, All Might, Shoto and I will uncover the truth about you and your family, he said, grabbing a red string to connect All Might to Paragon and finally to Izuku. Standing at Endeavor's door was his sidekick, Burnin, who walked in with a report. Upon seeing the chaos, she decided the report could wait and quietly left the office. Back at the 1A dorms, Ochako was in a similar predicament, struggling to decide what to wear. No, it's not pretty enough. No, this wouldn't look good on me. No, she muttered, frustrated. This is so hard. I'd ask for help, but... Wait, I know, she said, calling Momo to her room. After a few minutes, Momo arrived. So, Ochako, what do you need my help with? She asked curiously. Could you help me find something nice to wear for my date? Ochako said, blushing. Oh my gosh. Did Izuku finally ask you out? I have to tell everyone. Momo exclaimed, jumping with excitement before Ochako interrupted her. No, please don't tell anybody yet. We aren't dating. It's just a date. Ochako pleaded, trying to calm Momo down. Oh, well, I understand, and I promise not to tell anyone. Don't worry, I'll make you so appealing that Midoriya will probably faint when he sees you, Momo said with a smile, activating her quirk to create makeup and clothes for Ochako. A few minutes later, Izuku stood nervously at the UA entrance, waiting for Ochako. Okay, let's see. Wallet check, phone check, money check, he murmured, ensuring he had everything for the day. Hey, Deku-kun, a bubbly voice called out. Oh, hey, you are, Izuku stammered, his mind going blank at the sight of her. Ochako approached him, wearing a lovely knee-length red skirt paired with black leggings. She also wore a nice purple t-shirt, light makeup, and her hair styled in a small bun at the back of her head. So, how do I look? She asked nervously, blushing. Like an angel. Izuku replied before realizing what he said, causing him to blush as well. Ochako's blush deepened at his compliment. Hee, thank you. You look very handsome, Deku-kun, she said, making Izuku blush even more. So, would you like to get going? Izuku asked. Let's go, Ochako replied, walking beside him as they headed to the nearby mall. After some walking and light conversation, they arrived at the mall. So, where would you like to go first, Uraraka-san? Izuku asked. Let's just wander around and see what we can find, Ochako suggested with a smile. They strolled through the mall, window shopping and exploring their interests. As they passed one store, Izuku noticed Ochako admiring some hairpins. He made a mental note and after she moved on, he discreetly bought the one she had been looking at. Continuing their exploration, they came across a small theater playing movies. Hey, would you like to watch a movie? Izuku asked, gesturing toward the theater. Sure, let's see what they have, Ochako replied, looking at the movie selections. As they browsed, Izuku spotted a poster featuring a man in black combat gear with a bat symbol on his chest, standing in front of a burning building. The movie was titled The Dark Knight. Wow, I don't recognize that hero. Who is he? Izuku wondered aloud. Haha, that's no hero you'd recognize. This movie came out over 200 years ago and is considered one of the best ever made, an elderly theater employee said as he approached them. Who is he? Ochako asked. That guy is Batman, a vigilante who fights criminals and outsmarts them, the old man explained with a smile. Wow, I wonder what kind of intelligence Quirk he has, Izuku mused. He doesn't have one, the old man replied, surprising both of them. Really? Then how is he a hero? Ochako asked, confused since she had always heard that heroes needed quirks. He uses his brain, gadgets, and training, the old man clarified. Both Izuku and Ochako looked at each other and agreed they wanted to watch the movie. I'd like 2 tickets, please, Izuku said. Very well, the old man replied, handing them the tickets. Izuku and Ochako entered the theater and took their seats, engrossed in the film. As the movie progressed, their hands gradually drifted toward each other until they were holding hands. During a particularly intense scene, Ochako let out a small gasp and instinctively grabbed onto Izuku's arm. He tried to reassure her, but she continued to cling to him. Eventually, he leaned his head against hers and she smiled, wanting to be more comfortable. She shifted his arm around her and leaned against his chest. When the movie ended, they left the theater still holding hands. Wow, that movie was amazing. A little dark, but incredible, Izuku said, his eyes sparkling. Hee, I have to agree, it was a very good movie, Ochako replied, smiling. Just then, both of their stomachs grumbled, causing them to blush. Maybe we should get some food? Izuku suggested, scratching the back of his head. Yeah, some food sounds good, Ochako replied as they walked over to the food court. Time skip. Both Izuku and Ochako strolled along the beach that Izuku had cleaned months earlier. Wow, this beach is so appealing. I'm so happy it got cleaned up by whoever did it, Ochako said, gazing out at the sea and admiring the view. Hee, yeah, but it was really hard, Izuku admitted, then realized what he had just said. Wait, what do you mean it was? Wait, you cleaned the beach? Ochako exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Yeah, I did. It was part of my training, Izuku said, scratching the back of his head. Deku-kun, that's amazing. I can't believe you were able to do that. Ochako said, bouncing with happiness. They stood together, watching the setting sun, and Izuku squeezed Ochako's hand, gathering his courage. Uraraka-san, there's something I need to tell you, he began. Ochako turned to him, curious. What is it, Deku-kun? I like you, Ochako. Izuku declared, his voice rising at the end. Really? Ochako blushed. Yes, I really like you, but I understand if you can't like me back, Izuku started, but he was cut off when Ochako kissed him softly. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise, but he slowly kissed her back, wrapping his arms around her lower back. Ochako instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, deepening the kiss. After a moment, they slowly pulled apart. I really like you too, Izuku, Ochako said, leaning forward to rest her forehead against his. Izuku smiled and leaned down to kiss her again before pulling back, still smiling. So, would you like to be my girlfriend? Ochako didn't answer with words. Instead, she leaned forward and kissed him again. "Does that answer your question?" she asked, resting her head against his chest with a smile. Izuku replied, resting his head on top of hers. "Oh right, I got you this." He pulled out a hairpin and gently placed it in her hair, holding back some of her bangs. "Wow, I didn't think it was possible for you to be even more appealing." Ochako blushed and smiled, giving him another kiss. The new couple walked back to the UA dorms and entered the building, deciding to keep their relationship a secret for a little while until things calmed down. As they walked in, they noticed Kirishima waving them over. "Hey, Midoriya bro, come over here. All Might is making an announcement." Izuku walked over and sat on the couch with Ochako beside him, both eager to see what All Might had to say. All Might stepped onto the stage, waving and smiling before clearing his throat. "Hello everyone, I have a very important announcement to make," he said, capturing the audience's attention. "As you all remember during the Kamino Ward incident, I almost lost to a villain who nearly killed me. He probably would have succeeded if it weren't for one of my students, Izuku Midoriya, known as Deku. During that battle, young Midoriya risked his life and future as a hero to save me and stop that villain. Because of him, I'm still standing, and the villain is behind bars. However, I had to go into retirement because of that, and I'm here to give you all hope." All Might paused, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. "Young Midoriya is my successor," he announced, causing the audience to gasp in shock. "When I first met young Midoriya, he was a small, scrawny kid who wanted nothing more than to be a hero. He asked me if he could be a hero because he thought he was quirkless. And I said no." All Might wiped a tear from his eye as he recalled the memory. "I told him no because the job was too dangerous and it broke him. But later that day, a villain I was chasing captured a child, and no one was trying to save him. Then I saw him. Out of all the civilians and heroes, only one person tried to help, and that was young Midoriya. A kid who thought he was quirkless charged at the villain, hoping to save his friend. At that moment, I knew I had found someone to inherit my title or even surpass me. After the incident, I asked him why he ran in there, and he simply said, 'Because my legs moved on their own.' So I offered to train him. I made him clean Takoba Municipal Beach as part of his training, and during that time he discovered his quirk." As he spoke, the crowd listened in awe, some with tears in their eyes. During that time, he showed nothing but talent and an unwavering will. His quirk activated, but it was too strong for him, and every time he used it, it broke his body. Yet he kept trying because he wanted to be a hero and save people. Unlike some heroes, young Midoriya didn't seek fame or fortune. All he wanted was to save people with a smile on his face. Because of that, I continued to train him and help him, and he never ceased to amaze me." All Might looked out at the crowd. "And over time, I began to see him as the son I never had. So to everyone asking if he is, yes. Young Izuku is my son, and he will surpass me. He will become the symbol of hope." The audience gasped even more at this revelation. "I have one more thing to say. Young Izuku is now an official hero and the owner of Might Tower. And to all you villains watching this." All Might raised his hand and pointed directly at the camera. "Deku is coming for you, and he will stop you." With that, he stepped off the stage. No one could move or speak after hearing the announcement until they were interrupted by cheers. "Yes, I knew it. Midoriya is All Might's child." Todoroki shouted in frustration. "He might not be his official child, but he is his regardless." He quickly grabbed his phone to text his father about the news and to prepare a conspiracy board for Aizawa and a kid named Shinso. The others rushed to Izuku, bombarding him with questions about All Might's statement. Their chatter was abruptly silenced when Katsuki slammed his fist on the table, demanding attention. "Deku, we need to talk now," Katsuki growled, turning away and walking off. Izuku stood up, knowing he couldn't refuse. Before following, he sent a quick message to Aizawa and All Might to keep them informed. They walked in silence to Training Ground Gamma, where Izuku sent another message. Suddenly, Katsuki stopped and turned, fury burning in his eyes. "Fight me, Deku." The tension between them was palpable as they stared each other down. "What?" No, Kaken, I'm not going to fight you. I just got my license and I'd rather not lose it over your ego, Izuku replied, trying to defuse the situation. Katsuki's anger flared. So what, you think you're better than me? Izuku quickly responded, no, I don't think I'm better than you. But he was cut off as he ducked to avoid a punch. I'm tired of your nonsense, Deku. Now fight me. Katsuki yelled, unleashing explosions toward Izuku. Izuku dodged, not wanting to retaliate. Kaken, stop. I don't want to fight you. I don't care. Katsuki shouted, launching another explosive punch that struck Izuku and sent him flying down the road. You've always looked down on me, and now All Might is openly supporting you. I'm supposed to be number one, not you. I'm going to remind you why you belong beneath me, Deku. Katsuki declared, sending more explosions toward Izuku. Fueled by anger, Izuku took a fighting stance. When Katsuki was within range, he kicked out, landing a solid blow to Katsuki's face, nearly knocking him out. Katsuki glared back, refusing to back down. You were supposed to be a pebble, Deku, he spat, getting back on his feet. Kaken, stop. I don't want to fight you. Izuku pleaded, desperation creeping into his voice. I told you I don't care. I'm going to show you just how weak you are. Katsuki charged at Izuku, tackling him to the ground. The harsh words from their past echoed in Izuku's mind, igniting years of suppressed anger and sadness. Katsuki pinned Izuku down, preparing to strike again when suddenly, Izuku retaliated, landing a powerful punch that sent Katsuki flying. You think you can just bully me, Kaken? Izuku shouted, his voice filled with rage as he pulled Katsuki back with his quirk and struck him again. Katsuki struggled to his feet, confusion and fear creeping in. This wasn't the Izuku he knew, this was a version fueled by pure rage. Deku, calm down. Katsuki tried to reason, but Izuku was relentless, striking him hard in the gut. How does it feel, Kaken? How does it feel to be a Deku? Izuku yelled, lifting Katsuki and slamming him into the ground. Katsuki's eyes widened as memories flooded back to him, memories of their childhood when he had tormented Izuku. How does it feel to be a Deku, you worthless beastie? A younger Katsuki had shouted, punching Izuku. You'll amount to nothing, and I'll remind you every time. Izuku had cried, asking what he had done wrong, but Katsuki had only glared back, saying, you were born. Now, as Katsuki faced the consequences of his past actions, he felt the weight of his words. Izuku's rage only intensified, and as he charged at Katsuki, the vision of his younger self, bruised and broken, haunted him. Why do I deserve this, Kaken? The younger Izuku had asked, tears streaming down his face. Katsuki felt the panic rise within him as he faced the consequences of his past. Deku, please, he shouted, but Izuku was lost in his fury, delivering blow after blow, each one a reminder of the pain he had endured. As Katsuki launched another explosion in defense, he was met with the haunting image of the 6-year-old Izuku, lifeless on the ground, whispering, I took your advice, Kaken. I hope you can forgive me. Katsuki froze, the weight of guilt crashing down on him as he realized the depth of his actions. The echoes of all your fault rang in his ears, leaving him paralyzed as he faced the truth of their tumultuous past. Izuku backed away, trembling in fear, when suddenly a fist collided with his face, sending him to the ground. He found himself pinned down by Izuku, who was crying and shouting as he continued to strike him. I deserve this. I'm no hero. What kind of hero would do this to someone? I'm sorry, Izuku. Katsuki thought, feeling the weight of the blows and the ground beneath him cracking. Izuku lifted his bloodied fist, ready to strike again, but paused when he heard Katsuki's voice. I'm sorry. The words froze Izuku in place as he noticed tears streaming down Katsuki's face, his one good eye barely open. Sorry, Izuku. I'm sorry, Katsuki said, looking up at Izuku, who remained motionless above him. I don't deserve your forgiveness. I deserve this. I won't fight back. Please, take your anger out on me. I deserve it. Izuku's breath quickened, and he screamed in frustration, launching his fist toward Katsuki. I deserve this for everything I've done. Katsuki thought, closing his eyes and bracing for impact. But the punch never came. Slowly, he opened his eye and saw Izuku's fist hovering just above his face, tears still falling from his eyes. Why did you bully me so much? All I wanted was to be a hero and your friend. Izuku said, his voice trembling with rage and sadness. I thought you were always looking down on me. And for some stupid reason, I thought I had to hurt you. I don't know what to say. But I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. And I regret telling you to end it all. Katsuki admitted, finally breaking down in tears over the guilt he felt for everything he had done to Izuku. Izuku took a deep breath, pushing his anger aside. I can't forgive you, he said, causing Katsuki to close his eye in understanding. I can't forgive you yet. The words shocked Katsuki, and he looked at Izuku in disbelief. But why? After everything I did to you, I don't deserve your forgiveness. I deserve to be punished. Katsuki said, staring up at Izuku. Because it wasn't entirely your fault either. I should have told your mom. I should have told my mom. I should have told the police, but I didn't. I wanted to see you become a hero, and for that, I'm sorry too, Kaken, Izuku replied, standing up and wiping his tears away. Katsuki lay there in silence, gazing up at the sky, reflecting on everything that had happened, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Izuku raised an eyebrow, confused. What? DMN right, you should have. I needed this beaten into me years ago. Katsuki said with a chuckle. Izuku smiled and reached out his hand. Kaken, I'd like to start over our friendship. Katsuki looked at him wide-eyed. I don't deserve this. But if I'm going to be a better person, it starts with a first step. He reached up and took Izuku's hand. Izuku helped him up and draped Katsuki's arm over his shoulder to support him as they began to walk away. They stopped when they saw All Might and Aizawa approaching. You two don't need to say anything, we heard everything, Aizawa said, his gaze fixed on Katsuki, who didn't flinch. Aizawa-sensei, whatever punishment Izuku will receive, give it to me. I started it, and I'll take the punishment, Katsuki declared, his expression firm. Aizawa paused for a moment before sighing. Very well, but I will be informing the principal. Normally, I'd suggest expelling you, but after what I saw and heard at the end, I see you're on the road to redemption. He walked over and placed an arm around Katsuki's shoulder. All Might, help Izuku to Recovery Girl's office while I take Bakugo there as well and then to Nizu, Aizawa instructed as they walked away together. After a few minutes of silence, Aizawa decided to ask, Bakugo, what will you do now? Katsuki continued walking quietly for a moment before responding, I'll help Izuku become number one, no matter what. Even if it costs me my life. Aizawa looked at him and couldn't help but smile. You'll be a great hero, Bakugo, and I'm sure Midoriya will help you too. They continued walking in silence toward Recovery Girl's office. Meanwhile, All Might and Izuku followed at a distance, engaged in their own conversation. Young Izuku, normally I'd say what you two did was wrong, but I think it did both of you a lot of good, All Might said with a small smile. Thanks, Dad. And yeah, I do feel better. Like a heavy weight has finally been lifted off my shoulders, Izuku replied with a small smile. Suddenly, Recovery Girl burst into the room, her voice booming. What the hell is wrong with you two? She swung her cane at both Izuku and Katsuki. Multiple broken bones, a severe concussion, missing teeth. As she continued to scold them, both boys flinched, trying to escape her wrath. So what was it that made you two get this beaten up, huh? She demanded, glaring at them. I got some sense knocked back into me and realized what I did was wrong, Katsuki admitted, making Recovery Girl's expression soften. Sighing, she said, normally, I'd say that's not an excuse, but the look in your eyes, Bakugo, says it was necessary. So I won't go after you two anymore this time, but there better not be a next time, understood? Recovery Girl glared at them, causing both boys to flinch and nod their heads in response. With a sigh, she left the room to inform Nizu about their injuries. I thought she was going to chew us out more, Izuku chuckled. Yeah, I can agree with that, Katsuki replied, smiling. Wow, You're smiling. I must have hit you too hard to make you smile like that, Izuku teased, causing a tick mark to appear on Katsuki's forehead. What does that mean, Deku? Katsuki yelled, though his tone lacked its usual sharpness. Hee, I'm just saying you never smile like that, that's all, Izuku said, raising his arms defensively. I can smile whenever I want to. You just never see it. Katsuki shouted back. Izuku continued to laugh as Katsuki vented his frustration. Outside the room, Nizu, All Might, Aizawa, and Recovery Girl stood by the door, smiling at the scene. It seems they are getting along much better than they used to, Nizu observed. That's true, but what should we do as punishment for young Bakugo? He said he wants to take the punishment for both of them, All Might pondered. Aizawa, I'll leave that up to you, but I want Bakugo to attend weekly sessions with Hound Dog to help with his anger, Nizu instructed, glancing at Aizawa. Also, Yagi, please contact Tsukachi and ask him to open an investigation on Aldra Junior High. It seems they contributed to Bakugo's past behavior. Very well, I'll inform him about the punishment tomorrow, Aizawa replied, a small smile forming on his face. Let's leave them to reconnect. With that he turned and left. All right, I'll call him immediately, All Might said, pulling out his phone as he walked away. The others soon followed, leaving Katsuki to continue shouting at Izuku, who was still laughing. Izuku was sitting in All Might's office, finishing up the paperwork to officially own Might Tower. He leaned back and sighed, reflecting on everything that had happened in his life. It's been 3 days since Kaken and I fought, and he's become a slightly nicer person, but he's still Kaken, Izuku thought with a chuckle. Young Izuku, you're almost done. You only have 7 more pages to fill out, All Might said, reviewing the paperwork. All right, Dad, Izuku replied, returning to his work. I'd also suggest asking Principal Nizu for the day off tomorrow so you can go on your first official patrol, All Might added with a smile. I'll be coming to Might Tower with you to help oversee everything you do and correct any mistakes. Gran Torino will also be patrolling with you to guide you on the field until you get the hang of it. Right, I'll ask him once I'm done, Izuku said, smiling. No need, it's already taken care of. I wish you luck on your patrol, Nizu said, appearing from the vent before closing it and disappearing. All Might and Izuku sat in silence, unsure how to respond before All Might spoke up. I want to ask how he does these things, but then I remember he's Nizu, and even my MSTU told me not to question it. Wait, your MSTer went to UA when Nizu was still principal? Izuku asked, confused. Well, yes, he's been principal since before she even went there, All Might replied with a shrug. How old is he? Izuku exclaimed, bewildered. It's best you don't ask, young Izuku, or it will probably leave you brain dead trying to figure it out, All Might warned. Izuku entered the 1A common room after a long day of paperwork, excited to spend time with his friends. Hey, Midoriya bro, check out who's here. Kirishima called, pointing to the couches. Izuku looked over and saw the PP cats, along with Koda. He couldn't help but smile and walked over to wave. Hey guys, how's it going? He greeted. Deku! Koda exclaimed, running up to him with a shy smile. Izuku noticed Koda was wearing a hoodie that resembled his hero suit. Wow, Koda, where'd you get such a cool hoodie? He asked, grinning as he watched Koda blush. Koda saw it at a store and begged me to get it. He also has some action figures of you. Oh, and he said he had to get red shoes, Mandalay added, teasing Koda. And Shino. Koda protested, blushing and trying to deny it. It's okay, Koda. I was the same way with All Might, Izuku said, patting his head. Koda looked away, still blushing but smiling. Hey, Deku-kun, we have some leftovers over here if you want some, Ochako said, approaching with a smile. Thanks, Uraraka-san, Izuku replied as he walked to the kitchen, grabbed some food, and sat down to eat. Ochako sat next to him, and when no one was looking, she gave him a quick kiss on the cheek, causing him to blush. Ochako, Izuku stammered quietly, glancing around nervously. Someone might have seen that. Don't worry, I made sure no one saw, she said, smiling. Izuku sighed and returned to his food. A little while later, Ida approached him. So, Midoriya, Are you excited for school tomorrow? Ida asked, performing his signature hand chop. Oh, I'm not going to be going to school tomorrow, Izuku said, scratching the back of his head. What? But Midoriya, school is very important. How could you not go? Ida exclaimed, increasing his hand chopping. Well, I'm going on my first patrol tomorrow as a hero, Izuku said, smiling at the thought of his first official day. Oh, I'm so sorry, Midoriya. I wish you luck on your first patrol. Ida said, his tone shifting to one of encouragement. Hee, thanks, Ida, Izuku replied. Wow, Midoriya, you're going on your first patrol. That's amazing. Mina chimed in, smiling brightly. Hee, thanks, Ashido-san. That means a lot, Izuku said, returning her smile. Wait, you're going on your first patrol? Koda exclaimed, running up to Izuku with wide eyes. Izuku reached over and ruffled Koda's hair. Tomorrow I'll be out there, he assured him. Koda beamed up at him. I'll be rooting for you, Deku. As the day continued, Koda and the PP Cats eventually had to leave and head back home. Everyone was heading to their rooms when Izuku felt a gentle tug on his shirt. He turned around to see Ochako standing behind him. What's wrong, Ochako? He asked. Without answering, she stepped closer and wrapped her arms around him. Please be careful. Izuku smiled and returned the hug. I promise I'll be safe, Ochako. Ochako smiled back and gave him a quick kiss before heading to her room. Izuku donned his hero costume and walked through Might Tower, flanked by All Might and Gran Torino. So, Izuku, are you excited? All Might asked with a grin. Yeah, I can't wait to see what happens today, Izuku replied, stretching his arms to loosen up. Good. Well, here we are, my office, or rather your office now, All Might said, opening the door. As the door swung open, Izuku took in the spacious room with tall ceilings, adorned with various posters, most of them American-themed. At the back stood All Might's desk, complete with a dual monitor setup. Wow, it's just like some of those rare photos showed, Izuku said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Yeah, we haven't cleaned out my stuff yet, but after today, it'll be clear for you to customize it to your liking, All Might replied, looking around. Alright, are you ready, or do you want to stay in here and gape like a fish all day? Gran Torino teased. What? Oh, I'm ready. Sorry, it's just so much to take in, Izuku said, taking one last look around the room. I'm sure, young Izuku. Also here, All Might said, handing Izuku an earbud along with Gran Torino. I'll be monitoring your progress and informing you of any nearby threats. Got it. Ready, Gran Torino? Izuku said as he walked toward the launch pad All Might always used. Yeah, but you owe me lunch, Gran Torino replied, following him. Outside Might Tower, hundreds of fans and news crews awaited Deku's official debut. They all looked up as the massive doors opened at the top levels of the building. After a moment, they spotted Deku standing there, arms on his hips and a huge smile on his face. Izuku turned to Gran Torino. Let's go, Gran Torino, he called, crouching down and launching into the air. Hey, youngsters, Gran Torino muttered as he blasted off after him. Izuku soared through the city, bouncing off buildings and using Black Whip to propel himself at greater speeds and make tight turns. Young Izuku, there's a police chase 2 blocks to your right, All Might's voice crackled in his ear. Got it. Izuku replied, changing course while Gran Torino stayed back to observe. Meanwhile, the police were in a frantic chase after bank robbers. Where's the hero backup? An officer exclaimed, reloading his weapon. I don't know, but they should be here soon, the driver said, swerving to avoid a car. Suddenly, they saw a green blur zip past their vehicle. The next moment, the runaway car came to a sudden stop. The officers quickly pulled up to find Deku standing in front of the car, having halted it. The front end was crumpled, and the robbers were unconscious. Thank you, Deku. We probably would have lost them without your help, an officer said. It's no problem, Izuku replied, walking over to the car and ripping the doors off. He pulled the thugs out and handed them to the officers. All right, well Izuku began, but was interrupted by his earbud. Sorry, officers, another emergency. I gotta go. With that, he crouched down and launched himself into the air again. In another part of the city, a building was ablaze, and panic was spreading among the crowd. Firefighters and heroes were doing their best, but the situation was dire. This fire is getting out of control, and there are still people inside. Backdraft shouted, struggling to manage the flames. Where's my baby? Has anyone seen my baby? A frantic mother cried, searching for her child. Just then, Deku landed next to Backdraft. Backdraft, what's the situation? He asked, surveying the burning building. A broken gas valve started this fire, and it spread quickly. There are about 10 people still inside, Backdraft began, but Izuku was already in motion, leaping through a window. Hello, he called, running through the smoke-filled building. Is anyone here? Help please, a voice cried out. Izuku dashed toward the sound and burst through a door, finding a teenager with 2 younger siblings. Don't worry, you're safe now. Grab onto me and I'll get us out of here, he assured them. He secured them and jumped off the balcony, landing safely on the ground before turning back to the inferno. For the next agonizing 5 minutes, Izuku continued rescuing people, while the firefighters struggled to contain the blaze. He dropped off another person just as he heard a faint cry. It sounded like a baby. He sprinted toward the sound, breaking down the door to find a small infant. He quickly scooped up the baby and was about to escape when the building began to collapse around him. Outside, everyone held their breath, anxiously waiting for Deku to return as the structure crumbled. Everyone, get back. It's going to fall, an officer shouted, pushing the crowd away. They watched in horror as the building collapsed into a massive pile of rubble. Back at UA, Aizawa decided to let his class watch Izuku's debut, immediately regretting the decision as the tension mounted. They all watched in horror as the building collapsed, and he didn't escape. Izuku! Ochako yelled, tears streaming down her face as she witnessed the tragedy unfold. Mina rushed over and pulled her into a comforting hug as Ochako sobbed into her shoulder. The group stood in disbelief, grappling with the loss of Izuku on his first day, a hero who had tried to save someone. In a rundown building, Shigaraki cackled at the sight of the person who had defeated his emperor. Take that, Deku, he laughed maniacally. Back at the Midoriya residence, Inko had tears streaming down her face. Izuku, she whispered, heartbroken. At Might Tower, All Might fell from his chair, unable to comprehend what he had just witnessed. Izuku no, he murmured in despair. In Tartarus, in the deepest, most secure part of the facility, All for One sat in his cell. His head jerked up in shock, and he ground his teeth in anger and sadness, not at anyone but himself. Son, he thought, wishing he could cry. Izuku, I'm sorry. In front of the building, everyone bowed their heads in respect for the hero who had given his life. Suddenly, they noticed a part of the building shifting. They watched in awe as it moved more, and then they heard a faint voice. Detroit smash. The debris was blasted open, revealing Izuku, covered in soot and with various cuts on his body. In his arms was a small bundle of blankets, unharmed. He walked toward the crowd, holding the baby. Fu! Yelled the mother, rushing up to Izuku and gently taking the baby from his arms. Oh my baby! I thought I lost you. Izuku smiled at the sight and looked up at everyone, beaming before he started to walk away. An officer approached him, urging, Wait, Mr. Deku, you should go to the ambulance so they can check your wounds. Izuku was about to decline when Gran Torino landed next to him. I do it, kid. Last thing you want is to be sick as a dog. With a sigh, Izuku followed the officer to the ambulance, where the paramedics immediately began tending to his wounds. As he sat there, the mother approached him again. Thank you for saving my baby. I don't know what I would have done if I lost her, she said, bowing to Izuku. Oh, it's all right, ma'am. It's what any hero would do, Izuku replied, trying to suppress a yelp as the paramedics stitched his arm. Well, anyways, thank you, the woman said before walking away. The day continued for Izuku, who was busy patrolling but encountered little crime, aside from 2 purse robberies and a hostage situation. All Might and Gran Torino praised him for his bravery, telling him he was well on his way to becoming a true hero. After dropping off his costume, Izuku opened the 1A common room, only to be tackled by Ochako. "Oh my Izuku, you're okay?" "I was so worried," she exclaimed, hugging him tightly. "Ochako, I'm okay, I promise," Izuku reassured her, returning the embrace. They stood there for a moment until someone cleared their throat. "So, you two a couple now?" Mina asked, a mischievous grin on her face. Izuku and Ochako stood in front of the class, looking like deer caught in headlights. They exchanged worried glances. "We can explain." Ochako began, her face flushed. "Oh, please go on. I want to hear," Mina urged, her grin widening. Izuku stammered, trying to find the right words. "We're de-dating," Ochako managed to say, covering her face with her hands as she floated slightly off the ground. Mina and Toru squealed with delight, reaching over to grab Ochako and dragging her off with the other girls. "Wow, who knew our innocent cinnamon roll would be the first to get a girlfriend?" Shiro chuckled. "Yeah, good job, Midoriya," Sato said, patting Izuku on the back with a big smile. "Hey, Midoriya, since you're dating her, can you give me a pair of her?" Mineta began, but was cut off by a wave of killing intent. "Oh shit, every man for himself," Katsuki yelled, running to hide behind the couch. The rest of the class followed suit, with Denki pulling out a cross as a precaution. Izuku glared at Mineta, his expression fierce. He walked over, grabbing him by the head and squeezing slightly. "I'm sorry, Mineta, could you continue what you were about to say?" he asked sweetly, though his smile was anything but friendly. I wasn't gonna say anything," Mineta stammered. No lying, Mineta. "Unless you want to know what it's like to be a crushed grape," Izuku warned, squeezing harder. Mineta was already trembling, convinced he could see the Shinigami behind Izuku. I was gonna ask for a pair of her used." Before he could finish, Izuku tightened his grip even more, and the killing intent intensified. "Kaken, would you help me throw this nuisance?" Izuku asked, a smile on his face. The class went pale at Izuku's words, but they turned even paler when Katsuki stood next to him, ready to assist. Izuku dragged Mineta outside, who was kicking and screaming, with Katsuki following closely behind. Once outside, Izuku lifted Mineta as if he were about to throw him like a football, while Katsuki positioned himself behind, ready to create a massive explosion. "Midoriya, Bakugo, what are you two doing?" Aizawa asked, raising an eyebrow as he approached. "Me and Deku were about to throw out the trash because he decided to ask Izuku for his girlfriend's used items," Katsuki explained, glaring at Mineta. "Aizawa-sensei, please help me?" Mineta screamed in desperation. Aizawa said nothing. Instead, he pulled out a camera and hit the record button. "I'm currently off duty and I don't see anything here." "Oh, also Mineta, you're expelled." "Midoriya, Bakugo, both of you will earn extra credit if you launch him over 1,000 meters, Aizawa said with a grin. Izuku and Katsuki exchanged excited smiles. "Ready, Kaken?" Izuku asked, grinning. "Hell yeah, Deku," Katsuki replied as they prepared to throw Mineta. "Detroit explosion," they shouted in unison, hurling Mineta into the sky. He soared so high that he seemed to vanish among the stars. After a moment, Aizawa's phone buzzed. He glanced at it and smirked. 4,759 meters. You both just earned yourselves extra credit. Izuku and Katsuki high-fived, their faces beaming with pride. "Oh, Aizawa-sensei, who will replace Mineta now that he's gone?" Izuku asked. A general studies student I've been training, Hitoshi Shinso. He'll be joining the class in a couple of days, Aizawa replied, starting to walk away. "Oh, and before I forget, get rid of Mineta's belongings. I don't care how, just make it happen." With smiles still on their faces, Izuku and Katsuki headed back inside to share the good news with their classmates. In the classroom, the rest of Class 1A was listening to Aizawa discuss hero studies. "Now, I have 3 special guests for you to meet," Aizawa announced as the door opened, revealing 3 students. "These 3 are from UA, and they will explain work studies to you all." "Hello, my name is Mirio Togata," said the blonde-haired boy with a friendly smile. "Hi everyone. I'm Nijire Hato, and I can't wait to learn about your quirks, she exclaimed, but was interrupted by Mirio. Titamaki. A dash emoji.ki, said the last student, who was shyly facing the corner. Yes, and I'm sure Aizawa-sensei explained what you all will be doing. Now, we're going to show you the benefits of it, Mirio continued. Hey, why are there only 18 students? I thought there were 20, Nijire asked. One was expelled for inappropriate behavior, and the other is on hero patrol, Aizawa explained. Oh, you mean Izuku Midoriya? I wonder what his quirk is. The hero I'm interning with is interested in him, Nijire said before Mirio playfully interrupted her. Darn, I was hoping for a good spar with him, Mirio said. Plus, Sir Night Eye told me to hold nothing back. It's strange that he said I should treat fighting him like a villain, then after I beat him, tell him to come to his agency. Anyway, they are going to show you the benefits of work studies, Aizawa said. Aizawa-sensei, I have a question, Kirishima spoke up. What is it, Kirishima? Aizawa replied. I was wondering if Midoriyubro could take hero studies and take one of us with him, Kirishima suggested. That's entirely up to him. Just remember, he doesn't have as much experience as most pros, Aizawa replied. All right, everyone, let's head to the gym and spar, Mirio said as he walked away. Class 1A gathered in the training building, all eyes on Mirio, who stood across the room. Just then, Izuku entered with Principal Nizu perched on his shoulder. Principal Nizu, I can't just do that to my classmates, Izuku protested. Oh, on the contrary, I think it would be fine. I don't see anything wrong with throwing a piano at your class, Nizu said cheerfully. The class looked shocked at Nizu's suggestion. Principal Nizu, how many times do I have to tell you that throwing pianos is illogical? Aizawa said, exasperated. I stopped counting after 30, Nizu replied with a grin as he climbed down from Izuku's shoulder. Deku! Ochako called out, running up to him for a quick hug. How was your patrol? It was good, but I tried to catch a 20-story building and got scolded by Gran Torino for it, Izuku said, scratching the back of his head. Only you could brush that off like nothing, Midoriya, Todoroki remarked. So, you're Izuku Midoriya, Mirio said, walking over. Sir Night Eye wants to talk to you after I beat you. Izuku frowned at that. I want nothing to do with him, especially after he insulted me, he replied, his glare surprising Mirio. Wait, that doesn't sound like him, Mirio said, confused. Trust me, Togata, he did indeed insult Midoriya, Nizu confirmed. Oh, I'm so sorry. I humbly apologize on his behalf, Mirio said, bowing. It's fine, Mirio-senpai. It wasn't your fault. He just has a grudge against me and All Might because All Might disagreed with him, Izuku explained. Well, I'll talk to him about that when I head back to his agency after this, Mirio said with a smile. So, what are all of you doing today? Izuku asked curiously. Mirio-senpai said he's going to show us the benefits of hero studies under professionals, Todoroki replied. Oh, that's a good idea. Well, I'll let you all do that. I need to try and convince Principal Nizu not to buy a semi-trailer for me to throw, Izuku said, walking away as his classmates looked increasingly worried. He's joking, right? Jiro said, slightly concerned. For the last time, Midoriya can't be used to throw things at the students. Midnight yelled. Why not? It would be great training, Nizu said, sipping his tea. Oh, and Midoriya, I'm going to be your personal teacher from now on. You'll still go to class, but I'll be teaching you most of the time. Everyone in the gym went pale at that announcement. We are so doomed, Aizawa muttered before pulling out a flask. Wake me up when the nightmare ends. He downed the flask and face-planted into the ground. Okay, let's get started. All of you versus me, Mirio said, sending a quick prayer for help. Sorry, Mirio, I'm not taking requests, Nizu said with a grin, causing Mirio to go pale again. Class 1A charged at Mirio, who sank into the ground in the blink of an eye. He shot out of the ground and took out half the class. This isn't good. I guess it's time I get serious, Ida said, putting on a pair of red shoes and a blue coat. I gotta go fast. Ida exclaimed, making a high-pitched spinning sound as he vanished into a blue blur. He dashed around Mirio, attempting to confuse him, but his efforts proved futile. Ida tried to catch him off guard, but Mirio dodged effortlessly and countered. Ida was sent flying back, hitting the ground and scattering some gold rings. "Sorry, Ida, this isn't Sega, and I'm not some guy with a robot obsession named after an egg," Mirio said, laughing. Soon, the rest of the class joined the fray. Most struggled against Mirio, but Katsuki and Todoroki managed to land a hit each. However, Mirio ultimately took them all out, standing triumphantly amidst the defeated classmates. "That was fun, but who I really want to fight is you," Mirio said, pointing at Izuku. Izuku glanced at Nizu, who pulled out a camera from seemingly nowhere and gave him a thumbs up. "I'm just going to stop questioning how he does these things," Izuku thought. "So, Midoriya, you ready to fight?" Mirio asked, getting into his combat stance. "Yes, I am," Izuku replied, loosening his muscles with a stretch. They stared at each other for a moment before Mirio sunk into the ground and reappeared behind Izuku. Unbeknownst to Mirio, Izuku had been analyzing him throughout the fight and had figured out how his quirk worked. Izuku spun around, using 25% of his power, and kicked at Mirio as he phased through him. Mirio's attack also passed through Izuku, and both spun back to counter. Mirio sank back into the ground, and Izuku decided to give himself an advantage by taking a page from Miruko's book. He leaped into the air, spinning until he planted his feet on the ceiling. Then he shot downwards, executing a massive axe kick towards the ground. "Kagaya Moon!" Izuku shouted as his foot shattered the ground beneath him, launching Mirio upwards. Mirio was so shocked that he didn't react in time to Izuku appearing beside him, who used Black Whip to fling him into the ground. Izuku landed and blitzed towards Mirio, who raised his arm to block but kneed Izuku in the gut. Mirio then made his arm intangible, moving it through Izuku's head before solidifying just his hand. He grabbed the back of Izuku's head and delivered an uppercut. Izuku felt dizzy from the blow but shook it off. He decided to end the fight with a new trick, moving in and purposely missing a punch aimed at Mirio's face. Mirio was about to speak when an invisible force struck him in the face, knocking him out cold from the shock. Everyone in the room stood in disbelief, witnessing Izuku finish the fight without even landing a hit. "Deku, how did you do that?" Ochako asked as she approached him. "Oh, it was a new trick I've been practicing. I condense the power in my arm, and when I throw it, it creates an air wave. The air wave surrounds my arm and carries the same force as my punch, so I don't even need to hit the enemy anymore," Izuku explained, leaving everyone in awe while Nizu chuckled in amusement. "That is truly impressive, Midoriya. It would completely throw your enemies off," Nizu said, smiling. "Yeah, but it requires a lot of concentration since I just started it," Izuku replied with a chuckle. Mirio walked into Sir Nitai's agency and entered his office, his usual smile absent. "So, did you beat him?" Nitai asked, raising an eyebrow. "No, sir, I didn't beat him as you predicted. I also heard you criticized Midoriya out of a simple grudge." "Why?" Mirio said, a hint of anger in his voice. "Because he wouldn't give it to someone worthy." "And what do you mean?" "I used my quirk, and it showed you beat him," Nitai replied, narrowing his eyes. "Yeah, he beat me fair and square, and I took him seriously," Mirio responded. "The minute he was supposed to be discouraged so I could convince him to give it to you," Nitai thought. "Very well. Did you tell him I want to speak with him?" "Yes, and he said he wants nothing to do with you," Mirio replied. "I guess I need to go to my tower then." "You're dismissed," Nitai said as he turned to his computer. After Mirio left, Nitai looked out his window, glaring. "Why couldn't you have just listened to me, All Might?" he sighed. "You just had to choose him. But I will fix your past mistakes. Now, let's see what the Yakuza have been doing." The next day, Izuku sat in his office, facing a daunting challenge. It was so overwhelming that even gods tried to avoid it: paperwork. Izuku groaned, slamming his head on the table. "How did Dad deal with this much paperwork?" He looked up to see 2 more stacks waiting for him. Fortunately, most of it was just reports on his hero work. As he began filling out a report about catching a villain in a 20-story building, a knock on the door interrupted him. "Come in," Izuku called. "Excuse me, Mr. Midoriya, but you have a guest wishing to see you," his secretary announced. Who is it?" Izuku asked. "He said his name is Sir Night Eye," his secretary replied, noticing Izuku's scowl. "Fine, send him in. I might as well see what he wants," Izuku said, setting his paperwork aside. A few minutes later, Sir Night Eye entered the room, looking around. "I see you've made yourself at home here," he remarked, taking a seat across from Izuku. "What do you want, Night Eye?" Izuku asked, not eager to engage. "I've come to talk and ask what you will do as a hero," Night Eye said. "I'll save people with a smile and inspire hope in them," Izuku replied confidently. And what will you do in situations where you can't save someone?" Night Eye interlocked his fingers. "I'll find a way to save them," Izuku said, frowning slightly. "What is it you really want, Night Eye?" "I'm trying to figure out why All Might would choose a boy like you, someone whose father ran out on him after showing he was quirkless. I assume you were mistreated and bullied because of it," Night Eye said, his fingers intertwined. "Meanwhile, I trained a proper successor who could take his mantle and continue his legacy." Night Eye glared at Izuku. "But instead, we have you, a boy who only survived on sheer luck." Izuku met his gaze, unyielding. "I really don't understand why you have so much animosity toward me. All I'm trying to do is save people. All Might chose me as his successor because he saw something in me, not just what you think is right." He stood tall, determination in his voice. "I've faced enough bullying in my life, and frankly, I'm tired of it. So how about you accept the fact that All Might chose me and not Mirio? I won't let him down just because you're upset." The tension hung in the air as they glared at each other until Night Eye finally stood up and placed down his card. "Then prove it. Join me on a patrol in a couple of days, and I'll show you how a true hero acts. I'll also explain why you should give Mirio one for all." With that, he left the building. Izuku slumped back in his chair, pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration. "As Miruko would say, he really needs to get over himself," he muttered with a chuckle. Upon arriving at the 1A dorms, Izuku walked through the doors and spotted someone he hadn't seen since the sports festival. "Hey, Shinso. How's it going?" Izuku greeted as he approached Shinso, who was talking to Tokoyami. "Oh, Midoriya. How's it going?" Shinso replied with a small smile. "It's going well, and I see you've been training," Izuku noted. "Yeah, your teacher, well, now also my teacher, is quite the taskmaster," Shinso said with a light chuckle. "I agree, he really is something," Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head. "Midoriya, you're here. I hope that even though you've been doing hero work, you're still keeping up with your studies," Ida exclaimed, his hands moving rapidly. Yeah, Ida, I'm keeping up, but I still need to finish today's assignment," Izuku replied. "In that case, I insist you go and do it right now. As a UA student, we should always be on top of our studies," Ida insisted, guiding Izuku upstairs. Ida, I still need to eat," Izuku protested. "Don't worry. I'll bring you something nutritious to help you study," Ida said as he headed to the kitchen. Izuku sighed and went upstairs to his room to study. An hour later, he set down his last assignment and stretched. "I still don't understand why we have to study such complicated things. Even though we're going to be heroes, I can't see why I need to know X and Y and how to find them when I'm saving people," he mumbled before a knock interrupted him. "It's open," he called, and the door opened to reveal Ochako, who closed it behind her. "Hey, Izuku-kun, why weren't you downstairs?" she asked, a hint of disappointment in her voice. "Ida made me come up here to finish my assignments," Izuku explained, eliciting a sigh from Ochako. "We really need to find a way for him to relax a bit," Ochako said, scratching her head. "I agree," Izuku replied, walking to his bed and flopping down, gazing out the window. Ochako approached and sat beside him, resting her head on his stomach. "So, how was today?" she asked curiously. "Paperwork. And dealing with Night Eye," Izuku replied. "What did he want?" Ochako asked, looking up at him, puzzled. "He wants me to go on patrol with him to see how a real hero works," Izuku said, mimicking Night Eye's tone. But wasn't he the one who said you weren't worthy of the title? Ochako frowned. Yes, but I have to prove him wrong, so I need to go with him, Izuku explained. Without saying anything, Ochako leaned over and gently kissed his cheek. Well, I know you can do it, Izuhun, she said, smiling warmly. Izuku smiled back, wrapping his arm around her. Thanks, Ochako. A couple of days later, Izuku arrived at Naitai's agency, ready to prove his worth. He walked in, already wearing his hero costume, and was greeted by Mirio, who was also in his hero outfit. Hey Midoriya. How's it going? Mirio asked as he approached. I've been doing well, but I'd rather not be here, Izuku admitted. Mirio nodded in understanding and led Izuku upstairs to Naitai's office. After a few minutes, they arrived, and Izuku was met with an unexpected sight. Night-Eye had his sidekick, Bubble Girl, hooked to a device, and he was tickling her while maintaining a serious expression as she laughed uncontrollably. Izuku thought to himself, I'm going to need a therapist. Night-Eye soon noticed Izuku's presence and stopped tickling Bubble Girl, releasing her from the device. Good you're here. Let's get started. Mirio, Bubble Girl, you two will patrol together. Deku and I will patrol together, Night-Eye instructed as he exited his office. The others followed, and soon they were patrolling the city, observing their surroundings. So, tell me, Deku, what is the purpose of patrolling? Night-Eye asked. It's to look for danger and help citizens feel at ease with our presence, Izuku replied, waving at a few people who greeted him. That is true, Night-Eye acknowledged. An hour later, as they walked, Izuku heard the sound of bare feet running on concrete. He turned to see a little girl rushing toward him, her head down, about to collide with him. Quickly, he knelt down and caught her. Whoa, it's okay. Tell me what's wrong, Izuku said, noticing her dirty shirt and bandaged arms. She had striking red eyes and long, unkempt white hair, along with a small bronze horn on her forehead. The girl froze at his touch, preparing to flee, but Izuku's gentle grip and the way he patted her head made her feel safe for the first time in her life. In that moment, she felt warmth and security, as if no harm could come to her while she was near him. Eri slowly lifted her head and looked at Izuku, noticing his messy green hair and green hero costume. As she gazed at him, she felt something different, hope and a longing to never let go. I'm sorry about my daughter, said a man approaching them, wearing a coat with a fur collar and a bird mask. Izuku regarded the man with suspicion. He felt a cold, unsettling aura. He noticed Eri trying to hold on to him tighter, hiding herself in his suit. Overhaul, the man who had been investigating them for some time, spotted Sir Night-Eye nearby. He silently cursed under his breath at the sight of Izuku holding Eri. Damn it, it's Deku. I need to tread carefully around him, or I might end up like All for One, Overhaul thought. Once again, I apologize for my daughter. She doesn't like it when I get angry with her. Now come on, Eri, let's go home. We don't want to bother the heroes. It's no trouble, I'm sure being a parent is quite hard, Night-Eye said quickly, trying to diffuse the tension before their cover was blown. Izuku watched him closely, but then he heard Eri whisper, "He's not my dad." Instantly, Izuku was on high alert, searching for escape routes. Deku, give him his daughter back. We don't have any right to interfere in family matters, Night-Eye instructed. Izuku wanted to protest, but Night-Eye shot him a glare that demanded obedience. Gritting his teeth in anger, he leaned down to Eri and whispered, "Don't worry, I'll save you." Eri nodded, and just as Izuku was about to leap away with her, Night-Eye placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Sorry about him, he's still new and learning, Night-Eye said, increasing the pressure on Izuku's shoulder. It's quite all right. With everything going on, you can't be too careful, Overhaul replied, reaching for his glove. Eri saw this and ran toward him, her head down, while Overhaul smirked. Anyways, sorry for troubling you heroes, Overhaul said before grabbing Eri's hand, almost breaking it, and dragging her away. Izuku and Night-Eye stood there for a moment, ensuring Overhaul was gone. That was very reckless of you, boy. You almost blew our cover, Night-Eye began, but he was cut off when Izuku punched him. Night-Eye flew out of the alley and crashed into a nearby car. I don't care if it blew our cover. A little girl needed help, But because of you, we can't save her. Izuku shouted, filled with rage. Pedestrians nearby stopped and began recording the scene. Even so, our cover, Night Eye started, but Izuku kicked him in the chest, sending him through the car. So what? We're heroes. It's our job to save them, and now a little girl is in even more danger because of you. I'm going to save her whether you like it or not, and your cover being blown doesn't matter. You don't deserve to be called a hero after this, Night Eye, and that girl's blood is on your hands. After declaring this, Izuku jumped away, heading for Might Tower to gather information on Overhaul. Night Eye stood up, dusted himself off, and walked away, thinking that even heroes needed enough evidence before acting. What neither Izuku nor Night Eye realized was that the entire interaction had been recorded and posted online. After his confrontation with Night Eye, Izuku went to Might Tower to learn more about the Yakuza and Overhaul. However, feeling overwhelmed with pent-up anger, he first decided to hit the gym to let off some steam. Izuku spent the day punching the bag, ignoring the pain in his knuckles and the sight of his own injuries. As he continued, images of the little girl who needed help flashed through his mind, fueling his frustration. Damn it! You're still so weak. Why? He shouted, hitting the bag with all his might until it broke through the wall of his training room. Izuku stood there, trying to calm his breathing and regain control of his anger. He looked at his hands, sighed, and decided to head to UA for treatment. After removing his hero costume and leaving it in his room at Might Tower, he informed his secretary that he was returning to UA. He quickly made his way through the city and soon landed at UA, heading straight for Recovery Girl's office. "Hey, Recovery Girl, I need you to heal me," he said as he walked in. "Honestly, I thought you were done hurting yourself," she replied, turning around with concern in her eyes. "What did you do to your hands?" "Sorry. I just had to let out a lot of anger before I could focus," Izuku explained as he watched her use her quirk. "What happened?" "It's okay if you don't want to talk about it," Recovery Girl said gently. Izuku nodded and began to recount everything that had happened. As he spoke, she felt both anger and disappointment toward Night Eye. "I'm sorry you had to deal with him. I don't know why he's like that, but he won't accept anything unless it meets his logical standards," she said, reminiscing about a time when he wasn't so rigid. "It's okay, Recovery Girl," Izuku replied, grateful for her understanding. "Thank you for healing me. I'm going to get some sleep and then do more research," Izuku said before leaving. All of Class 1A was watching a movie that Kirishima had recommended, titled Deadpool. "I must admit, the movie is good, minus some of the inappropriate content," Momo commented. "I agree, this movie is not suitable for aspiring heroes, Kirishima. We should only watch appropriate films," Ida said, his hand chopping the air rapidly, causing concern among the other students. "Anyway, Shinso, how are you enjoying the hero course?" Tokoyami asked. "It's good. Aizawa-sensei said I could intern under a hero, but he mentioned I can't intern under him just yet. He said I would eventually, but with everything going on he wouldn't have time," Shinso replied, scratching his chin. "Oh, if that's the case, who will you intern with?" Shoji asked as he walked by and sat down, munching on some cookies. "I'm not sure, but I have someone in mind that I could learn from," Shinso said, a faint smile appearing on his face. Just then, Izuku entered with a downcast expression and bandages on his hand. He didn't say anything, heading straight to the fridge to grab some leftover katsudon. After warming it up, he sat at the table to eat in silence until he felt a pair of arms wrap around him. "Hey, Izuku, are you okay?" Ochako asked, hugging him from behind, resting her head on his shoulder. "I guess something happened, and I feel like I failed her," Izuku admitted, looking down. "Oh, who was it?" Ochako asked, her concern growing. "A little girl I met. She was clearly being abused. I tried to save her, but Night Eye said we couldn't because it would compromise his investigation," Izuku explained, breaking his chopsticks in frustration. Ochako gasped slightly and pulled him into a tighter hug. "It's okay. I'm sure you'll save her, Izuku. If anyone can, it's you," she reassured him. Izuku leaned into the hug more and placed his hand on her arm. "Thank you, Ochako. I'll stop at nothing to make sure I do." After finishing his meal, Izuku mentioned he was tired and went to bed, preparing to train hard the next day and get ready to confront the Yakuza. It was a peaceful day at UA, except at the front gates, where a horde of reporters gathered, all wanting to speak with Izuku about what had happened with Sir Night Eye and why he had attacked him. In the background, one person held a giant sign that read, "Nizu orchestrated all this to gain more power. Everyone listen to me. The UA principal did this. Look at this," he shouted, pulling out photos that showed important historical events with Nizu present in the background. It's obvious he's pulling the strings behind all of this. As he yelled, he failed to notice 4 black SUVs pull up, and several men in suits approached him. "Sir, you're going to have to come with us for questioning," one man said, holding HAFS. "Never. You can't silence the truth. They will learn," the man yelled before being grabbed by 2 agents and dragged into a van. Some onlookers looked concerned, but the first agent pulled out a badge. "Forgive me, everyone. Official government business." Confused, the crowd shrugged it off and returned to trying to question Izuku. Meanwhile, in the van, the man thrashed around, trying to escape. "You can't stop me. I'll show the world the truth about the principal." The first agent remained silent but pulled out a phone and called someone. "Nizu-sama, the man has been captured. What category of re-education should we put him in?" "Category 2, agent, make sure you wipe his memory first. We can't let people know that a god is here," Nizu instructed. After that, the SUVs left. Inside UA, Izuku looked out the window at the crowd. "Are you all right, son?" All Might asked, walking up to him and patting his back. "Yeah. What should I do?" Izuku asked, seeking guidance from All Might. "I'd say tell them the truth before they come up with their own theories, even though you did yell at Night Eye about Eri," All Might suggested. "Right. Thanks, Div. That helps. I'll go and tell them without revealing any important information," Izuku said as he walked away. "He's quite a talented one," All Might remarked as Nizu appeared beside him, holding a cup of tea. "I agree, Principal Nizu. Hopefully, this doesn't ruin his career," All Might said, watching Izuku head toward the front gates. "Oh, don't worry. I'll make sure it doesn't. After all, he's my new favorite student and your successor. Plus, the readers wouldn't like that," Nizu replied with a smile. "What are we?" All Might began, but he cut himself off when he noticed Nizu had vanished. "Nizu scares me," All Might muttered before heading to his office, trying to ignore the fact that Nizu could just disappear. At the UA gates, Izuku approached the reporters and took a deep breath to calm his nerves. "Mr. Deku, why did you punch Sir Night Eye?" one reporter shouted. "Mr. Deku, is it true that you attacked him because of a girl?" another asked. "Mr. Deku, if what you said is true, what will you do?" a third reporter pressed. As the reporters bombarded him with questions, Izuku felt overwhelmed. He raised his hand, and after a few seconds, they quieted down. "I'll answer most of your questions, but not all of them due to hero business, and we don't want to put the victim in danger," Izuku said, gesturing toward a reporter. "Mr. Deku, what was the true reason you attacked Sir Night Eye?" the female reporter asked, holding her microphone toward him. "Sigh, truthfully, it was for multiple reasons, but most are private and can't be disclosed. The main reason was that I found someone I was trying to save. But because it interfered with his investigation, he stopped me, even though it put the victim in danger. She was only a little girl, around the age of 5 or 6, but because of his investigation he stopped me," Izuku explained. Many reporters looked horrified that Night Eye would prevent Deku from saving a girl in obvious distress for the sake of an investigation. Another reporter raised his microphone to Izuku. "Mr. Deku, if that is true, what will you be doing?" he asked. "I can't say much, but I will save her even if it means I have to fight an entire crime organization by myself." Izuku was determined to seek help from other heroes and was in the midst of an interview with reporters. He answered many of their questions, but some he had to decline for various reasons. After a while, he concluded the interview and asked the reporters to leave. Across Japan, many viewers felt outraged at Night Eye for his inaction, questioning how he could call himself a hero while ignoring someone in distress. Back at UA, Izuku grabbed his P uniform and headed to training grounds Gamma to improve his quirk and grow stronger. Upon arrival, he began jumping through the city, bouncing off buildings, stopping occasionally to do push-ups and sit-ups. He was so engrossed in his training that he didn't notice someone had arrived. As he practiced a spin kick, he heard someone land beside him. Turning, he was surprised to see Miruko, dressed in gray gym shorts and a sports bra. "Hello, little bunny. It's been a while, hasn't it?" Miruko said, walking toward him with a playful smile. Yeah, it has, Miruko," Izuku replied, trying to suppress his blush. "I've seen how well you've been doing. You hit the ground running and I like that. How about we train together and have a quick spar?" Miruko suggested, her excitement evident. Izuku thought for a moment before nodding. "Sure, I don't see anything wrong with it. I hope you can keep up. I've gotten faster and stronger since then." Miruko's ears perked up, and her foot tapped eagerly. "Oh, you're on, you little pellet stain," she exclaimed, grinning as they both positioned themselves at the edge of the building. "The rules are the same as before. Whoever reaches the gate first wins and makes the loser by lunch," Izuku stated, preparing to jump. But this time I'm not going easy on you," Miruko replied, getting ready as well. With a silent countdown, they both launched into the city, a blur of green and white racing toward the exit. "You've gotten faster but not fast enough," Miruko called out, picking up speed and pulling ahead. Izuku quickly increased his pace, catching up to her. When she turned around and saw him right behind her, she felt a surge of pride, quickly followed by determination to push herself harder. As they continued bounding through the city, the gate came into view, and they traded the lead back and forth. "I'm not going to let you beat me," Miruko shouted, giving it her all to maintain her lead. "And I'm going to surpass you," Izuku declared, pushing one for all to 40% and overtaking her, winning the race by a mere second. "Finally beat you, Miruko," Izuku breathed, trying to catch his breath and ignore the strain in his muscles. "Well, a deal is a deal, but let's take a quick break before we spar," Miruko suggested, plopping down on the ground to recover. Izuku joined her, and they rested for 10 minutes before standing up again. "Let's see how you do in a spar," Miruko said, cracking her neck. Izuku made a mental note to ask her how to do that later. "You're right, let's go." They raced toward each other, blocking each other's powerful high kicks. Miruko overpowered him and jumped into the air, executing a spinning kick. Izuku raised his arm to block, but the force sent him flying. Using Black Whip, he grabbed the ground to slow his fall. He bounded back toward her, throwing a punch that she caught, wincing slightly from the impact. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku ensnared her arm with Black Whip, preventing her escape. He kneed her in the gut while she retaliated with a punch to his face. They exchanged blows until Izuku released her and kicked her away. Miruko skidded across the ground and, recovering quickly, kicked a car at Izuku. He caught the car but was sent flying about 20 meters. Setting it down, he used Black Whip to grab 2 buildings, launching himself at Miruko. She dodged the attack, but Black Whip caught her foot, throwing her into a building. Miruko rolled through the debris and stood up, grinning. "You're getting really good. I've never been this excited before." Izuku smiled back. "I've been training very hard." "Then show me what you've got, Izuku," Miruko challenged, and they blasted off again. Inside the building, they became blurs, clashing and creating shockwaves that shattered the floor beneath them. Izuku landed strategically, allowing her to overshoot her. Now behind her, he quickly put her in a chokehold while trying to restrain her arms. Miruko panicked, throwing kicks wildly to break free. As she flailed, Izuku could hear her soft gasps. In a moment of desperation, she launched a powerful kick that sent them crashing through a wall into another room. Regretting her decision, she tried to break his hold again. Izuku felt her leg collide with his arm and used his free hand to grab it, holding it in place. "Tap out, Miruko," he urged, straining to maintain his grip. Miruko continued to fight, but soon began to feel lightheaded from the lack of air and blood flow. Izuku sighed in relief when Miruko finally blacked out and went limp. He released his hold on her and took a moment to catch his breath. That was harder than I expected, he said, slowly standing up and looking at Miruko. I guess I better take you to Recovery Girl. After dropping Miruko off at Recovery Girl's office and receiving treatment himself, Izuku returned to class to spend time with his friends. Hey, Kaken, how's it going? Izuku waved to his friend, who was busy making dinner. Pretty good. What happened to your face? It's looking worse than usual, Katsuki replied. Training. But if I'm ugly and have a girlfriend, what does that say about you? Izuku teased. Katsuki felt a vein pop on his forehead. I can get a girl anytime I want, Deku. It's just that none of them meet my standards. What about that Kami girl? You two seem pretty close, Todoroki chimed in as he entered the kitchen to grab a drink. Katsuki blushed slightly and glared at Todoroki. She's just annoying and won't leave me alone. This doesn't concern you, half and half. Is that why you asked her for her phone number? Todoroki asked with a blank expression, which only made Katsuki angrier. I'm going to kill you. Katsuki shouted, sparks flying from his hands. Izuku laughed at his friend's antics until he was interrupted by Shinso. Hey, Midoriya, can I ask you something? Shinso said, looking a bit embarrassed. Sure, what's up? Izuku replied curiously. Would it be all right if I intern under you? Shinso asked, both nervous and shy. Would I even be allowed to intern you? Izuku wondered. Don't worry, Midoriya. I'll make sure you can, Nizu said, appearing from above and walking toward them. Just let me know if you want to, and I'll make it happen. Well, I guess I can, Izuku said, making Shinso smile. Thank you, Midoriya, Shinso replied. Very well, I'll get it done and send over what you need to sign. Anyway, I must go, my people need me. Nizu said before slowly fading away. Everyone paused, staring at the spot where Nizu had been. How did he do that? Shoji asked, looking concerned. I have no idea, but my grandpa told me not to question what Nizu can do, Denki said. As everyone recovered from the shock and returned to their activities, Ochako approached Izuku. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and Miruko strode in, bandages wrapped around her. She walked straight up to Izuku, wearing an expression that made him and Ochako nervous. So, you beat me, Miruko said with a small smile. Yeah, I finally beat you in a one-on-one spar, Izuku replied, scratching the back of his head. I guess you did, and because of that, you're going to be my boyfriend, Miruko said, smirking and sounding completely serious. Everyone fell silent, unsure of how to react. What? Izuku exclaimed, completely confused. Miruko simply grabbed him and kissed him. It was an unexpected kiss, full of passion. When she pulled away, she rubbed her chin on his head, marking him. Izuku stumbled back, his face flushed as he tried to process what had just happened. I can't believe he has a girlfriend, and it's me, Ochako declared, marching up to Miruko with a glare. I'm not against sharing and I'm not going down without a fight, Miruko replied, smirking as she met Ochako's glare. The rest of the class watched, trying to make sense of the situation. So, Midoriya has two girlfriends, Shinso said before bursting into laughter. Meanwhile, in Nizu's office, Nizu was laughing maniacally, slamming his fist on the table. Oh, this is too entertaining. I need to ensure Uraraka accepts this for everyone's enjoyment, he said. Aizawa, who was also in the room, raised an eyebrow in confusion. What readers? The ones reading this right now, Nizu replied, turning to look at Aizawa. Nizu, do we need to take you to a therapist? There's no one reading this. This is real life, Aizawa said, growing concerned. Don't worry, Aizawa. I'm fine. I just forgot you're not aware of what's going on and what I'm writing, Nizu said, opening Wattpad on his computer. Anyway, you're free to go. I must work on my other stories. Aizawa left, making a mental note to ask Hound Dog to check on Nizu's mental health. What does he think he is, some sort of god that controls this universe? Aizawa thought as he walked away. Nizu leaned back in his chair, satisfied with his day of mischief. I have returned from the wretched abyss known as the Dead Zone, and I have come back for what is rightfully mine, Garlic Jr. declared before a black fog enveloped him. Suddenly, a panicked voice broke through the air. What is this? I don't remember releasing the black zone on this one. Oh no, get it off me, stop it. Garlic Jr. screamed as he was consumed by the darkness and vanished. Aizawa walked through the door, his eyes widening in shock. Principal Nizu, what happened here? He yelled. Oh, don't worry, Aizawa. I just had a bit of Italian for dinner, Nizu replied casually. What does that have to do with? Aizawa began, but Nizu cut him off. Because it was nothing but garlic, he exclaimed. After a sigh, Nizu continued, I think I need to de-stress. And I know just how. Aizawa paled slightly and hesitantly asked, how? Nizu smiled with his eyes closed, a dark aura forming around him. I'm going to ask Midoriya to help me mess with Class 1A. Oh, it will be so much fun. As Nizu left, Aizawa stood in the office, pale as a ghost. May God have mercy on their souls, he muttered. Outside the door, Nizu shouted, Where'd be the fun in that? As he headed for the gym where Izuku should be. It had been a week since the incident with Miruko, and things had become awkward for Izuku. Ochako was not pleased with Miruko's actions. I'm still not happy with what she did, and now she says she and I are dating you, Ochako pouted. I know, Ochako. I wasn't expecting that either, Izuku replied, rubbing the back of his head. The two were sitting in his room, trying to relax, with Izuku attempting to calm her down. Ochako, I don't want this to sound wrong, but how about you talk to her and see why she did that? And why she wants to be with me? Izuku suggested, blushing slightly. Ochako paused for a moment, considering his words before sighing. All right, Izuku. I'll try to talk to her and understand her point of view. Izuku smiled and pulled her into a hug. No matter what, I'll always love you, Ochako. She smiled back and kissed his cheek. And I love you too, Izuku. Leaning her head on his shoulder, she asked, Wanna watch a movie? Izuku nodded, and they turned on the TV to enjoy a film together. Izuku was sitting in the gym, waiting for Shinso to arrive for a training session. Hey, Midoriya. I'm here. Shinso called out as he walked toward Izuku, wearing his new hero costume. Wow, Shinso, your costume really suits you. It looks very practical too, Izuku said, nodding in approval. Thanks. So what will we do today? Shinso asked, stretching his arms. I'll see how good you are, and then we'll go on patrol, Izuku replied, stretching as well. Shinso nodded, grabbing the scarf around his neck and taking a stance similar to Aizawa's. Izuku lowered his body, spreading his legs slightly and raising his arms, preparing for the spar. The two stared at each other before Shinso launched his capture scarf at Izuku, attempting to bind his hands. Izuku rolled out of the way and flicked his finger at Shinso, who barely dodged it, causing it to destroy the wall behind him. Shinso felt a cold sweat trickle down his neck as he looked at the damage. What's wrong, Shinso? You said you want to be a hero, so show me your drive and prove your doubters wrong, Izuku encouraged with a smile. Shinso's expression hardened as he charged at Izuku, grabbing dust from the ground and throwing it at him. Izuku shielded his eyes from the dust but was met with a sudden knee to the stomach, followed by an elbow to the side of his head. He staggered back but quickly regained his balance, using 3% OFA to launch himself at Shinso with a flying kick, sending him back. As Shinso stood up, preparing to attack again, both heard clapping. They turned to see Nizu approaching, applauding them. You're doing very well, Shinso, and so are you, Midoriya. I need your assistance. Also, Shinso, can you gather all of Class 1A? Tell them to go to the training grounds. I have some special training planned for them, Nizu said with a mischievous smile. Both Izuku and Shinso exchanged worried glances but nodded. Izuku followed Nizu while Shinso headed to gather Class 1A. All of Class 1A was gathered at the training grounds, looking around in confusion. What are we doing here? Katsuki asked, slightly annoyed. I don't know, you overgrown Pomeranian. Nizu just told me to bring everyone here, Shinso replied. Katsuki's frustration was evident as he tried to keep his temper in check. You know, Bakugo, I've been wondering. Are you always just angry because you're overcompensating for something? Todoroki asked with his usual blank expression. What does that mean? Katsuki shouted, explosions forming in his hands. I think he just said you have a small ego, Jiro chimed in with a snicker. The class erupted in laughter, but their amusement was cut short when a giant shadow loomed above them. They looked up to see a semi-trailer hurtling toward them, prompting everyone to scatter to avoid it. The trailer crashed into the ground with a loud boom, leaving the class in shock. Who is throwing semi-trailers? Mina asked, concern etched on her face. As another trailer came barreling toward them, they all dodged again. I'm going to find out who is doing this. Katsuki yelled, narrowly avoiding a grand piano that followed. Insane laughter echoed from the direction of the falling objects, sending a chill down their spines. I think it's Nizu. Didn't he try to convince Midoriya to throw these things? Ida said, dodging a road roller. I'm going to get that rat. Katsuki shouted, unaware he was digging his own grave. Nizu's eye twitched as he looked at Izuku, who was about to throw another semi-trailer. Wait, Midoriya. Stop. I have something else for you to throw, Nizu said as Izuku dropped the trailer. Nizu walked over, grabbed a rock, and handed it to Izuku. Okay, now use 7% and aim 60 degrees up and 8 degrees to the right. Izuku raised an eyebrow but followed the instructions. Good, now throw it, Nizu instructed, watching as Izuku launched the rock into the distance. Meanwhile, Katsuki dodged another piano and stood up, breathing. I guess that the best you can do, hey, he yelled before being hit by the rock. Katsuki fell to the ground, his voice high-pitched. Why there? He squeaked as Nizu laughed heartily. Bakubro! Kirishima yelled, rushing to Katsuki and lifting him up. Are you okay? I was hit there. How do you think I feel? Katsuki glared, still wincing. Don't worry, Bakubro. I'll avenge you, Kirishima declared, dropping Katsuki and running off. I'll avenge Bakugo with my manly spirit. He was cut off when a semi-trailer landed nearby, but fortunately his quirk was active. Everyone felt a bit sorry for him but had to keep dodging the flying objects. After 30 more minutes of chaos, the class lay on the ground, breathing heavily. Everything hurts, Momo said before collapsing. I don't like swearing, but it hurts, Ida remarked, wondering how he survived. As they struggled to recover, Izuku and Nizu approached them. Looks like you all had fun, Nizu said with a smile. Now, let's do some stamina training. Everyone groaned and slowly stood up, still exhausted. They prepared to run when a whistle caught their attention. They turned to see Aizawa on all fours, wearing a saddle with Nizu sitting on it like a cowboy. All right, you all start running. I need to find Dutch so we can get our money to go to Tahiti, Nizu said cheerfully. I will end you if you ever mention this, Aizawa muttered, clearly embarrassed. I'd like to see you try. Now let's go, Aizawa. We're robbing the bank in St. Denis, Nizu exclaimed, kicking Aizawa's sides as he galloped away. The class stood there for another 5 minutes, trying to process what just happened, but eventually gave up as their heads began to hurt. 2 days later, Izuku and Shinso sat in a conference room filled with various heroes and friends. He noticed Ryukyu with Ochako, Tsu, and Nijire, as well as Fat Gum with Tamaki and Kirishima. Rock Lock sat across the table with Aizawa, Mirio, and Night Eye's sidekicks. Almost everyone in the room glared at Night Eye, who stood at the front. Thank you all for coming. I called you here to help us take down the Yakuza, Night Eye began, receiving a glare from Izuku. A week ago, I went on patrol with Deku, and we found a little girl under Overhaul's care. I told Deku not to interfere to avoid compromising my investigation. Now we have enough evidence to launch a raid, partly thanks to Fat Gum and his sidekick finding some of their products. Night Eye pulled out a red bullet with a needle at the end. This can erase quirks, and we found it was made from human cells. Suddenly, Izuku's fist slammed through the table as he glared at Night Eye. We could have saved her that day. Look at her now. She was obviously being abused, but you said no. His intensity frightened some in the room. We didn't have enough evidence then, but now we do. We will save her, Night Eye replied, brushing off Izuku's outburst. After we save her, my agency will take care of her, and we will get someone to help her. No. You abandoned her when she needed help. You should be the last person near her, Izuku shot back. I agree with Deku. After abandoning her, she'll likely stay away from you, Ryukyu added. The others nodded in agreement, prompting Night Eye to sigh and adjust his glasses. No matter. After we save her and defeat the Yakuza, she'll be safe. Now let's start making plans, Night Eye said. The next day, they stood in front of the Yakuza's building. I promise, Eri, I will save you, Izuku thought, feeling one for all resonate with determination. Suddenly, the door burst open and a massive man charged out, intent on taking down as many heroes and officers as possible. However, he barely got 10 feet before a green blur struck him. Tokyo Smash! Izuku shouted, delivering a powerful axe kick that sent the man crashing into the ground, creating a 30-foot crater. I don't have time for people like you. I have someone to save, Izuku declared, glaring as he moved toward the door. Meanwhile, in a dark lab, Eri hugged her legs, feeling alone and hopeless. Suddenly, she sensed a flicker of hope. As she looked up, her eyes widened at the sounds of explosions and the building shaking. He's saving me, Eri whispered, tears of happiness and hope streaming down her face for the first time. Izuku continued to push through the Yakuza base, determined to rescue her, defeating any villain that dared to stand in his way. He turned a corner, ready for whatever awaited him next. They were both simultaneously thrown through a wall and knocked unconscious from the impact. The other heroes noticed that Izuku was on a mission and was determined not to let anything stop him. As they passed the bodies of the unconscious villains, the police began to arrest them. Deku is really intense, Shinso said, a hint of fear in his voice. I don't blame him, Aizawa replied. After everything he's been through, especially with Night Eye and Eri, he has every right to be angry. But I hope he doesn't let that anger consume him. They turned a corner, and Izuku stopped, looking back at them. I'm going ahead to try and save her. With that, he vanished in a blur of green. Shinso, Aizawa, and Mirio followed, but they struggled to keep up as they ran down the halls. Soon, they found themselves disoriented and realized Izuku was no longer with them. What's going on? Where's Deku? Shinso said, feeling dizzy as he slowly sank to the ground. Don't worry about it, a slurred voice said. The lead gave us some surprises. Just for him. Izuku stood in a massive room facing 30 Nomu, all staring at him. Before he could react, a TV behind the Nomu flickered on, revealing Overhaul. Why if it isn't Deku? So nice of you to join us, Overhaul said with a sarcastic tone. Where is Eri? Izuku demanded through gritted teeth. Oh, she's safe. But I have a present for you. I made it just for you, Overhaul replied, and the screen changed. Izuku watched in horror as the footage showed Overhaul performing brutal experiments on Eri, her screams echoing in his mind. Rage surged within him, and he felt one for all roaring in agreement. You're coming with us, alive or in a body bag, Overhaul, he declared, powering up his quirk. Before the first Nomu could react, Izuku was upon it, slamming his foot into its head, shattering its skull with one kick. He quickly turned and grabbed another Nomu's fist, punching it in the gut and sending it flying across the room. Suddenly, a Nomu with a claw quirk slashed down Izuku's back. Before he could recover, another Nomu punched him in the stomach, and soon they were all ganging up on him. As the Nomu continued to beat him, Izuku struggled to think of a way out of this situation. Then an idea struck him. Concentrating, he unleashed Black Whip, sending tendrils out in all directions and slamming most of the Nomu into the walls. He slumped down, breathing slightly, before using 20% of his power and blitzing toward a group of them, taking them out swiftly. After dispatching 5 Nomu, he turned to face the remaining ones, preparing for the next wave of battle, unaware that a pair of eyes were watching him closely, analyzing his fighting style. Meanwhile, Shinso, Aizawa, and Mirio struggled against the dizziness. Shinso decided to use his quirk. This is a really lame quirk, he said, hoping to bait the enemy. What the foo? The voice began, but then it stopped, and his quirk deactivated. Good. Now walk to the police officers and let them arrest you, Shinso instructed, watching as the enemy began to walk toward the cops. Good job, Shinso. Now let's go save Eri. Mirio, use your quirk to get ahead of us and try to stop Overhaul, Aizawa said. Mirio nodded and quickly phased through the floor, disappearing from sight, leaving Aizawa and Shinso behind. So where to now, sensei? Shinso asked. We go this way to take out any other villains. Now come on, Aizawa replied, running off. Kirishima stood in front of his Emperor, who was on the ground, struggling to breathe. He faced a villain who was relentlessly attacking him with a barrage of punches. Kirishima dug his feet into the ground, determined to hold on despite the pain. What's wrong, kid? Losing steam? Rappa taunted before landing a hard punch to Kirishima's stomach, sending him flying backward. I'm so weak. I try to be a shield. And yet I can't save anyone. What should I do? Kirishima thought desperately before a memory surfaced. As long as there is a drop of blood in my body or a single breath of air in my lungs, even if my body and spirit are broken, I will continue to stand. And I will beat you all for one, Izuku had said. Midoriyabro is right. No matter what, I will not break or falter. Kirishima shouted, forcing himself back up. He activated his quirk to the maximum. Harder, stronger. Become unbreakable. Become the wall that shall never break, he thought as his quirk enveloped his entire body. Red Riot unbreakable. Do you think that can stop me? Dream on. Now die. Rappa screamed, charging at him. Rappa continued to attack Kirishima with a relentless storm of punches, but Kirishima took every one of them. Come on, kid, show me what you got, or is this all you have? Rappa challenged, increasing the speed of his punches. If I crack, then I'll fix it. I shall become the hero that protects and shields everyone, and that's why. Kirishima thought. I made a promise and I won't break it. Now get out of my way, he yelled, delivering a powerful uppercut to Rappa. The force of the blow knocked Rappa out cold. What? Rappa, how? Tengai shouted in disbelief, backing away. Kirishima began to lose his balance from the punches he had taken but quickly steadied himself. Just like Midoriyabro said, I will stand until. You, he said before he fell, but Fat Gum caught him. Good job, kid. Now let me handle the rest, said a now slim Fat Gum, his fists glowing with power. You hurt my students, you hurt my comrades, and now I'm going to hurt you, Fat Gum declared, charging at Tengai with his fist drawn back, ready to break through the barrier. You're beaten because you doubted Riot's spirit, he shouted as his fist collided with the shield, sending Tengai crashing through the wall. Fat Gum smiled at the sight of the defeated villains before collapsing, losing consciousness quickly. Mirio landed in a room where he spotted Overhaul with Eri, making their way toward the exit. He knew he had to stop them. Disappearing into the ground, he reappeared beside Overhaul and punched him in the face, cracking his mask slightly. Quickly, he grabbed Eri and jumped away, gently placing her down. Don't worry, we're here and we'll save you, Mirio assured her as he prepared to confront Overhaul. You disgusting heroes just don't understand. Now I'm going to kill you, Overhaul replied, reaching for his glove. Mirio clenched his fists and charged at him. Izuku breathed heavily, standing before a pile of defeated Nomu. His costume was in tatters, his special gauntlets broken, and most of his suit reduced to torn cloth. Fortunately, the deep cuts on his back had stopped bleeding, so he didn't have to worry about blood loss for the moment. To save Eri, he thought, slowly making his way to the doors the Nomu had come from. Suddenly, another Nomu landed in front of him, resembling the one from the USJ. K.Ill weakling. Say you die. Now, the Nomu spoke slowly. Wait. Can talk? Izuku exclaimed in disbelief just before the Nomu appeared in front of him and slammed him into the ground. Kill. Tank, listen. To Mr. The now-named Tank said. Panicking, Izuku tried to pry Tank's hand off his neck, but it was no use. He cranked up his strength to the maximum without his gauntlets, but his fingers didn't budge. Damn it, he thought, desperately searching for a way out. Just then, he felt the grip loosen and quickly struck the Nomu across the face, sending him flying backward. Looking behind him, Izuku saw a slightly more tired Aizawa and Shinso, both covered in cuts and bruises. "Deku, you okay?" Aizawa asked, standing next to his student. "Yeah. Just peachy," Izuku replied sarcastically. Aizawa ignored the comment and focused on the massive Nomu, recalling the USJ incident. "Tell us about that freak in front of us." "He's strong and fast like the one at the USJ, but he can also talk," Izuku explained, shocking his companions. "Well, great, what's next? Are you the son of a supervillain and our principal a god?" Shinso quipped, unaware that he made all for one and knees a sneeze. "Okay, but how are we going to beat it?" Aizawa pondered, trying to devise a strategy. "If he can talk, then he'll be a lot smarter than the others we've seen so far." "Well, my best idea right now is to distract it while you deactivate its quirk. Then Shinso can use his quirk on it to make it stop so we can take it down," Izuku suggested, flexing his fingers and arms to loosen them up. "Are you sure, problem child? I really don't want to be on your girlfriend's, your parents', and Nizu's bad side," Aizawa warned. Izuku's face turned bright red as he stuttered, "I only have one girlfriend. From what I've seen with how Miruko is, you'll probably end up with two, especially if Nizu decides to make it happen," Aizawa remarked. Izuku blushed even more, trying to calm down. "Shut up. Anyway, let's beat this thing." He quickly jumped to 30% power and charged at the Nomu, landing a punch in its stomach, but it didn't even flinch. The Nomu retaliated, sending Izuku crashing into the wall, where he felt 3 ribs break. Aizawa quickly deactivated his quirk before the Nomu could attack again. Ignoring the pain, Izuku charged once more. "Kagaya Moon," he shouted, delivering a brutal kick to the Nomu's face, sending it flying back several feet. Tank slowly stood up, confused. "But this thing hurt." "Tank can't hurt. Tank is strongest. Sure made me kill Green Man," he said. "Well, sorry to tell you, but you're weak, you ugly freak," Shinso smirked. "No. Tank is sister," Tank yelled before his body went limp. "But now what should we do? This thing is smart, and the only option we have is to take it down. But Deku is the only one who can do it, and it will cost him," Shinso said. "If it's the only way, then I'll do it," Izuku replied, preparing himself to sacrifice his arm once again. Aizawa was concerned about this being the only solution, knowing Izuku was the only one strong enough to do it, but it would come at a cost. 100% Alaska, Texas smash. Izuku yelled as he punched Tank with such force that it destroyed all of his internal organs, rendering him lifeless. The impact sent Tank flying, demolishing everything in his path as he collapsed to the ground. Izuku's left arm hung limply, now purple and bleeding as he hissed in pain. He looked down the massive hall he had created and saw a wide-eyed overhaul. Without hesitation, he disappeared in a green blur, racing toward him with the intent to fight. Aizawa and Shinso were about to follow when Himiko and Compress blocked their path. Mirio and Sir Night-Eye were in a fierce battle, desperately trying to defeat Overhaul while protecting Eri. "Sir Night, get Eri out of here." "I'll hold him off," Mirio insisted, holding his side and struggling to activate his quirk. "No, Mirio, you go. I can hold him long enough," Night-Eye replied. Before they could decide further, a massive explosion rocked the room, blowing a hole in the wall. Overhaul turned to look, but before he could react, Izuku appeared in front of him and kicked him with 27% power. Overhaul went flying, crashing through a series of spike walls he had created and becoming embedded in one of them. Izuku slowly stood up, lightning coursing over him like snakes wrapping around their prey. "That." Everyone looked at Izuku, wide-eyed at how injured he appeared, yet he remained standing. One person, in particular, gazed at him with a mix of shock and hope in her eyes. Izuku slowly turned to meet her gaze and smiled. "I promised you, Eri, I'd save you." Unbeknownst to her, tears streamed down Eri's face, and a warm feeling began to return. "But why? Why are you doing so much to save me?" Eri sobbed. "Because that's what heroes do," Izuku replied, a smile still on his face. Their moment was interrupted by Overhaul, who stood up and glared at Izuku. "So, Deku, I see you survived that gift Shigaraki gave me," he said, healing his wounds. Indeed I did, and I'm going to put both you and him in Tartarus myself, Izuku declared, wincing from the pain. Overhaul smirked. Heh, I'd like to see you try. I'm going to enjoy slowly defeating you while making Eri watch. Eri flinched at Overhaul's words, instinctively moving closer to Izuku for protection. Mirio, get her out of here. I'll handle it from here, Izuku urged. What? But you're too injured. Mirio protested, wincing from the pain in his side. No, just go. I'll be fine, I promise. Don't worry, Aizawa and Shinso will be here shortly, Izuku insisted. Reluctantly, Mirio nodded and gently took Eri, leading her toward the exit. Izuku quickly dashed toward Overhaul, attempting to strike him, but the pain in his body slowed him down. Overhaul created a wall in front of him, stopping Izuku's attack, then conjured spikes and sent them flying toward him. Izuku tried to dodge but was hit, suffering an injury that left a hole in his leg, slowing him even more. Yet, he stood up again, determination in his eyes. Beat you. No matter what. Night Eye, watching from the sidelines, began to understand why All Might had chosen Izuku. When he saw Izuku in danger, his body moved before he even realized it. Overhaul, filled with rage, created a spike that pierced through Izuku's foot and was about to unleash another attack when Night Eye jumped in front of him, taking the blow. Izuku stared at Night Eye in shock, unable to comprehend why he would do such a thing. Night Eye. Why? He asked, confused. Because. I finally realize why he chose you. I can't make it up to you, but I'll make sure you survive this fight, Night Eye replied, coughing up blood. See, heroes are such a disease, and I'm going to eradicate all of you, Overhaul sneered, advancing toward Night Eye. Izuku watched as Overhaul slammed his hand into the ground, grabbing Night. He jumped away, but his injured leg hindered his escape. As the spikes drew closer, a strange sensation washed over him, and he began to float upward. Izuku floated away and landed near the door, astonished, before everything froze, and he found himself in the place where he had met a mysterious figure before. Look at you, kid. You're making progress terrifyingly fast, and pretty soon you'll be more than strong enough for them all, said the woman he recognized from the hospital. She approached him and placed her hand on his shoulder. You just used my quirk, called float. Imagine your soul getting lighter to float up, and the opposite to go down. If your version is stronger than mine, you'll basically be able to fly, she explained before beginning to fade away. It's my time to go, but remember, we are all with you. Don't lose sight of yourself the higher you get. Izuku looked over and saw Overhaul with a confused expression, clearly unsettled by what had just happened. Well, that was interesting, but no matter, you'll die all the same, Overhaul said, reaching over to touch his fallen henchman. Izuku set Night Eye down and charged at Overhaul again, attempting to kick him. Overhaul raised his grotesque arm to block the attack. Seizing the moment, Izuku used float to maneuver behind him, employing Black Whip to grab him. He pulled Overhaul toward himself and kicked him with his good leg. Overhaul was sent flying back, using his quirk to create a mouth on his hand, screaming, Eri! He's going to die, and it's all your fault. If you want him to live, come back here now. Izuku glared at Overhaul, preparing to attack once more, when he noticed Eri returning. And no, please stop. Please don't kill him. Eri pleaded, tears in her eyes, hoping he would listen. Overhaul grinned maliciously, crafting a massive spike and sending it toward her, fully aware of the consequences. Eri closed her eyes in fear, but instead of pain, she felt warm liquid on her face. Slowly, she opened her eyes, horror washing over her as she saw Izuku standing in front of her, hands gripping the spike that had pierced his stomach. Okay. Eri? Izuku asked, his voice weak as he began to lose consciousness. Eri could only stare in horror as Izuku collapsed to the ground, a pool of blood forming beneath him. And no, please. Please don't go. Please. Please get up. Deku! Eri cried, her horn beginning to glow. It's all your fault, Eri. This all happened because of you, and I'm going to punish you severely. I'm going to tear apart your body and put it back together until you go brain dead. Overhaul growled as he approached her. Eri heard his words but ignored them, desperately trying to heal Izuku. Please. Get up. Please. Don't leave me. Overhaul, seeing Eri's horn glow and her hands on Izuku, panicked and charged toward her, hoping to stop her. He didn't get within 10 feet before they disappeared in a green blur, leaving destruction in their wake. On the ceiling above them, a figure loomed, having emerged from the destruction. Izuku opened his eyes and surveyed the city below before glancing at his arms, where Eri was clinging tightly to him. He gently floated down to the ground, intending to set her down, but she only held on tighter. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed he was no longer injured. "Did you do this, Eri?" he asked. She nodded slowly, and a smile spread across his face as he placed a hand on her head, gently rubbing it. "Thank you, Eri. You saved my life. I guess that makes you my hero today." Eri's eyes widened, and she seemed about to respond when a massive figure, Overhaul, emerged from the hole in the ground. "Give her back," he screamed in a terrifying voice as a news helicopter hovered above, capturing the scene. Izuku turned to Eri. "Eri, I'm going to need your help," he said, placing her on his back and securing her with Mirio's torn cape. "No, I'll hurt you. I'll make you disappear," Eri protested, clinging to him. "No, you won't," Izuku reassured her, meeting her gaze. "I believe in you, Eri. I know you can do it." Eri nodded slowly and activated her quirk, causing Izuku to hiss in pain. "One for all, 100%, he declared, his body glowing green with energy, lightning crackling around him. The sheer power he radiated cracked the ground beneath his feet. As Overhaul lunged to attack, half of his monstrous body was obliterated in an instant. Enraged, he turned to see Izuku soaring high above him, zipping around like a bolt of green lightning. Izuku vanished in a blur, reappearing directly above Overhaul, using Black Whip to grab him and hurl him into the sky. Overhaul flailed, trying to regain control when he heard Izuku's voice. "Special move. Machine gun punches." In the blink of an eye, Izuku unleashed a flurry of over 500 punches, each infused with 100% of his power. Overhaul was sent crashing into the ground, rising with a fierce glare. "You don't understand why I'm doing this. This is for the betterment of humanity. Now give her back," he shouted, leaping into the air, intent on attacking Izuku. "And you don't understand, Overhaul," Izuku replied, striking him again, causing his body to reform. "This world has enough monsters, and I'm going to make it a better place, one villain at a time." Overhaul looked up to see Izuku hovering above him, fist drawn back, the sky darkening around him, illuminated only by his glow. His eyes widened as he noticed 8 glowing stars behind Izuku, amplifying the power in his fist. Then, something darker caught his attention. A man in a suit with unkempt white hair and green eyes that flashed red, extending his hand toward him. Overhaul felt as if death itself was staring into his soul. He was jolted back to reality by Izuku's shout. "Japan!" Smash! Izuku's fist collided with Overhaul, sending him crashing into the ground and knocking him out instantly. The force of the punch created massive shockwaves, dispersing nearby clouds. Izuku landed and looked at Overhaul's unconscious form, his body screaming in pain from the battle and the strain of using 100%. He fell to one knee, deactivating his quirk, and Eri did the same. Just as he was about to collapse, he caught her and held her close. "You're safe now, Eri. I promise," he said softly, watching as her eyes slowly closed from exhaustion. Nearby, everyone was gathered around ambulances, receiving treatment, while Izuku felt extremely weak from overexertion. Suddenly, another explosion echoed, and they saw Overhaul had killed several heroes and police officers nearby. Izuku noticed needles scattered on the ground, the same ones used for Trigger. "If I can't have her, then no one can." Overhaul roared, his berserk state evident as he continued his rampage. Izuku clenched his teeth in anger, realizing that Shinso and Aizawa had just left in ambulances for the hospital. He charged at Overhaul, who had spotted Eri in one of the ambulances and was intent on reaching her. Izuku tackled Overhaul from behind, attempting to put him in a chokehold, but the effects of Trigger made Overhaul relentless. Desperation surged within Izuku as he began to punch him with all his strength, but Overhaul seemed unfazed. I can't have her. I must kill her, he screamed. In that moment of desperation, Izuku recalled a conversation with Gran Torino when he first became a pro-hero. Izuku, sometimes heroes have to kill the villain to protect the innocent, Gran Torino had said, shocking him. But we are heroes, we're not supposed to kill. Izuku had protested. Sometimes we have no choice. Would you sacrifice 100 civilians just to throw the villain that killed them in jail? Gran Torino had asked. Izuku's eyes widened at the realization. No. But I won't do it unless I have no other choice, he had replied. Now, faced with Overhaul's intent to kill Eri, Izuku swallowed hard, knowing what he had to do. He positioned one hand on the back of Overhaul's head and the other on his chin, then snapped his neck. Overhaul collapsed to the ground, his eyes glazing over as he uttered his final words, "Boss." Izuku fell to his knees, staring at his trembling hand, the weight of what he had just done crashing over him. He had taken a life. He began to lose consciousness from the shock. He saw Ochako rushing toward him, calling his name. In that moment, Izuku stood in a dark void, gazing down at Overhaul's lifeless body, feeling the gravity of his actions weighing heavily on his soul. You're no better than Shigaraki and All for One, Overhaul said as he began to rise and walk toward Izuku. Izuku took a step back, fear and regret flooding through him. And no, I did what was necessary. Nothing else, he stammered. That's what you say, but you're no better than me. I've killed hundreds. Come on, Deku, accept it, you're a monster, Overhaul continued, closing the distance between them. Izuku shook his head, desperately trying to deny it, when he heard another voice. He's right. You are no better than me or Sensei, and soon you'll be like us, killing everyone you know and love, Shigaraki said, emerging from the shadows with a sickening grin. You proclaim to be a hero, but you're wrong. You're just a monster like all of us, Izuku. Izuku clutched his head, tears streaming down his face. Then he heard a familiar voice. His mother. I can't believe I gave BR to a monster like you, Inko said, looking at him with disappointment. I did what I had to. I didn't have any other choice. Izuku pleaded, desperation creeping into his voice. No, my son is sweet, and all I see is a monster right in front of me, Inko replied, turning away. Izuku felt his heart shatter at her words. Suddenly, all might appeared before him, disappointment etched on his face. I thought I could call you my son. But I was wrong. You're just like All for One and will destroy everything, All Might said. I should never have given you my quirk. Falling to his knees, Izuku sobbed loudly, his heart breaking further with each word. Deku. I thought I could love you, but you became nothing more than a monster, Ochako said before walking away. And no, Ochako, please don't go. Izuku cried out, but it was too late. He looked around and saw all his friends and family, their faces twisted in disappointment, all calling him a monster. Everything he had worked for felt like it was crumbling around him. Just as he was about to give up, two figures approached him. They're wrong. You're not a monster. You're my son, and you did the right thing, said a man with messy white hair and green eyes. Izuku looked up in confusion, recognition dawning on him. Dad. Isashi smiled and knelt down, pulling Izuku into a tight embrace. You're my son, Izuku. Don't let these voices tell you otherwise. You're supposed to be the symbol of hope, so get up and prove them wrong. Remember, I'll always be in your heart, and I will always love you no matter what, he said as he began to fade away. After Hisashi disappeared, the second figure stepped forward, revealing herself to be Eri. He's right. You saved me, and if it weren't for you, I'd still be with that bad man, Eri said, rushing to hug Izuku before starting to vanish as well. Thank you for saving me, Pa. She disappeared before finishing her sentence. Izuku cried for a moment longer before slowly standing up, facing the dark figures that resembled his friends and family. He's right. I'm not a monster, he declared as the dark void around him began to crack, light shining through. I've been pushed down too many times to stay down. I have a job to do. I have to give people hope. The cracks in the void widened, and the shadowy figures screamed in rage. I won't let these negative thoughts control me anymore. I'm the symbol of hope, and no matter how bad things get, I'll keep moving forward. Izuku shouted. The darkness shattered, replaced by a brilliant light. As he looked around, he saw all his friends and family smiling at him. He felt a presence behind him and turned to see 8 figures, 3 of whom he recognized clearly. One was the man who had given him Black Whip, another was Nana, and the last figure caught his attention the most. With long white hair and green eyes, he looked at Izuku with a proud smile, the kind a father would give his child. Before Izuku could react, everything began to fade, and he felt himself being pulled away from that place. Izuku slowly woke up, blinking against the bright hospital lights. As he looked around, he saw Ochako sitting beside him, holding his hand with her head resting on the bed. Across the room, he noticed All Might and his mother, both asleep, Inko leaning on All Might's shoulder. He heard a soft groan and watched as Ochako stirred awake. When she saw him, her eyes lit up. "Izuku!" she exclaimed, pulling him into a tight hug. "I was so worried when you passed out. Are you all right?" Fine, Ochako. "Just still accepting what I did and if it was the right thing," Izuku replied, glancing at his hands, the same hands that had taken Overhaul's life. Ochako looked at him with sadness, pulling him closer and gently stroking the back of his head. "You did the right thing, Izuku. He was going to kill her and everyone in his path if you didn't stop him." Izuku nodded slowly, pulling her into a tighter embrace, savoring the warmth. After a few minutes, he noticed his mother and All Might waking up. Inko immediately shifted into full worry mode. "Oh Izuku, are you okay? Are you still hurt? How are you feeling? What do I need to give you to help?" she cried, tears streaming down her face. Izuku and All Might tried to calm her down while dodging the tears, with Ochako watching in amazement at how much one person could cry. How is she able to cry that much and not get dehydrated? Ochako wondered, trying to comprehend it all. After what felt like an eternity of trying to soothe Inko, the room was filled with a sense of relief as they all began to settle down. Since the hospital staff had to get bathtubs to prevent flooding, Izuku felt a mix of exhaustion and relief. "Mom, I'm okay, just slightly tired, that's all," Izuku reassured her, though she noticed the small bags under his eyes. "Oh, Izuku, I'm so sorry you had to go through that. I saw it on the news, and I felt so bad for you," Inko said, making Izuku's heart sink. What do you mean?" he stammered, hoping she was mistaken. "It was all recorded, but don't worry, no one is blaming you," All Might interjected. "In fact, most people are saying you did the right thing." Izuku slowly nodded, breathing a sigh of relief, grateful he wouldn't be labeled a killer. "All Might, did you ever have to, kill anyone?" Izuku asked hesitantly. All Might paused for a moment before nodding. "Yes, I had to take a life once. He was a supervillain in America, holding an entire skyscraper hostage with over 3,000 people inside. I fought him, but he kept getting up, trying to push the detonator. I had no choice but to stop him. It's something I'm not proud of, but it was necessary." Izuku stared at him, shocked that All Might had experienced something so grave. "I know it's shocking, but sometimes it happens. As long as you can show that you had no other choice, you won't get in trouble. You'll just need to explain your reasons and seek therapy to help cope with it," All Might said, walking over to Izuku and pulling him into a hug. Ochako moved aside to give them space. "You did the right thing, Izuku, and no one will blame you for it," All Might reassured him. Izuku hugged him back. "Thank you, Dad." Their moment was interrupted when Aizawa walked in, heading straight for Izuku. "Problem child," Aizawa said, making Izuku gulp at the serious look in his eyes. "You did the right thing. Midoriya. I'm proud of you for doing what was necessary, even if it was difficult." He reached over and lightly ruffled Izuku's hair, a small smile on his face. "Thank you, Aizawa-sensei," Izuku said, smiling and feeling considerably better. They were interrupted again when the door swung open, and Miruko entered, causing Ochako to give her a small glare. "Oh, there you are, Izuku. I have to say, you did an amazing job taking down that guy," Miruko said with a confident smirk. "Oh, thanks. I'm glad I did well," Izuku replied, scratching the back of his head. Huh, you sure did, Miruko said before turning to Ochako with a sigh. Look, I know we got off on the wrong foot, but can we talk? She gestured toward the door. Ochako was about to protest when she felt Izuku squeeze her hand. Ochako, I think you should talk to her. It might be a good idea. Ochako sighed but nodded. Hey, let's talk. Izuku says I should at least hear your side. Oh, are you the other girl Principal Nizu mentioned who likes my son? Inko asked, making Miruko blush slightly. Izuku nearly choked, mentally noting to speak to Nizu about his personal life, but he knew Nizu would just laugh it off. Yes, I am. My name is Rumi Usajiyama. It's nice to meet you, Miruko said, feeling a bit intimidated. Oh, you are both so appealing. I can't wait to see the grandbabies. Inko exclaimed, already picturing them. If both of you are going to be with my son, let's go talk so I can tell you all about him. She grabbed their hands and led them off, ignoring their blushing faces. Izuku's face turned as red as Kirishima's hair, wishing he could disappear. I'm surprised your mom is okay with two girls liking you, Aizawa remarked, raising an eyebrow. She wants grandbabies. So since both of them like me, Izuku explained, prompting nods from All Might and Aizawa. Oh right, problem child, we need your help, Aizawa said, changing the subject. Eri woke up earlier and is refusing to let anyone near her. The doctors and nurses are worried she'll panic if they get too close. I was able to talk to her, and she said she feels safe with the hero Deku with the green hair who saved me. Izuku looked a little shocked but nodded, slowly standing up with All Might assisting him. Once he regained his footing, he headed toward Eri's room. He opened the door and saw Eri hiding behind the bed. Eri, are you okay? He asked gently, causing her to jump. She looked over, then ran to him, hugging his legs tightly. I thought you left me, Eri said, her voice trembling. Izuku felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He bent down and pulled her into a warm embrace. What? No, I promised I'd never leave you. I was just in another room to get healed, he assured her. Eri nodded, holding him tighter, comforted by the presence of her hero. Izuku stood up while still holding her and walked to the bed. He tried to set her down, but she refused to let go. So, he sat on the bed, holding her in his lap as she continued to cling to him. Aizawa and All Might watched the scene unfold, both feeling their hearts warm at the sight of Eri finding solace in Izuku's presence. Aizawa noticed the look in Eri's eyes, realizing she saw Izuku as her protector and had formed a strong attachment to him. He left the room and grabbed his phone to call Nizu and inform him. Oh Aizawa, how can I help you? Nizu's cheerful voice came through. Nizu, the girl we saved doesn't trust anyone but Izuku, so I think I have an idea on how to help her, Aizawa explained. Oh, and what would that be? Nizu asked, already searching for a way to facilitate the plan. From what I observed, she has imprinted on him and only allows him to get close. I was thinking we could have Midoriya become her guardian, Aizawa suggested. That's a splendid idea. Midoriya would be a great father figure for her. Don't worry, I'll handle the government paperwork. I have enough leverage to make this happen, Nizu replied. Wait, how much leverage do you have? Aizawa inquired. You're better off not knowing, Nizu said, rummaging through his collection of materials. Anyway, I need to run. After this, I have a game of 4D chess with Lelouch, then I need to get back to writing and play my new PS5. Nizu hung up, leaving Aizawa feeling a bit more apprehensive than before. Aizawa returned to the room and saw Izuku on his phone, showing Eri something that captivated her attention. They looked like a father and daughter. Nizu was right. Midoriya, you'll be a great father for her, he thought. Izuku changed the show Eri was watching to a video of his battle with All for One. She had asked to see when he became a hero, and he decided to share that moment with her. During the part where he was thrown away, Eri immediately grabbed his hand, holding it tightly as if she feared he might get hurt again. She watched intently as he fought the villain who had caused so much destruction, wondering why he would risk his life. Deku, why would you do that? Eri asked innocently, not fully understanding his bravery. Because it was the right thing to do. Before I knew it, my legs were already moving. All Might was struggling and needed help, so I decided to assist him because the world still needed him, Izuku explained. Eri looked at him for a moment longer before leaning against his chest, feeling that warm sensation again. She didn't know what it was, but it felt good whenever she was near him. After a minute, the doctor entered the room, asking for All Might. He soon left and returned a few minutes later with a serious expression. Izuku, Night Eye is dying. He asked to see you, All Might said, shocking Izuku. Izuku nodded and stood up, gently placing Eri down. Eri, stay here. I'll be right back, okay? What? No, please don't go. I'll be good. Just please don't leave me. Eri pleaded, her fear evident. Izuku quickly hugged her. I'm not leaving you, Eri. I promise I'll be right back. He leaned down and kissed her forehead, causing that warm feeling in her chest to swell. She felt a smile creeping onto her lips, wanting to hold onto that warmth. I'll be right back, Eri. Don't worry, Aizawa-sensei will be here if you need anything, he assured her as he left the hospital room. After a short walk, Izuku and All Might arrived at Night Eye's room. Inside, they found Night Eye with his hand on Mirio's face, using his quirk. You'll be a great hero, Mirio. Don't stop smiling, Night Eye said with a smile before turning to Izuku. Midoriya, I'm glad I can see you before I go. Night, you can still make it, Izuku said as he approached. No. The doctors told me it's too late. I've taken too much damage to my internal organs. Even if they could heal me, I wouldn't be able to leave the hospital, Night Eye replied, motioning for Izuku to come closer. Midoriya, I'm truly sorry for how I acted. I was blind to what All Might saw in you and took my anger out on you. I know I can never make it up to you, but I hope you will become the symbol they call you. We need a symbol of hope, and I know you will be it. Night Eye reached over and touched Izuku's face, activating his quirk. In a devastated city, hundreds of heroes lay defeated or worse, but two figures stood amidst the chaos. This is how it ends, Izuku Midoriya. Shigaraki screamed as he threw the body of someone from Class 1A. Izuku looked around at the destruction and felt the weight of loss as he watched his friends suffer. Rage consumed him, and he snapped, stepping into darkness. Before Shigaraki could react, a green bolt of lightning struck him, slamming him into the ground. I'm going to defeat you, Shigaraki, Izuku shouted as he hurled him away. Shigaraki crashed into a building, but before he could recover, Izuku lifted a structure with his quirk and brought it down upon him. Shigaraki broke free but was met with a punch that sent him flying. He landed several blocks away, using his quirk to blast Izuku back. Izuku slammed into a building, feeling a surge of emotions, anger, sadness, betrayal, and failure. His hair began to change, some strands turning white as a dark aura enveloped him, reminiscent of Shigaraki's Emser. Nearby, a massive figure named Gigantomachia recognized Izuku and called out, "Young Prince." Night Eye continued to watch, feeling his hope fading as he realized the truth about Izuku's lineage. But before he could say anything, his vision changed. The whole world was at peace, no more wars, no more famine, no more villains. The world had become a utopia. The #1 hero, Deku, stood atop his tower, his yellow cape flowing in the wind, his white hair catching the light. He had defeated the League, the Chinese dragons, and the Quirk supremacists. He brought the whole world together and finally instilled hope in everyone. In front of Japan stood 9 massive statues, each representing the previous users of One for All lined up as symbols of heroism. Now, thanks to Izuku, they were finally being honored. Night Eye watched this scene with a smile, knowing that the world was in safe hands. "You'll be a great hero, Midoriya. Don't ever lose hope," he said before taking his last breath. Izuku looked at him, tears streaming down his face. "I promise, Night Eye, I'll never give up and will become a symbol of hope for everyone in the world." All Might walked over to Izuku and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Izuku, why don't you go back to Eri? I'm sure she needs you, and you need her as well." Izuku nodded and returned to Eri's room. As soon as he entered, Eri ran up to him and hugged his legs tightly. "Why came back?" she said, holding him even tighter. "I promised I would," Izuku replied, bending down to pick her up and carry her to the bed. He sat down with Eri in his lap, gently stroking the back of her head until she slowly fell asleep. "Problem child, I'll go talk with the doctors and see if I can have you moved in here for her sake, all right?" Aizawa said before leaving, not waiting for a response. Izuku sighed and continued to slide Eri's head as he lay down in bed. Eri clung to him, holding him tightly, which made Izuku smile. "I promise I'll never let you get hurt again, Eri," he whispered as she fell asleep, a faint smile on her face. A couple of days passed, and during that time, all of Class 1A came to see Izuku and check on him. He was relieved that no one blamed him for ending Overhaul's life. They all assured him it was the right decision. Izuku sat in the hospital bed, waiting for the doctors to tell him that Eri was clear to leave. In the time she had been there, Inko had brought her lots of clothes, especially after learning that Izuku would be her guardian. She excitedly talked about future grandbabies, imagining combinations of Izuku with both Ochako and Rumi. Izuku blushed at his mother's implications, and surprisingly, both girls agreed to the idea. When everyone found out that Izuku was essentially dating two women, it led to hours of teasing, mainly from Shinso. This teasing escalated to the point where Izuku punched him through a wall, to which Shinso responded, "Worth it," before passing out. Izuku was pulled from his thoughts when the doctor entered with a smile. "I have some good news and some bad news," the doctor said. "The good news is Eri is free to go. The bad news is that she'll need to take medicine to help her body grow and heal." Izuku sighed in relief, thanking his lucky stars that Eri could leave and that the medicine was drinkable. "Thank you, doctor. I really appreciate it," he said, and the doctor smiled and gave a small bow before leaving. "So, Eri, are you ready to go?" Izuku asked, watching her look at her new clothes with confusion. Eri replied, taking his hand and following him out. As they walked through the hospital, Eri became frightened by all the people around her, so Izuku picked her up and carried her. She buried her face in the crook of his neck, believing that if she couldn't see them, they couldn't see her. This had the opposite effect, as many staff and patients ended up overwhelmed by the cuteness of the sight. After a short walk, Izuku arrived at the front of the hospital with a smile. "Are you ready, Eri?" he asked, looking down at her. She slowly nodded and gazed around at the world, amazed by the sights. "All right, well hang on," Izuku said as he charged up 3% and jumped off, using float to fly through the city. As they soared through the air, Eri looked around, mesmerized by everything around her. After 10 minutes of flying, Izuku landed at the UA dorms and gently set her down. "Here we are, Eri. This is mine and now you're home." Eri looked up at the massive building with wonder in her eyes. "Home." Izuku smiled as they walked to the entrance of the dorms, ready for their new adventure together. Everyone looked over and saw Izuku standing there holding a little girl's hand. Eri quickly hid behind his leg, feeling scared. "Oh my goodness, she is so adorable. Where did you find her?" Mina exclaimed as she rushed over, followed closely by the others. Eri tightened her grip on Izuku's leg, sensing the crowd around her. Izuku noticed her fear and glared at the group, his voice cold as he said, "All of you, knock it off. She's very scared." The group froze at his serious tone, instinctively taking a couple of steps back. "Thank you. Now, if you need me, I'll be showing her around and where she'll be sleeping," Izuku said, walking away while holding Eri's hand. As they watched him leave, the class let out a collective breath. "Wow, Midoriya is terrifying," Jiro remarked, a hint of fear in her voice. "I can't blame him, we did kind of surround them," Shoji added, rubbing the back of his head. Everyone nodded in agreement, but no one noticed Todoroki slipping away, deep in thought. Maybe she's Midoriya's secret love child. "I must find out," he mused, going into stealth mode by placing a lampshade on his head. "Why did you tell me not to inform my class that Midoriya is taking care of Eri?" Aizawa asked, giving Nizu a slight glare. "Because why should I?" Nizu chirped, breaking into laughter. "You really enjoy messing with people, don't you?" Aizawa said, shaking his head. "Oh, you have no idea," Nizu replied, taking a sip of his tea. Just then, the door to Aizawa's office opened, and some of the UA staff stood before him. Hound Dog approached, holding a stray jacket. Nizu, we came to an agreement that you need therapy. The staff nodded, but before they could react, Nizu put down his cup and smiled. Oh, on the contrary, I'm perfectly sane. Besides, you're only talking to a hologram. With that, the hologram flickered out, and the teachers rushed out of the room, only to see Nizu running away, cackling. Quickly, get him, the staff yelled as they chased after him. Aizawa turned back to see Nizu pop out of a hidden door in the ceiling and land back in his chair. Sir, what the heck? I thought you left. Aizawa said, bewildered. That was my old friend. He owed me, so I asked him to pay up, Nizu explained. But he looked exactly like you? Aizawa said, hoping his eyes were just playing tricks. That's his quirk, it allows him to look like anyone. But don't worry, he's leading the teachers to Fluffy, Nizu said, making Aizawa go pale. Fluffy? But he'll scare them, Aizawa said, breaking into a cold sweat. He was one of the few who had met Fluffy and had nightmares for months afterward. Don't worry, they'll be fine, but he's going to scare them, Nizu said, his laughter echoing. The staff chasing Nizu arrived at a room marked, Don't Enter, in bold red letters. Come on, let's catch him so we can help him with his so-called God complex, Hound Dog said, opening the door. They walked in and were met with a horrifying sight. Hello everyone. I'd like you to meet my pet Fluffy. Fluffy, this is your food, Nizu chirped before leaving. Rua-a-arr. Fluffy roared, causing the UA staff to scream in terror. And this right here is my room where you'll also be staying, Eri, Izuku said, opening the door to reveal his space. A new dresser stood next to his old one, and a small child's bed was placed next to his. The drawers were filled with clothes for Eri, and her bed had books and toys. One item caught Eri's attention, a little stuffed white wolf with blue eyes. She picked it up and hugged it tightly. Wow, did my mom give you my old stuffed toy? She asked, looking up at Izuku. Izuku smiled gently. No, Eri, this is yours now. My father gave it to me when I was born, and it helped me sleep when I had nightmares. But now you need it more than I do. Eri's eyes widened, and she hugged the toy tightly before wrapping her arms around Izuku. Thank you, she whispered. Izuku chuckled softly. I hope you protect Eri if I'm not around, he said, tapping the stuffed animal's head. The day continued with Izuku teaching Eri to read and write. As evening approached, Eri began to tire. Izuku helped her take a bath, filling the tub with bubbles, and then quickly got her dressed and ready for bed. Good night, Eri, he said, gently kissing her forehead, which brought warmth to her heart. Good night, Deku. Eri replied before drifting off to sleep. Izuku smiled and climbed into bed, preparing for the next day. He had a patrol scheduled and had asked his mom and All Might to watch Eri. Thankfully, they agreed, and Ochako offered to help as well when she returned from visiting her parents. A couple of hours later, Izuku was awakened by soft crying. He turned over to see Eri tossing and turning, distressed. He quickly got out of bed and gently woke her. When she opened her eyes, she latched onto him, tears streaming down her face. Shoo, it's okay, Eri. I'm here for you, Izuku said soothingly as he rocked her back and forth. After a few minutes, her sobs began to subside. I thought he killed you. Then I was brought back to the labs. Eri stammered, shaking. You're okay, Eri. He can never hurt you again, I promise, Izuku reassured her, lifting her onto his lap and holding her close. He continued to rock her gently until her tears finally stopped. Can I sleep up here with you? Eri asked softly. Please. Eri said, hoping he would agree. Izuku smiled and laid down, pulling her next to him. Sure, you can. And if you ever get scared, you can always sleep up here with me. He watched her for a moment and noticed she was having trouble sleeping, so he decided to sing her a bedtime song. Eri felt a warm sensation as she listened to him sing. As he sang, green lightning arched around him, creating a appealing sight. She wanted to ask him about the feeling, but sleep soon took over. I'll always protect you, Eri. Always, Izuku whispered to her. It was early morning when Izuku woke up later than usual. He felt an unfamiliar weight on his chest and looked down to see Eri curled up and peacefully sleeping. No one should be this cute, he thought, trying to contain his overwhelming affection. He decided to let her sleep for an extra 30 minutes before gently waking her. Eri, it's time to get up so we can have breakfast, he said softly, shaking her gently. After a few moments, she groggily opened her eyes, a slight pout on her face. But I want to sleep more. Hee, Eri, you've had plenty of sleep. I'm sure 9 hours is enough. Now come on, let's get breakfast, Izuku encouraged. Eri nodded and got out of bed, following him to the bathroom where he helped her brush her teeth and comb her hair. Once they were done, they headed downstairs. Luckily, since it was the weekend, most people were still asleep. In the kitchen, Izuku decided to make an American-themed breakfast like All Might always talked about. He started cooking eggs, bacon, sausage, and blueberry pancakes. Eri watched him with stars in her eyes, especially when he handed her an apple. Izuku set the table and helped her into her chair. They began eating, but he noticed she was struggling with her chopsticks. He pulled her closer and helped feed her. A few minutes later, some of the other students came down and saw Izuku assisting Eri. "Oh my God!" Momo exclaimed, clutching her heart. "I could die happy right now from seeing that." Everyone else nodded in agreement as they entered the kitchen to prepare their own meals. Todoroki observed them and began jotting down notes in his notebook, intrigued by the scene. Everyone soon joined them but kept a respectful distance from Izuku and Eri to avoid startling her. "Alright, Eri, you've eaten everything but your apple," Izuku said, quickly shining it on his shirt before handing it to her. She took a bite, her eyes sparkling. It's so sweet," she said, her lips curling into a smile. Katsuki, who had just finished making his breakfast, watched and thought, "I don't care who makes her sad or cry, I will protect her." As the day went on, Izuku managed to convince Eri to meet his classmates. She shyly introduced herself to them, and thankfully, he had prepared her for Tokoyami's appearance, so she didn't get startled. They were all in the common room, chatting and watching TV. Izuku was explaining to Eri that he had to go to work. She hugged him tightly, worried he would leave her. "Eri, I promise I'll be back later today after my patrol. We can watch any movie you want and have a bunch of apples," he reassured her. "P promise." Eri looked up at him, her eyes wide. "I promise. Plus, I have some friends who will watch you while I'm gone," he said, gesturing to his mom and All Might, who waved and smiled. "Ochako will be here soon, and I might even appear on TV during my patrol." Just then the door opened, and Ochako walked in. "Izuku!" she exclaimed, running up to him and pulling him into a hug. "I missed you. My parents wanted to meet you but had to leave for work." "I missed you too, Ochako. I'm sure I'll meet them soon," Izuku replied, chuckling. "Hopefully her dad doesn't kill me." "Don't worry, Izuku. My parents and I will take good care of Eri until you get back," Ochako said, giving him a quick kiss on the cheek. Eri watched curiously, wondering who this girl was to Izuku. "Deku, who is she?" she asked, pointing to Ochako. "Oh, she's my girlfriend, Eri. Her name is Ochako Uraraka," he explained. "Hi, Eri. It's nice to meet you," Ochako said, extending her hand. Eri looked at it nervously, glancing at Izuku for reassurance. When she saw him nod, she slowly took Ochako's hand. "Hi. My name is Eri," she said, quickly hiding behind Izuku's leg afterward. Izuku gently patted Eri's head. "Alright, Eri, stay with him. I'll be right back. I need to get changed, okay?" Eri shyly nodded and watched as Izuku left her with the others. "Hi, Eri. I'm not sure if you remember me, but I'm Izuku's mom," Inko said, walking over to her. Eri nodded. I remember. That's great. Let's get you a snack. What would you like?" Inko asked, switching to her nurturing mode. "Apples." Eri replied shyly. "Okay, how about you stay here with Toshi, and I'll go cut some up for you?" Inko said, heading off to the kitchen. "Hi, Eri. I'm All Might, or as Inko calls me, Toshi," he said, approaching her. Eri was about to respond when a sudden scream and loud slam echoed through the room. They all looked towards the stairs and watched as Izuku dragged an unconscious Shinso down. You really need to fix your sleep schedule, it's worse than Aizawa's, Izuku said, dropping him on the ground. Hey, Deku, don't have too much fun on your patrol, Katsuki replied, searching for a movie that Eri could watch without causing trouble. No promises, Kaken, Izuku said before glancing at Eri. Alright, Eri, I'm going to be leaving. I'll be back around dinner, okay? Eri quickly ran over to him and hugged him tightly. Please come back soon, Deku, she said softly. I'll do my best, okay, Snowball? Izuku replied, kissing her forehead before standing up. Now to deal with lazy bones over here. Izuku walked up to Shinso and kicked him in the ribs, which immediately woke him up. Oh, what was that for? Shinso glared at him. You decided to stay up late. Now come on, we've got patrol, or I'll make you stay with Nizu all day, Izuku said as he walked away. Shinso paled and ran after him, leaving everyone laughing and Eri looking confused. Eri was sitting on the couch watching TV, which showed Izuku and Shinso fighting some villains. She was worried that he might get hurt, but she believed in her hero. As they continued to watch, the front door was kicked off its hinges. I am here to watch my boyfriend's child, yelled Rumi, wearing civilian clothing. Everyone watched as she walked into the living room holding a bag with some movies in it. Oh, why hello. You must be Eri. My name is Rumi, and I'm Izuku's other girlfriend. Nice to meet you, Rumi said with a big smile. Hello, Rumi. Inko waved her over. Did you find the movie I asked for? It was a bit of a hassle, but I found it, Rumi said, searching through the bag and pulling out The Lion King. Great. I'm sure Eri will love it, Inko chirped. Katsuki, could you hook it up and play it? Yes, Auntie Inko, Katsuki said, walking over to take the movie. Wow, who knew Bakugo could be so tame? Denki snickered. Of course Katsuki yelled before noticing Eri looking at him with innocent eyes. You can. Ha, this is amazing. He can't swear, Mina giggled, ignoring Katsuki's glare. Alright, everyone, that's enough. Come on, let's watch a movie, Inko said, gesturing to the screen. They all sat down to watch, with Eri sitting between Rumi and Ochako. As they continued watching, they reached the scene where Simba asks, Dad, we're pals, right? And we'll always be together, right? The word confused Eri because she didn't know what it meant, but when she heard it, Izuku popped into her head. Ochako, what's a dad? Eri asked, looking up at Ochako. Well, let's see. A dad is someone who takes care of you, teaches you, and is willing to do anything to protect the ones he loves, Ochako explained. Kinda like All Might is to Izuku, Todoroki said, walking by with a cup of tea. Hee, I guess you could say that, All Might chuckled. Then, what's a mom? Eri asked, recalling how Izuku referred to Inko. A mom is basically the same thing, except it's a woman, Rumi said, chuckling. Someone who takes care of me. Eri thought, picturing Izuku in her mind. After dinner, everyone was relaxing in the living room again, watching whatever was on TV. They were interrupted when the front door opened, and Izuku walked in with Shinso behind him. I'm never doing sewer patrols again, Shinso said, wishing for a meteor to strike him. Hee, I have to agree, that was horrible, Izuku replied. Izuku looked over and saw Eri running toward him before she tried to hug him. He quickly knelt down with open arms, letting her embrace him. I missed you, Eri. I missed you too. Papa, Eri said, a small smile appearing on her face. Izuku froze at her words. Papa. She called me Papa, he thought, then collapsed on the ground with a smile. Papa, what's wrong? Eri asked worriedly, shaking Izuku as if she thought she had done something wrong. Don't worry, Eri, you just made him very happy, Shinso said, calming her down. In the background, Inko was excitedly exclaiming about wanting to be a grandma and hoping for lots of grandbabies. Ochako and Rumi blushed at her comments. After a few minutes, Izuku woke up. Wow. I had the strangest dream. Eri called me Papa, he said, rubbing his forehead. That was no dream, Midoriya. She did call you that, Todoroki said, looking through his book with a smile. Also, another theory is confirmed. Now I must get Shinso and Aizawa. He grabbed a lampshade and placed it on his head, trying to hide. Papa, are you okay? Eri asked, walking over with concern in her eyes. Yeah, I'm okay, Eri, but why did you call me Papa? Izuku asked. Because you take care of me and teach me and because you're my Papa, Eri replied. Izuku smiled warmly and pulled her into a hug. Then I guess I am, and you're my daughter, Eri. I love you. I love you too. Papa, Eri said, her smile growing wider. Hee, so if Midoriya is Papa, which one of you is Mama? Mina asked, snickering. Both Rumi and Ochako glared at each other, but Eri decided to speak up. They are both my mamas, Eri said, causing both of them to faint from the cuteness. I guess you're the most powerful person in the world, Eri, Katsuki laughed. Nope, Papa is Uncle Kaken, Eri said, making Katsuki pass out with a smile on his face. It was a quiet day at the 1A dorms, except for the occasional scream or laughter from the class. In the common room, the entire class was trying not to burst out laughing at the adorable scene before them. Eri was on Izuku's shoulders, giggling as he used his float quirk to fly around the common room. Papa, this is so much fun, Eri exclaimed, her smile brightening the room. When Izuku saw her truly happy, he felt overwhelmed with emotion. Hee, I'm glad you like it, Snowball. Now hang on, Izuku said before pushing off a wall and soaring around. This is too adorable, Jiro said, holding her heart. This should be illegal. This is too wholesome, Momo said with a smile. After a few more minutes, Izuku eventually set Eri down. Alright, Snowball, I have to go train, okay? He said. Okay, Papa. Mommy and I will have some fun then, Eri replied, running off to find Ochako. Izuku smiled and walked toward the gym area to get in some more training. He didn't get far before he noticed someone approaching him. Deku, let's train, Katsuki said as he walked up. Hey, can I join? It'll be so manly if we all train together. Kirishima chimed in, appearing out of nowhere. Sure, why not? I think it'll be great to train together, Izuku said, just as Katsuki approached him with an intense glare. Deku, when did you get taller than me? Katsuki shouted, veins popping on his forehead as he caught himself. Izuku blinked a few times before realizing he was about an inch or two taller than Katsuki now. Oh, I guess I didn't notice with everything going on in my life lately, he said, scratching the back of his head. Don't worry, Katsuki. Sure, the weather is lovely down there. He then walked away, leaving an enraged Katsuki behind. The heck you say? I'll be taller than all of you. No, screw that, I'll be twice as tall as All Might. Then you can kiss my 14-foot butt. Katsuki yelled, stomping after Izuku, frustrated that he had to catch himself swearing every time now. Hey, bro, it's okay to be shorter than someone, Kirishima said, trying to calm him down. Bakugo, stop trying to overcomplicate things like those people who drive trucks with massive lifts. We get it, you're small, so you have to act angry and compensate for it, Todoroki added. The heck you say, half and half? Katsuki screamed, even angrier. That actually explains a lot then. I guess that Kami girl Todoroki mentioned will have to get herself a toy, Sue remarked. You wanna die, frog legs? Katsuki shouted, his face turning red with rage. Man, Bakugo, it must really SEK being that small and now you're also shorter than Izuku, Shinso snickered. That's it. I'm killing you all. Katsuki yelled before Kirishima and Izuku dragged him away. Let me go so I can kill them all. Don't worry, Bakugo, I'll ask that Kami girl how big she likes it and make her a toy, Momo said, giggling. Katsuki continued to scream in rage as he was dragged out, popping explosions. Man, who knew messing with him could be that much fun? Denki said, still laughing. I know, right? Maybe that's why Nizu asked us to purposefully push his buttons, Shinso replied. In the gym, both Izuku and Kirishima set Katsuki down, who was still seething with rage. Alright, Kaken, let's have a spar. It'll help calm you down, Izuku suggested, popping his neck. Yeah, Bakubro, let's do this, Kirishima added, activating his quirk. Katsuki gained a feral smile that slightly scared them both. I'm going to enjoy this way too much, he said before turning to them and releasing a massive explosion. Back in the 1A common room, Eri was sitting on Ochako's lap, watching TV while Ochako braided her hair. "Mommy, what will we have for dinner tonight?" Eri asked, looking up at Ochako. I believe your papa said he's going to make us katsudon," Ochako replied. "What's katsudon?" Eri inquired. Hee, it's your papa's special meal. "I'm sure you'll love it," Ochako said, finishing Eri's braid. "If papa likes it, I'm sure I will too." "How do I look, mommy?" Eri asked. "You look absolutely adorable, Eri," Ochako said, kissing her forehead, which made Eri smile. They were then interrupted by the entire building shaking from an explosion. "Well, that's definitely your uncle," Ochako said, hearing his distant shouting. Hee, Uncle Kaken is very funny," Eri giggled. "Do you think Papa will like this?" "He indeed is, and your Papa will always love anything you wear," Ochako said, taking her hand. "Come on, Eri, let's go play outside. It's nice and warm." "Okay, Mommy," Eri said, quickly grabbing her ghost toy and following Ochako outside. "Mommy, when can I see Mama?" "Well, Mama is a pro hero, and because All Might isn't a hero, she's much busier than usual. But I'll be sure to call Rumi to talk to you," Ochako explained. "I hope Mama will like my new dress and how my hair is," Eri said, excitedly. "I'm sure Rumi will love them, Eri," Ochako said, stopping in front of a tree. "Well, let's get started playing, okay?" "Okay, Mommy," Eri replied as they began playing tag, with Ochako chasing after the laughing girl. "I'm gonna get you, Eri, then I'm gonna gobble you up," Ochako said, catching Eri and tickling her. Mommy, stop." Eri laughed, squirming as she was tickled. "Why, what's this?" A little girl at the prestigious 1A? A very annoying voice interrupted. Ochako and Eri looked over to see Monoma approaching with a smug expression. So the great 1A has lowered themselves even more and brought in a little white-haired brat. "Oh, sorry, or should I say test subject?" Monoma laughed. Eri looked down, sadness washing over her as bad memories began to resurface. "Hey, what's your problem? Why don't you get out of here and stop bullying a little girl?" "She's been through enough, you piece of garbage," Ochako said, standing up and grabbing Eri's hand, ready to leave. "Oh, so you must be the 1A girl who shares her boyfriend with another woman. How disappointing. Not only that, but he's a cold-blooded murderer. I mean, he wants to be a hero, yet he goes and kills a villain. He's nothing more than a monster," Monoma taunted. "You leave Papa alone. He saved me and he's a real hero," Eri yelled, glaring at him as she took a step forward. "He's nothing more than a murderer who killed a villain, so get away from me, you disease," Monoma said, shoving Eri to the ground. Ochako glared at him, but before she could react, she heard Eri scream, "Papa!" In an instant, a green blur rushed past them, and Izuku was in front of Eri. "Eri, what's wrong?" Izuku asked, concern etched on his face as he looked at her. "Sniff. He was mean to me and Mommy," Eri said, her voice trembling. Eri looked up with tears in her eyes. "And he shoved me to the ground." Monoma smirked. "Huh, so what? It's not like why." His words were abruptly cut off as Izuku's fist slammed into his stomach, sending him flying. "Ochako, take Eri inside and make sure she's okay. I need to have a little chat with Monoma," Izuku said, his voice filled with rage. Ochako nodded, picking up Eri and carrying her back to the dorms, leaving a furious Izuku behind, radiating protective energy. "Ha! You touched me, so now I have your quirk," Monoma yelled, attempting to use Izuku's quirk. He swung a punch, but Izuku caught his fist effortlessly. "Your own mother won't recognize you when I'm done with you," Izuku said, crushing Monoma's hand, which now resembled a crumpled can. "Mercy," Monoma stammered, backing away in fear. "You made my daughter cry and hurt her." "I'm all out of mercy," Izuku replied, a dark aura surrounding him as his eyes flashed with intensity. Why do I have the sudden urge to hug Izuku and tell him I'm very proud of him? All for one mused. "Should we help him?" Present Mike asked, watching the scene unfold on the security camera. "If you want to go out there and end up in trouble, be my guest," Aizawa said, sipping his coffee. Besides, I'd rather keep my limbs intact. Principal Nizu, can't you stop him? Vlad King inquired. Not even I'm willing to interfere. There are only two things in this world I won't mess with, Midoriya in angry dad mode and Eri's cuteness. It's far too powerful. Even for me, Nizu replied. Sorry, Monoma, but you brought this on yourself, Vlad King thought. There, I think you learned your lesson, Izuku said, surveying Monoma, who was now a tangled mess on the ground. He turned and walked away, leaving Monoma to wallow in pain and regret. Izuku entered the 1A dorms, where Eri quickly tackled him with a hug. Are you okay, Eri? He asked, kneeling down to embrace her. Papa, you're not a bad man. Like that mean guy said. Eri said, hugging him tighter. Thank you, Eri, Izuku replied, smiling as he placed a gentle kiss on her head. So what did that loser do? Katsuki asked, catching himself mid-sentence. He was being very mean and rude to us and reminded Eri of her past. There. Ochako explained. He called Izuku a cold-blooded murderer and shoved Eri to the ground when she defended him. Everyone looked appalled that Monoma would say such things to Eri. He was also mean to Mommy. Eri sniffled. What is wrong with that guy? Denki exclaimed before, realizing his choice of words and going pale. Papa, what does that word mean? Eri asked, looking up at Izuku. Every man and woman for themselves. Katsuki shouted, running away with the rest of the class following. Eri, sweetie, go with Mommy up to my room and play with your toys, Izuku said with a sweet smile. Also, that's a bad word, don't say it until you're older. Okay, Papa, Eri replied, following Ochako, who whisked her away. Now, Kaminari. I think we need a chat like I had with Monoma, Izuku said, using Black Whip to catch Denki, who was trying to escape. 30 minutes later, the class returned, and things seemed to return to normal until the doors opened, revealing Izuku and Denki walking in. Izuku wore his usual cheerful demeanor, while Denki appeared pale and shaken. Izuku approached Eri and Ochako, while Jiro walked up to Denki. Kaminari, you okay? Jiro asked with concern. Denki flinched and stammered. First rule of Izuku's rules. Don't swear in front of Eri. Everyone exchanged worried glances, thinking, what did Izuku do to him? Izuku sat atop a tower, overlooking the city he was patrolling. Tonight, he was on solo patrol, allowing Shinso some much-needed rest. Drenched in rain, he adjusted his hood and mouth guard to stay somewhat dry. Just as he was about to call it a night, he noticed a commotion out of the corner of his eye. He quickly jumped down and ran toward the source of the noise, landing on a building where he saw a man holding a woman hostage. Come on, pretty, why don't you give us a good time? The man sneered, trying to intimidate her. No, please let me go, the woman pleaded desperately. Before the man could respond, black and green tendrils grabbed him and pulled him away. He barely had time to react before Izuku's boot connected with his face, knocking him out cold. Izuku quickly cuffed the unconscious man and approached the woman, who was still trembling. Ma'am, are you all right? He asked gently. I was so scared. I thought he was going to, she sobbed, and Izuku pulled her into a warm hug. It's okay, ma'am. He can't hurt you anymore, Izuku reassured her, comforting her until the police arrived. 2 police cars pulled up, and officers approached them. Sorry we took so long, Deku. We were held up by a drag bust, one officer said while others secured the villain. Don't worry, it's fine. I was about to head home anyway, Izuku replied, releasing the woman as another officer draped a blanket over her. Very well, Death. You have a good night, we'll handle it from here, the officer said. Izuku nodded, preparing to leave when the woman called out, "Wait." She walked up to him, her gratitude evident. Thank you for saving me. I can't even imagine what might have happened if you hadn't been here. It's no problem, ma'am. I'm just doing my job as a hero, Izuku said, smiling beneath his mask. Well, thank you, and here's my award, she said, surprising him. Before he could react, she pulled down his mouth guard and kissed his cheek, leaving a lipstick mark behind. Izuku stood there for a moment, processing what had just happened, before deciding to head home and try to forget it. Unbeknownst to him, he had a lipstick mark on his cheek. Izuku landed at the 1A dorms on his windowsill and slowly opened the window. A smile spread across his face as he saw Ochako and Eri cuddled up on his bed, fast asleep. He quietly made his way to the bathroom, changed out of his hero outfit, and took a quick shower without waking them. After putting on his pajamas, he climbed into bed, and Eri immediately turned over, clinging to him, with Ochako following suit. He smiled and soon drifted off to sleep next to two of the most important people in his life. Izuku groaned awake to find Eri curled up on his chest again, while Ochako used the rest of his chest as a pillow. "I hope I can wake up like this every day," he whispered with a smile. Carefully, he moved Eri to Ochako's chest and got out of bed to do some quick stretches. He decided to head downstairs to make breakfast for himself, Ochako, and Eri. As he entered the common room, he was met with an unusual sight. Todoroki and Endeavor, both in civilian clothing, were hiding behind the couch with lampshades on their heads and binoculars, watching Shinso. Izuku gestured at the scene before him. "After Todoroki proved you were All Might's kid, him and his dad are now determined to prove Shinso is Aizawa's son," Mina explained. "Should we call for some professional help?" Izuku asked, unsure. What therapist in the world would be qualified to handle both of them? Katsuki replied. "True," Izuku said as he walked into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. He started cooking steamed rice and miso soup, then grabbed 2 apples and cut them up for Eri. "Papa!" Eri yelled, running up to him and hugging his leg happily. "Good morning, Snowball," Izuku said, lifting her up and showering her with kisses. "Ah, Papa, stop. That tickles." Eri laughed, squirming in his arms. "You're just too adorable not to smother in love," he said, tickling her again, which made her laugh even harder. After putting her down, he set their breakfast on the table and sat down next to Eri. Just as they were about to eat, he felt a pair of arms wrap around him from behind. "Morning, Aizu," Ochako said sleepily, kissing the top of his head before sitting down to eat. "Morning, Ochako," Izuku replied. "So, Midoriya, did you hear about the culture festival coming up?" Denki asked as he walked by with a cup of coffee. What's this year's theme going to be?" Izuku asked. "Well, we're not sure. Aizawa-sensei told us to decide what this year's theme should be," Jiro added, walking by closely behind Denki. Hey Snowball, do you have any ideas?" Izuku asked, patting Eri's head. "No, I'd just be happy if I get to spend more time with you, Mommy and Mama," Eri said with a smile. "I'll try my best to take that day off so we can, Eri," Izuku promised. "Where's Nizu?" Aizawa wondered aloud, noticing the absence of the principal. "He said he's feeding Fluffy," All Might replied, taking a sip of tea. The staff flinched at the mention of Fluffy. "Hello there," Nizu said, appearing suddenly. "General Kenobi," Aizawa responded, causing confusion among the others. Nizu pressed a button on his desk, and a trapdoor opened beneath Vlad, who fell into Fluffy's room. The trapdoor closed, and the sounds of roaring and screaming echoed briefly before silence fell. Everyone looked worried. "Will he be all right?" Midnight asked, feeling the building shake slightly. "I'm sure he'll be fine," Nizu said, waving off the concern. "Anyway, the culture festival is coming soon, and due to the recent villain attacks, I want us to increase security. We need to ensure this goes flawlessly." Nizu then pulled out a folder filled with potential heroes they could invite to the festival. Eri was sitting in Ochako's lap, getting her hair styled into pigtails. Izuku watched with a smile before heading up to his room to prepare for patrol. As he opened the door, he was surprised to find Rumi sitting on his bed, wearing one of his shirts and munching on a carrot. She looked him in the eyes, holding most of the carrot in her mouth. She pulled the carrot out with a pop. "Oh hey Izuku," she said, her voice warm and inviting. Izuku stammered, trying to process the unexpected sight. "Something wrong?" Rumi asked, standing up and walking towards him with a playful sway. Before he could respond, Rumi was right in front of him and they leaned, in sharing a deep kiss. As they kissed, she jumped up, wrapping her legs and arms around him, and he held her up. They fell onto the bed, with him ending up on top. Lost in their own world, they explored each other gently, But Izuku suddenly pulled back, breathing heavily. "I'm sorry, I don't know what came over me," he said, feeling flustered. "It's okay. I've been holding back since we're both new to this," Rumi admitted, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Izuku nodded, feeling the heat rise in his cheeks as they both tried to regain their composure. Rumi looked at Izuku, a hint of nervousness in her voice. "Well, especially me since this is my first relationship." Izuku paused, unsure of how to respond. "So, what do you do to help?" He felt his cheeks heat up as he spoke. Rumi's ears drooped slightly as she replied, "Well, I usually relieve tension, you know? But since I'm with you, it's much harder because my rabbit side wants to connect." She blushed, realizing how that sounded. Izuku's face turned bright red as the meaning sank in. "But don't worry, I'll be fine. But when we do decide to take that step." Rumi wrapped her legs around his waist, pulling him closer, their faces inches apart. "I want you to break me." She leaned in, kissing him deeply before letting go. Izuku stumbled back, his mind racing. He decided a cold shower was definitely in order. In class, Izuku listened as Aizawa explained the upcoming culture festival and the rules surrounding it. "And remember, don't do anything that will give UA a bad reputation," he warned, giving the class a stern look. "Yes, Aizawa-sensei," the class replied, eager for the day to arrive. "I'm so excited. I can't wait to show everyone my amazing dance moves," Mina exclaimed, practically bouncing in her seat. "Yeah, it'll be great, especially when Jiro starts singing," Denki added, only to receive a glare from Jiro. "Be quiet," she snapped, trying to keep her language in check since Eri was present. Eri raised her hand, proudly displaying a drawing. "Papa, look what I made." "Wow, Eri, that's amazing. Who's in it?" Izuku asked, feigning ignorance. "There's me, then you, then Mommy and Mama, and finally Grandma and Grandpa," Eri explained, her smile bright. "That's wonderful. I'm happy to be in it," Izuku said, hugging her tightly. "Midoriya, are you going to join us for the festival?" Mina asked as she approached him. I'm not sure. The top 10 heroes have a big meeting that day, and they invited me because of Kamino Ward," Izuku replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. That stinks. I guess you won't get to see your girlfriend in her costume," Mina teased, pointing at Ochako. Izuku felt his cheeks warm as he tried to think of anything else. "Midoriya, do you have any idea what that meeting might be about?" Todoroki asked, joining the conversation. "If I had to guess, it's probably about dealing with the League of Villains and trying to stop them," Izuku speculated. Suddenly, All Might burst into the room, his usual exuberance dampened as he coughed. "I am here to see my—" He stopped abruptly, coughing up blood and reverting to his normal form. "Dad, are you okay?" Izuku asked, patting All Might's back. "I'm fine, young Izuku. Just can't hold it longer than a few seconds," All Might replied, wiping his face. "Grandpa Might, are you all right?" Eri asked, walking over. "I'm okay, young Eri. Don't worry. Now, why don't you go see your mom while your dad and I talk?" All Might suggested. Eri nodded and skipped off towards Ochako as Izuku closed the door behind him and All Might. "Be careful, Izuku. From what I heard, the heroes are planning an assault on the villains. They might be calling you in just in case," All Might warned. "I understand, and don't worry. I'll be safe, Dad," Izuku assured him with a smile. "You better. I don't want to imagine what your mom and your girlfriends would do to me if something happened," All Might said, shivering at the thought. On the day of the culture festival, Class 1A was busy preparing for their performance. Unfortunately, Izuku had to leave for the meeting but promised to try and stop by. "Mama, your costume looks amazing," Eri exclaimed, admiring Ochako's outfit. "Thanks, Eri. I'm glad you like it," Ochako replied, beaming. "I wish Papa could be here for the show," Eri said, her voice tinged with sadness. "Oh, Eri," Ochako said, pulling her into a comforting hug. "Your Papa wishes he could be here too, but because of the villains, he can't." "I know, but I hope he comes in time to watch," Eri said hopefully. "I'm sure your Papa will make it," Inko said, approaching them and lifting Eri into her arms. Now, let's let your mom get ready for the show. I think I saw some apples nearby. Apples! Eri's eyes sparkled with excitement. Meanwhile, Principal Nizu observed from the rafters, sipping tea. The festival is going to be amazing, he mused. Principal Nizu, please come down from there, Aizawa called out. Not a chance, Nizu replied, ignoring him. Aizawa sighed, muttering to himself as he walked away. I don't get paid enough for this. In another part of the school, a discussion was taking place among the heroes. And I say we wash the place to clean it of all its filth. Wash, the living washing machine, suggested. We're talking about defeating villains, not washing their clothes, Endeavor replied, pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration. What's wrong with washing them? Hawks chimed in, trying to provoke Endeavor. I need a drink. Endeavor said, downing another glass of whiskey. You've already had 4 bottles, Ryukyu remarked, concern etched on her face. She really didn't want to deal with a drunken Endeavor. My quirk burns off most of the alcohol, so I have to drink a lot to feel anything. Besides, Ray would kill me if I got drunk, Endeavor recalled, shuddering at the memory of a past incident. It took him an hour to melt all the ice, and he spent a month on the couch after that incident. Before we create a strategy, we need to find out where they are located and who keeps making these nomu, said Kamui Woods. That would be the smartest thing to do right now, Izuku replied, trying to ignore the fact that Rumi had decided to sit on his lap. Do we have any leads? Hawks asked, looking at Tsukachi. We do have some leads, but not much to go on, Tsukachi said, pulling out some folders. First, there have been sightings of Kurogyri in the forest. He seems to be looking for something, and then there's this man. Tsukachi placed a folder on the table and opened it, revealing a bald man with a massive mustache and thick glasses. We believe this man is the one making the nomu. From the reports and evidence we've gathered, he has been around for a long time. According to what I've read, he's well over 100 but looks to be in his 40s. Plus, when we raided All for One's base, we found notes from him, Tsukachi explained. Great, so we have a mad scientist running around who can create nomus with multiple quirks? Endeavor said, clearly annoyed. Izuku, what's wrong? Rumi asked, noticing him freeze when he saw the doctor's picture. I know him. Izuku said quietly, but everyone heard him. What do you mean you know him? Tsukachi asked, hoping Izuku might have more information. Back when I was 4, I went to get my quirk test and he was my doctor. He misdiagnosed me and said I didn't have a quirk, Izuku explained. Have you seen him since? Tsukachi inquired. No, the last time I saw him was when I was leaving the hospital, Izuku replied. Well, let's hope we find more evidence on this man, Tsukachi said with a sigh. So this is you. It's time for them to see a new class of villains, Gentle said, pouring a cup of tea that splashed all over his partner due to the wind. Let's do this, Gentle, La Brava said with a smile. Both Gentle and La Brava ran off toward UA to disrupt the festival. Unfortunately, they tripped a sensor, alerting the principal. Would you look at this, intruders? Normally, I'd inform my staff and have them take care of it, but I'd rather have my protégé handle it, Nizu said, pulling out his phone and texting Izuku. They're going to learn the hard way not to mess with a dad's daughter. Izuku pulled out his phone and looked at Nizu's message, his eyes widening. Sorry, but I have to go. The gentle criminal is going to attack UA. Taking a page from Miruko's book, he kicked open the door and raced toward UA. Don't leave me behind, Izuku. I hate meetings. Miruko called out, chasing after him, eager for some excitement. Well, I guess this meeting is cancelled for now, Tsukachi said, watching the heroes leave. It's time you learned to fear the gentle criminal, Gentle declared dramatically, but he was interrupted by a green blur that slammed into the ground. I think not, Gentle, Izuku said, standing in front of them, with Miruko landing right behind him. Yeah, now come quietly, or I'll personally show you what it's like to get kicked with enough force to cut through steel. And newsflash, it's not fun, Miruko added, thumping her foot. Gentle thought to himself, both Deku and Miruko? I don't know if I can handle them both, let alone Deku. I'll give you one warning, Gentle, surrender now. Your crimes are minor, so if you come quietly, they won't increase, Izuku warned. La Brava, give me a power-up, Gentle commanded. You got it, Gentle, La Brava replied, activating her quirk, which enveloped him in a pink hue. With the power of our love, you can't beat us, Gentle proclaimed, preparing to fight. Before he could even blink, Izuku was in front of him, his fist just an inch away from his stomach. Sorry, but your love isn't stronger than mine for my daughter. I won't let you ruin the festival for her and my friends, Izuku said before delivering a powerful punch. Gentle reeled back and fell to the ground, unconscious from the force of the blow. I was hoping for a good fight, Rumi pouted, crossing her arms and flattening her ears against her back. I'll spar with you later, how does that sound? Izuku suggested, receiving a bone-crushing hug in response. I swear her hugs could give my mom a run for her money. Good, then it's a date, Rumi said, smiling. So your version of a date is us fighting each other? Izuku raised an eyebrow. Well, partly, but I think we should go on a real one sometime, Rumi replied. Thank you, Midoriya, for stopping him. Though I don't know why Nizu told us not to interfere until you were done, Hound Dog said as he approached them. He's a sociopathic rat with a god complex. I gave up questioning him when he asked me for ideas on how to conquer the world, Izuku said with a deadpan expression. I don't know how you and Aizawa can call him that and not get killed. Last time another staff member called him that, he ended up quitting the next day. We still don't know why, but he was as pale as a ghost and flinched at the mere mention of Nizu, Hound Dog explained. Well, I won't waste any more of your time, so why don't you two head over to the festival while we take care of him? Alright, thank you, Hound Dog, Izuku said as he and Miruko left for the festival. I wonder if they started, Miruko mused. Izuku pulled out his phone and checked the time. We have 1 minute, let's hurry, he said, darting off with her right behind him. Everyone was about to get on stage when Izuku appeared next to them, breathing. Am I late? He asked. If you hurry and put this costume on, then no, Ochako replied, tossing him one. Izuku nodded and quickly changed, reappearing in the costume. Let's do this, Jiro exclaimed, running off to the stage. We're gonna murder everyone with our music, Katsuki shouted, creating a massive explosion before he began playing the drums. The audience erupted in cheers, celebrating the incredible performance by Class 1A. Eri, bouncing in Inko's arms, exclaimed, Papa and Mommy were amazing, and everyone else too. Inko smiled, looking up at the class. Oh, Hisashi, if only you could see our son now. He's so happy and has lots of friends. Rumi approached, and Eri hugged her tightly. Mama, I missed you. I missed you too, little bunny, Rumi replied, returning the embrace. Eri continued to describe the show with excitement. And then when Papa started dancing with everyone else, I wanted to dance too. It was so shiny and amazing. I'm glad you liked it, Eri, Izuku said, ruffling her hair. That show truly was amazing, Midoriya, Mirio said as he walked up to them. Mirio-senpai, how are you doing? Izuku asked. Been better, but soon I'll be back at it in no time, Mirio replied with a bright smile. I hope so too, Mirio-senpai. You deserve to be a hero, Izuku said. Thank you, Midoriya. Enjoy the rest of the festival. I have to go help Tamaki, Mirio said, pointing at the panicking classmate. I'm happy you got to come, Papa, Eri said happily. Your papa wouldn't miss this for the world, especially if it means seeing you smile more, Rumi added, crossing her arms. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted them. Midoriya, when did you get 2 hot girlfriends? They turned to see Mineta standing there, looking extremely jealous. Not only are the rumors true that you and Miruko are dating, but you got Uraraka as well. That's so unfair, he exclaimed, tears in his eyes. Wait, how are you allowed on the premises? I thought Nizu banned you, Izuku said, confused. Details. And who is that? Mineta asked, pointing at Eri. Hi, my name is Mineta, and I can't wait to see how you look in 10 years. Eri immediately tried to hide, feeling uncomfortable. Just as Mineta was about to say something else, he was abruptly launched against the wall by a red boot. He's going to wish he was never born, Izuku said, cracking his knuckles, with Rumi and Ochako following suit. What happened next was so painful that even Nizu couldn't describe it, only saying it made the blood eagle look innocent. Hopefully he learned his lesson, Izuku said, walking away from the pile that was once Mineta. Papa, that person was creepy, Eri said, hugging him tightly. Yes he was, Izuku replied, leading the way as the others followed. As the night drew to a close, the class gathered in the common room, relaxing and chatting about the festival. Gotta say, Baku bro, you did amazing on the drums, Kirishima said. Of course I did. Only a loser can't do them. Katsuki shouted. So does that include you? Todoroki teased, dodging a chair thrown in his direction before running off. Get back here, Aihaha! Katsuki yelled, chasing after him. Bakugo no! Ida shouted, rushing off to prevent any rash actions. Welp, everything is back to normal again, Izuku chuckled. It sure is, Ochako said, sitting next to him and resting her head on his shoulder. Oh, where's Rumi? I haven't seen her in a little while. Oh, she's talking to my mom over there, Izuku said, pointing to Inko and Rumi in the dining room. Inko looked extremely happy, talking rapidly, while Rumi appeared embarrassed. Her ears flat against her head. Papa, Uncle Nizu said he wants to give me a pet, Eri announced, causing the room to freeze. Everyone recalled the incident with Class 1B trying to save their sensei, using Monoma as a distraction. Eri, Izuku said seriously, kneeling in front of her and placing a hand on her shoulder. Never accept a pet from Nizu, okay? Okay, Papa, Eri replied, not fully understanding but deciding to listen. The next morning, Nizu chuckled to himself. You're getting more clever, Midoriya, but then again, I wouldn't expect less from my protege. Principal Nizu, it's 9 in the morning. Stop laughing so loud, I can hear you from another building. Aizawa's annoyed voice came over the intercom. And why would I do that? I pay you so I can do anything I want, Nizu replied. You don't pay me, Vlad King chimed in over the intercom. Fine, I'll let you live for now, Nizu brushed it off. Wait, am I the only one who doesn't get paid? Vlad asked. Oh, would you look at that? Fluffy wants a snack, Nizu said, pushing a button. Principal Nizu, I'm all the way over in the teacher's housing. Fluffy won't be able to… Vlad's scream cut off abruptly. Did you seriously build a trapdoor in his bedroom? Aizawa asked, slightly concerned. Yes. And would you like to be his new chew toy as well, you sleep-deprived hobo? Nizu teased, hovering his paw over the button for Aizawa's room. No, sir. Aizawa replied quickly. Good, that's what I thought, Nizu said, turning off the intercom. Now, where was I? Yes. How to conquer the world and have Midoriya help me. Rumi was sitting on the couch in a cozy house, reading something on her phone while absent-mindedly playing with a ring on her left hand. She was pulled from her thoughts when she felt strong arms wrap around her from behind. Hey, whatcha reading? Asked an older Izuku, now in his mid to late 20s. Nothing much, just some information about new hero costume materials, Rumi replied, leaning back against him. Where's Ochako? I'm surprised she isn't here. She had to take Eri to the doctor's, Izuku explained. Mama! Dad! Two voices called out as they ran toward them. They were Izuku and Rumi's twins, one boy and one girl. The boy had Rumi's white hair but Izuku's curls, along with a pair of rabbit ears and feet like his mother. The other child had white hair with hints of green, a blend of Izuku's curls and Rumi's straight locks. Both had a sprinkle of freckles beneath their eyes and light wheat-colored skin. They bounced with excitement. Mama, look, I have your quirk. Yoichi exclaimed, pointing to his rabbit ears and feet. And I have Daddy's quirk. Saki added, concentrating intently as black wisps emerged from her hand. That's amazing, you too. I bet your siblings will love to see them, Rumi said, referring to Eri and Izuku's children. Hee, I hope Mommy likes our quirks because we're going to be the next strongest heroes. Yoichi declared proudly, thumbing his chest. I'm sure all of you will, Rumi replied with a happy smile. Rumi woke up suddenly, her heart racing. Wow. That dream felt so real, she murmured, placing a hand over her chest. She slowly got out of bed, stretching to ease the knots in her back. As she made her way to the kitchen to prepare a simple breakfast, her phone rang. Hello. Rumi answered, curious about who was calling her at 8 a.m. Hello, Rumi. How have you been? A familiar voice made her freeze. Oh, hey mom, how's it Gigi going? Rumi stuttered, her nerves kicking in. Oh, nothing much. I just wanted to call my daughter and ask about this boyfriend I've heard she has. Funny thing is, my daughter didn't tell me, but I found out through the news, Mito said, her tone teasing. Oh, well, I've been really busy. Rumi replied, her voice faltering. So you were too busy to call your own mother but not busy enough to get yourself a boyfriend? Mito's sarcasm was evident. Yes? Rumi admitted. I want to meet him, especially after everything I've heard and seen on TV, Mito said, making Rumi worry for Izuku's safety. Oh, well, we'll really be busy, being heroes and all. Rumi hoped her mother would believe it. I doubt he's that busy. I'll be in Japan in 3 days, and I hope to meet him then. Bye, Rumi. Love you. Mito hung up. Rumi slumped in her chair, looking up at the ceiling. Oh. Izuku, it's been nice knowing you. I'll be sure to never forget you. Achoo! Izuku sneezed, rubbing his nose. Midoriya, are you getting sick? You're a UA student. You shouldn't be getting sick. It will look bad on you. Ida exclaimed. What? Oh, I'm fine. I think someone was talking about me, Izuku replied. No matter. I shall make you some chicken noodle soup. Ida declared, rushing off to the kitchen. Izuku pinched the bridge of his nose and decided to head downstairs. When he arrived, he saw Ida trying to make everyone wear a mask to protect themselves from Izuku. For eyes. If you try and put that on me, I'll send you flying. Katsuki shouted. Midoriya is sick, so we must all mask up and have him quarantine himself in his bedroom until it goes away, Ida insisted. I wonder if Aizawa will let me have some of his whiskey if I ask. Izuku thought. He turned to the other side of the room and saw Todoroki wearing a hazmat suit, quarantined with tape around him. I'm going to get that whiskey even if he says no, Izuku decided, heading to the kitchen where an unconscious Ida lay. So because you sneezed, he decided we all need to wear masks? Katsuki raised an eyebrow. Yes, and it was a serious overreaction, especially since I think someone was talking about me, Izuku said while making a sandwich. Where's your kid and Uraraka? Katsuki asked, rummaging through the fridge. Damn it. Who used the last of my hot sauce? Whoop 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 whoop. Denki shouted, running upstairs like a crab. Recovery Girl wanted to check on her to make sure she's healthy, so Ochako went with her. Besides, I got called to the hero meeting where they will be revealing this year's ranks, Izuku explained. You better be in the top 50, or I'm kicking your butt, Katsuki warned, still searching for something spicy. Oh, I just remembered. When will you and Todoroki finish your hero testing so you can get your license? Izuku asked. Any time in the next 2 weeks, Katsuki replied, grabbing some ghost peppers. Well, I wish you luck in passing and whoever you decide to train under, Izuku said before his phone went off. Oh, sorry, I gotta go. See you later, Kaken. Also, please tell Oka and Eri why I'm not here, just in case. Yeah, whatever, Katsuki said, munching on the ghost peppers. God damn it, Pikachu. You're dead. He then ran off to get Denki. What the heck did Kaminari do? Toru asked as she walked by. He replaced Bakugo's ghost peppers with chili peppers. Mina giggled. Hey, Jiro, you might want to save your boyfriend. He's not my boyfriend. Jiro protested, blushing as she stormed off. So this is the hero ranking? Izuku asked, looking around the room filled with the top 10 heroes. Indeed it is. And Rumi, why must you sit on his lap? We're trying to be professional, Ryukyu said, glancing at her longtime friend. Best seat in the house. Besides. Rumi wiggled a bit to get comfortable. I don't see him complaining. Izuku tried to maintain his composure in front of all these heroes. Meh, who cares? I'm just curious what your rank is going to be, kid. I mean, you beat the guy that. Not even All Might could beat. Your rank should be pretty high, Hawks said, munching on a piece of chicken. Not only that, but look how well he's been doing since then. I'm sure you're pretty close to the top 10, Miruko added, leaning in next to his ear. And if you did, I'll ask Ochako to help me give you a special reward, Rumi whispered, playfully biting Izuku's ear, unnoticed by anyone else. This woman is going to drive me crazy, Izuku thought, pinching his leg to maintain his composure. I'm quite sure you're at least in the top 50, Endeavor said, scrolling through his phone. Excuse me? A man entered the room, holding a clipboard. We're ready to announce the rankings. All right, let's do this so I can take down those villains, Miruko said, standing up and walking out of the room. Hello everyone. We are here to announce the new top 10 heroes, and we also have a very special guest who will be in the rankings as well, the announcer said. The number 10 Dragoon hero, Ryukyu, the announcer continued as she walked out. I honestly don't think I deserve this rank, but I'll do my best, Ryukyu said. The number 9 hero, who has fallen but won't be defeated, the equipped hero, Yoroi Masha, the announcer declared. Outside the top 3? This ranking seems erroneous based on the tide of time, Yoroi Masha commented. Number 8 from the clean and shiny commercial, the laundry hero, Wash, the announcer said. Wash? Washishesh. Wash exclaimed, jumping around. Number 7, a huge leap for a promising hero whose growth won't stop. Kamui Woods, the announcer announced. I'm honored, Kamui Woods replied. Number 6, from the orthodox school of manliness, he reliably keeps his ranking, Shield Hero, Crust, the announcer said. I wanted to see you in action more, All Might. Crust said, a tear in his eye. Number 5. A bunny with a determined spirit has risen in the rankings. Rabbit Hero, Miruko, the announcer declared. I heard you formed a team, weaklings, Miruko said with a smile. Number 4. This mysterious ninja has had a huge jump in cases resolved and approval rating. Ninja Hero, Edshot, the announcer said. Be quiet, we're in public, Edshot replied. And for the heroes involved in the Kamino Ward incident, their rankings have skyrocketed, the announcer continued. Even though he's currently on hiatus, he's still number 3. With the number 1 approval rating, Fiber Hero, Best Genist. We are all waiting for him to return as soon as possible. And for number 2. He does things his own way, but he's fierce. With great momentum, he's reached the number 2 spot. The Wing Hero, Hawks, the announcer said. That's an exaggeration, Hawks remarked. And he's been the temporary number 1, but today, he's truly in the number 1 spot. The Flame Hero, Endeavor, the announcer concluded. I'll prove to you all that I can hold this spot until All Might's successor is ready to take the mantle, Endeavor declared. And now for our special guest. We witnessed him when all hope was lost and the symbol of peace was about to be killed. But then he stood up and fought off that terrible monster, and he hasn't stopped since then. Now he's the number 11 hero, the symbol of hope, Deku, the announcer announced. Everyone looked up as Izuku walked on stage, his face showing confidence but retaining its usual gentleness. I promise you all that, along with the police and other heroes, we shall defeat the League of Villains and put an end to the fear they have placed on us, Izuku said, determination shining in his eyes. And these are the top 11 heroes, everyone. Let's put our faith in them to stop the League, the announcer concluded. All the heroes waved and slowly walked off stage to head back to their rooms. As they were walking, Endeavor approached Izuku and placed a hand on his shoulder. Midoriya, I need to talk with you for a moment, Endeavor said as they walked to another room. What is it, Endeavor? Izuku asked, looking up at the hero. What I said out there is true. I know I can't hold a candle to All Might, but I will hold this position until you're ready. But don't think I'll let you take it easily. If you want it, you'll have to prove to me that you can take the number 1, Endeavor stated. I promise you, Endeavor, that I will be strong enough to handle it and take it from you, Izuku replied, looking Endeavor right in the eyes. Good. Or I'll push you until you do, Endeavor said as he walked away. Oh, right before I forget, Hawks and I will be having a meeting soon. I want you to join us. Your history with the Nomu and Shigaraki can prove useful. Very well, just let me know when and I'll be there, Izuku said. Both Izuku and Endeavor left the room and went their separate ways before Izuku was playfully tackled by Rumi. So you think you can get away, huh? Rumi exclaimed. What? No, I was just heading back to UA to see Eri, Izuku replied. Sure. Well, guess what? I'm coming with you, Rumi declared, jumping onto his back. You want me to carry you? Izuku asked, receiving a playful punch in return. Alright, I'm going. Izuku and Rumi arrived at UA and entered the building, where they were met by the entire class. Wow, good job, Midori. Number 11 and this early in your career, that's amazing, Mina said. I must agree, it truly is amazing, Midoriya. I hope you keep up the good work, Momo added with a smile. I'd expect nothing less from my rival, Katsuki said, crossing his arms. It's not really a rivalry, it's more like you flailing your arms angrily at him as he keeps climbing higher, Shinso teased. You want to Fuyua Jingdai. Katsuki shouted, quickly catching himself since Eri had just entered the room. Papa, I saw you on TV. You looked so cool up there, same as you, Mama, Eri said, hugging them both. Hee, of course I looked awesome, me, Rumi said, basking in Eri's praise. Izuku, I'm so proud of you, Ochako said, pulling him into a hug and kissing his cheek. Hee, thanks, Ochako, Izuku replied, giving her a light peck on the lips. Oh right, that reminds me, Ochako, and I need to give you your reward, Rumi said, grabbing Izuku and carrying him under her arm. Eri, sweetie, go and stay with Uncle Katsuki while your mommy and I give your papa a reward. Okay, Mama, Eri said, following Katsuki to the living room where he was asking her what she wanted to watch. Welp, let's go, Rumi said, dragging Ochako along with her. Hee, make sure you stay quiet, we don't want to hear it, Mina giggled. Hear what? What will they be doing? If it is inappropriate for you, I can't Ida started to say before Shinso knocked him out. Sorry, but I'm not letting you ruin Izuku's reward. Besides, he'll owe me later, Shinso said as he dragged Ida to a closet and shut the door. Where's the coffee? Rumi dropped Izuku on the bed, a playful smile on her face. So, are you ready for your reward? She asked. Shouldn't we take things slow? Izuku stammered, not wanting to rush. Don't worry, we'll take it slow, Rumi replied, walking over to him and taking his hand. But I'm going to push it as far as I can. Izuku gulped, feeling Rumi's excitement radiating off her. Well, Ochako, do you want to join, or are you just going to watch? Rumi asked, glancing at the flustered Ochako. I mean, you can watch, but that just means more for me. Ochako knew Rumi was teasing her, but she wanted to prove her wrong. She marched up to Izuku and pulled him into a deep kiss. Oh, don't worry, Rumi. I can keep up with you, but the real question is, can you keep up with me? She said confidently. Izuku looked between them, feeling the tension rise, and silently hoped he would survive. So, doctor, is the Nomu ready? Shigaraki asked, looking at the doctor. It should be very soon. Don't worry, I made it stronger than we originally planned. It will be able to handle both Endeavor and Deku easily, the doctor replied. Good. And what about my quirk you promised me? Shigaraki inquired. It was trickier than planned. For some reason, it is very weak and unstable. But I managed to enhance it enough so that it should be strong enough for you to use and prove your all-for-one successor, the doctor explained, trying to understand why the strand of all-for-one was weaker than expected. Good. Soon we'll have the MSDR's other servant on my side once Kurogiri finds him, Shigaraki said. Deep in the woods, a massive figure sat on the ground, holding a small photo of two people, all-for-one and a young Izuku. MSTR, I couldn't find young Prince Izuku. Gigantomachia is sorry and will try again, Gigantomachia said as he began to walk away. I must protect the young prince as my MS-star instructed, even if it means betraying him. He recalled the words he had been given. Gigantomachia, you shall protect Izuku no matter what. Even if it means betraying me, he is my son, and I instruct you to protect him. Even if you must kill me to do it, am I understood? All for One had said. Why so? I shall protect him no matter what, even if I must kill you to do it, Gigantomachia replied, struggling with the last part. Izuku was downstairs, trying to ignore the snickering and knowing looks from some of his classmates. It was even worse when Mina kept asking Ochako and Rumi what had happened. They both blushed and said, "No comment," but their smiles said it all. "You owe me big time, you know that," Shinso said, walking by with a smirk. "Yeah, I know," Izuku replied, pinching the bridge of his nose. "So, will we be going on patrol tomorrow?" Shinso asked, taking a sip of his coffee. "Probably later in the day. I have to go to a meeting with Endeavor and Hawks tomorrow," Izuku said, cutting up some apples for Eri. "Well, I have to admit, it's quite nice working under the number 11 hero of Japan," Shinso said with an air of superiority. "Ugh," Izuku replied, feeling drained. He went into the common room with the bowl of cut-up apples and placed them on the table for Eri. As she crawled onto the couch and settled in his lap to munch on them, she said, "Thank you, Papa." "No problem, Snowball," Izuku said, gently kissing her head, which made her smile. "So, Midoriya, how does it feel being the number 11 hero?" Shoji asked. "It feels pretty good," and Izuku was cut off when his phone started ringing. "Oh, sorry, I have to take this." "Hello. Izuku, your check just came in, and I put it in your bank account," Inko said happily. "Oh, thanks, Mom. I really appreciate it," Izuku replied. "Oh, that reminds me, when are you coming over and bringing Eri and your friends?" "I want to see them again," Inko said. "What? Sorry, Mom, losing signal, going to Mars," Izuku said quickly. "Mars? Wait, what do why?" Inko started, but he hung up the phone. "I'll deal with that later," Izuku thought. "Did you seriously just hang up on your mom?" Todoroki asked as he walked by. "She wants to see Rumi, Ochako, and Eri, and it'll just be a couple of hours of her talking about wanting grandkids," Izuku said. Understandable. My mom has been on me and my siblings about when she's going to be a grandma," Todoroki replied. "What's with moms and wanting grandkids?" Izuku wondered aloud. "Who knows? My mom won't stop bringing it up," Katsuki said, looking annoyed. "Well, you do have Kami, so," Shinso teased. "We're not dating," Katsuki shouted, his face turning red. "Whatever helps you sleep at night. Just remember, I stay up late, and my room is next to yours." "And I hear everything," Shinso said with a grin. Both Shinso and Katsuki stared at each other for an uncomfortable moment, which only intensified when Shinso took a loud sip of coffee. "What about you, Shinso? I've seen you going to the support department a lot," Katsuki remarked. "Touché," Shinso replied. The next day, Endeavor and Hawks were in a meeting. Hawks was happily munching on some food, much to Endeavor's annoyance. "Where is Deku?" "He should have been here 20 minutes ago," Endeavor said, tapping his finger on the table. Oh well look," Hawks said, pulling out his phone to show that Izuku was dealing with some bank robbers. "He seems busy but should be here soon," Hawks said, glancing at Endeavor. Very well. So what was it you wanted to talk to me about?" "I know you didn't just agree to this for a meeting," Endeavor replied, crossing his arms. "I want to ask you if you can really handle being number one. I want to know if you're willing to do what it takes," Hawks said earnestly. "I'll do it because I have to. I know I'm not the hero I should be, nor will I ever be. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to do my best to hold this position until Deku can take the mantle. He's the symbol of hope this world so desperately needs, and it's something I can never be," Endeavor admitted, surprising Hawks. "Well, that's good to hear, but you have to be a symbol. I think I know the symbol that fits you," Hawks said, capturing Endeavor's attention. "Endeavor, the symbol of strive. It fits you very well because no matter how much you struggle, you keep moving forward." Endeavor chuckled, then burst out laughing. After a moment, he calmed down. "I guess you're right, I would fit that perfectly." As Endeavor looked out the window, he saw something racing toward them at incredible speeds. He turned around to see the waiter approaching and shouted, "Quickly, run." The object extended its arm and destroyed a massive part of the floor they were on, only to be met with a blast of flames from Endeavor. "So, another Nomu," Endeavor said, using his flames to fly, much like the creature. You the strongest? The hooded Nomu asked in a deep, broken voice. Indeed I am. I'm the #1 hero, Endeavor declared, preparing for battle. Good. Then show me your strength, the Nomu yelled as it charged forward, slamming Endeavor through the building and into another. Endeavor thought, what the hell? How is this thing so powerful? He retaliated by slamming his fist into the Nomu's head, blasting it away. Flash fire jet burn. Endeavor shouted, unleashing a massive concentrated blast of flames. The Nomu charged through the flames, wielding a steel beam, and slammed it into Endeavor, breaking some of his ribs. Diamond. Flash fire hell spider. Endeavor yelled, creating massive fire beams from his fingers that cut the Nomu into multiple pieces. You're weak, the Nomu yelled, quickly healing from the damage and punching Endeavor away. Hood smiled as he watched Endeavor slam into another building. Suddenly, he heard something and quickly turned around, only to be met by a giant feather that cut off his arm. He looked up and saw Hawks flying above him. So, you're a Nomu? You're uglier than I thought, Hawks remarked. Dim Enit, I only have 30% of my feathers left because the others are rescuing civilians. Are you strong? Hood asked, looking up at Hawks. Not as strong as the other guy, but I can keep you busy, Hawks replied before quickly sending a barrage of feathers at him. Hood swiped his arm at the feathers, creating a massive shockwave from the strength of his attack. Hawks was sent back, having to use almost all of his feathers to save people from the shockwave. Prominence burn. Endeavor screamed, sending a massive blast of flames that roasted Hood. As the flames died down, Hood floated there with only a few burn marks. Is that the best you have? Hero, he taunted. What? But those flames were hot enough to carbonize cells. Endeavor exclaimed. You're not strong enough. Hood screamed, blasting toward Endeavor and extending his arm to grab him. Once he caught Endeavor, he swung him around, smashing him through multiple buildings before throwing him across the city. People trying to escape looked up in horror as Endeavor rocketed toward them, slamming into a light pole. They gasped as they saw some of his bones sticking out, and the lower part of his right arm dangled from a few muscle fibers. Diamond. Endeavor muttered as he slowly stood up. He looked down at his right arm and ripped off the part that was barely hanging on. He quickly heated up his hand to cauterize the wound along with his other injuries. He looked up and blasted off, hoping to at least stall the Nomu. You're not strong either, Hood said, placing his foot on Hawk's head and slowly crushing it. I was told I'd get strong heroes to fight, but all I get is weaklings. Hell grenade. Endeavor shouted, surprising Hood as he grabbed the Nomu's head and created a massive explosion of flames. Endeavor watched as Hood's body was blown apart, but noticed something out of the corner of his eye. He turned just in time to be met with a bone spike that cut deeply across his face. Hood then grabbed Endeavor and threw him to the ground in front of a massive crowd of civilians trying to escape. He landed heavily on Endeavor, cracking the ground and causing Endeavor to cough up blood from the force. Maybe if I kill all of you, I'll get someone stronger, Hood said, eyeing the crowd. People began screaming and running away, which made Hood grin evilly as he released a horde of Nomus, all charging at the civilians. Someone out there, please save us, a news reporter cried, watching a Nomu approach her. She closed her eyes, bracing for impact, but only felt a gust of wind. Slowly, she opened her eyes to see Deku standing in front of her. New York smash. Izuku yelled as his fist slammed into the Nomu with such force that it was instantly destroyed. The Nomu's body flew past Hood, who stared at Izuku with curiosity. You stronger? Hood asked, but was met with a fist to the chest that obliterated his upper body, leaving only his head. You've caused enough pain, and I'm going to end you, Izuku said with cold determination. Yes, you are strongest. Our fight will be legendary. Hood screamed as he quickly reformed and charged at Izuku. Izuku ducked under one of Hood's punches and countered with a powerful kick that launched Hood's head off his body. He turned to the medics and other heroes nearby. Quickly, take care of the injured. I'll keep him distracted, he shouted before going after Hood. Izuku and Hood charged at each other, entering a fierce battle that sent both of them flying through buildings as they fought to overpower one another. I thought you said Hood could beat him, but here he is, not only holding his own but winning, Shigaraki said, frustration evident in his voice. Don't worry, Tamura. Hood will beat him. Just watch, the doctor replied, pushing a button. Hood was about to charge at Izuku when he suddenly stopped, his body convulsing, expanding and deforming. Izuku watched in horror as Hood screamed in pain, flailing around. It wasn't long before Hood stood up, now much larger with 4 pairs of arms. I'm the strongest, Hood declared, vanishing and reappearing to punch Izuku, sending him crashing through a building. Izuku slowly stood up, using float and 50% one for all, and jumped back at Hood, launching Black Whip. Just before it reached him, Hood disappeared and reappeared above Izuku. You're weak, Hood taunted, grabbing Izuku by the throat and beginning to strangle him. He lifted Izuku high, ready to deliver a fatal blow when he heard his MSDR's voice through a communicator implanted in him. No, Hood. Go to the top of the building and show the whole world. I want you to slowly crush him to death, Shigaraki commanded. Hood grunted and flew to the top of the tallest building nearby, standing on the edge with Izuku's barely conscious body in his grasp. He wrapped both hands around Izuku's torso and began to squeeze, eliciting screams of pain from Izuku. Ah! Izuku cried out, desperately punching Hood's arms, but it was futile. Papa! Eri cried from you, tears streaming down her face as she watched her father in peril. Ochako quickly pulled her away from the screen, hugging her tightly despite her protests. All Might, present as well, clutched his side in anger, witnessing his son in danger on live television. Problem child. Keep fighting, Aizawa urged, his heart racing as he watched the scene unfold. The rest of the class held their breath, helpless. Damn it. Izuku, don't you dare die on us. Katsuki muttered, frustration and fear mixing in his voice. Deep in Tartarus, All for One thrashed against his restraints, alarming the guards nearby. Izuku, he thought, even locked away, he could hear his son's cries of pain. Amend these blasted restraints. In this injury. He thrashed again, more violently this time, causing the restraints to groan in protest. Before he could do anything else, sedatives were pumped into him, knocking him out. Damn it. Izuku. Son. Please don't die, he thought before losing consciousness. Die. Hood growled, squeezing harder, breaking some of Izuku's ribs and causing him to cough up blood. Just before Hood could finish him off, Black Whip erupted from Izuku, skewering Hood. Hood released Izuku, jumping back as Izuku struggled to stand despite his injuries. Stand up, Izuku. The world needs you. The first user appeared beside him. It's not your time to go. He's right. Stand up, ninth, and fight. Show the world what you're capable of, Banjo encouraged, appearing next to him. Izuku, get up. Your family needs you too. Think about how they would feel if they lost you, Nana urged, crouching in front of him. Get up, ninth. Get up, Deku. The previous users and the people of Japan shouted in unison. With great effort, Izuku stood, gritting his teeth against the pain. Let's end this. Nomu, he declared, raising his fists. Hood grinned and charged at him, but before he could reach Izuku, a blast of flames struck him, sending him away. Don't forget about me, Endeavor said, standing up despite his injuries. Both of you are weak, Hood retorted, regaining his footing. Any ideas, Endeavor? Izuku asked, forcing Black Whip to cover his body to ease the pain. Just one. Kill this guy. Endeavor replied. Good enough for me. How hot can you make your fire? Izuku inquired. As hot as it takes to cook him, Endeavor responded. Izuku shot off, kicking Hood and sending him flying. Fine, but I'll need a minute to heat my flames, Endeavor said, his body igniting in fire as he raised the temperature. Izuku grunted and leaped after Hood, engaging him in battle to buy Endeavor time. They charged at each other, Izuku throwing a punch that Hood dodged but was hit by an invisible force. Hood was sent flying, confusion etched on his face. How did you hit Hood? I guess you're just too weak to see that I did, Izuku replied, trying to provoke. Hood is not weak. Hood is the strongest. Hood screamed, attacking wildly. As Izuku dodged, he noticed red feathers soaring through the air, rescuing people. Inspired, he began using higher percentage punches against Hood. 70% Texas Smash. Izuku shouted, landing a powerful punch that sent Hood crashing into a building. With his special technique, Izuku's punches hit twice with the same force. Hood will kill you. Hood screamed, launching his arm at Izuku, who caught it and swung him through a construction site. Izuku quickly looked up, formulating a plan. He jumped high into the air above the building and pet his fist back. Japan Smash, he yelled, unleashing a massive air blast that tore the building down, burying Hood beneath the rubble. Izuku floated high above, watching as the debris shifted. Hood blasted out, grabbing Izuku, and they began fighting midair, both falling back to the ground. Izuku managed to grab Hood from behind, using him to cushion the impact. They slammed into the ground, but Hood whipped his arm back, sending Izuku flying across the block. Damn it. Anytime, Endeavor. Izuku thought, bringing his fist back and preparing to unleash 100%. California, Texas Smash, he shouted, using all his strength to blow Hood apart, only for him to quickly reform. Hood can't be killed. Hood sneered at Izuku, claiming superiority. He charged forward, but before he could reach him, a fist made of flames seized his face, the intense heat scorching his skin. Enough! Endeavor declared, his entire body radiating flames, appearing as if he were made of fire. He hurled Hood across the street and soared above him, delivering a powerful punch that melted through Hood and the concrete beneath him. Hood quickly kicked Endeavor away, struggling to stand as he noticed his wounds weren't healing properly. He stammered, fear creeping into his voice. Do you like my new trick? I can only maintain this form for 5 minutes, but it raises my flames to the temperature of the sun, Endeavor explained. No, Hood must go back to become stronger. Hood muttered, activating his shoulder rockets to escape. Endeavor! Izuku shouted, quickly using Black Whip to grab him. Endeavor understood immediately. Do it, he yelled as Izuku spun him around at incredible speeds, creating a green and black blur with a red outline. Beat this guy! Izuku urged, launching Endeavor toward Hood while racing after them, ready to provide backup. As Hood retreated, he sensed an immense heat approaching. Turning around, he was met with a fist that struck him in the mouth, cooking him from the inside out. You're not going anywhere! Endeavor shouted, his flames climbing higher into the sky. Come on, Endeavor, beat this guy, Hawks called out, watching him ascend. Endeavor thought to himself, aiming higher to avoid collateral damage. No, you represent what I used to be, or perhaps a version of me from another time. Now burn. Become ash. Endeavor soared above the clouds, catching a glimpse of the Earth's curve. I always hated that motto, but now seems like the right time to use it, he thought. Plus ultra prominence Bjorn. He erupted into a massive pillar of flames that shot into space, visible from around the world. As he released Hood, he noticed Hood was still barely alive. K.ill. Hood gasped, reaching out for Endeavor. Just then, Izuku appeared beside Endeavor, grabbing him with one arm and preparing to strike. No, this ends now, Nomu. Izuku declared, his arms sparking with power, radiating 9 different colors. United States of Smas. The punch connected with Hood, finally destroying what remained of him, leaving only an arm behind. Izuku and Endeavor lost their strength, crashing to the ground and creating a massive shockwave. Onlookers held their breath, waiting for the smoke to clear. As it dissipated, 2 figures emerged, Endeavor and Izuku, both fists raised high. I just got word that they won. Endeavor and Deku defeated the Nomu that caused so much damage, a news reporter announced. Izuku and Endeavor slowly fell to one knee, barely conscious, when they heard flapping. Hawks landed nearby, limping toward them. You two did good, he said. Look like hell. Endeavor replied. Same could be said for you, Matchstick, Hawks chuckled. Their moment was interrupted by a massive wall of blue flames as Dabi approached. Well. It seems the number one hero is pretty strong, Dabi said sarcastically. But you only won because Deku helped you. Dabi, what are you doing here? Endeavor demanded, trying to stand. I'm only here for Hood. Or what's left of him. But seeing how weak you all are, Dabi said, igniting his hand, killing you three will just be a bonus. He charged at them, ready to unleash his flames when Miruko appeared above and kicked him away. Sorry, but if you want Izuku, you're going to have to go through me, Miruko declared, shaking the ground with her landing. Take me back, Dabi said, black sludge spilling from his mouth as he began to disappear. Don't die on me, Endeavor. We still have so much fun planned for you. With that, Dabi vanished, leaving the heroes on guard. Izuku suddenly collapsed, a couple of ribs having punctured his lungs. Izuku! Miruko yelled, rushing to his side and listening to his breathing. Damn it, his lungs are pierced. I need to get him to the hospital. She gently lifted him and hopped away toward the nearest medical facility. Meanwhile, in the United States, a massive woman with long blonde hair and an American-themed costume watched the news from Japan, finally witnessing All Might's supposed successor. Stars and Stripes, what do you think of him? From what I heard, he's All Might's successor and the symbol of hope, her secretary remarked. Contact him. I want to meet him, Stars and Stripes ordered. At once, her secretary replied, quickly leaving to arrange a meeting. So, Esther, that's your successor. He seems like a good kid, but I'll be the judge of that. Just to ensure he's worthy, Stars and Stripes mused. Izuku slowly opened his eyes to a familiar white ceiling with bright lights. Looking down, he saw his chest and arms heavily bandaged. Oh, I see you're awake, a doctor said, entering the room with a clipboard. How are you feeling? A little sore and kind of hungry, Izuku replied. That's understandable. You've been unconscious for 2 days and have multiple broken bones. Most of your ribs are broken, you had a punctured lung, a severe concussion, your right arm was shattered, and your left arm was broken. Your right leg was broken in multiple places, and sadly, you've gained a lot more scars, said the doctor. Izuku was silent as he absorbed the information before he remembered the others. Wait, what about Endeavor and Hawks? Hawks is okay but lost a decent amount of his feathers and only had a couple of broken bones. Endeavor? Well, he's still in the ICU and unconscious from the damage he took. Sadly, he lost most of his right forearm. He has many other injuries, but like his family said, he's too stubborn to die and will most likely make a full recovery, the doctor explained. I see, thank you, doctor. Oh, was anyone else hurt in the attack? Izuku asked. Just some light injuries in the panic. The most severe injury I heard of was someone breaking their leg, the doctor replied. Oh, right before I forget. Your family wants to see you and I hope your insurance covers angry bunnies. Izuku could only sigh and nod his head as he watched the doctor leave. Not even 10 seconds later, his door was kicked open. Izuku, are you all right? Rumi and Ochako yelled, but before they could get near him, a white blur passed them, and Eri was tightly hugging his chest and crying. Papa, I thought I lost you, sobbed Eri as she held onto him tightly, scared that if she let go, he would disappear. Shoo, it's okay, Eri. I'm not going anywhere, Izuku said gently, hugging her back to comfort her. Eri just hugged him tighter as more tears streamed down her face. Izuku looked up and saw Ochako, Rumi, along with his mom and dad there. Hey guys, how are you all doing? He asked. We should be asking you the same thing after watching you almost get killed. All Might said. That gnome. He was different. It's like he was made to take on me and Endeavor specifically, Izuku explained. His regeneration was insane, and he seemed to have a very powerful resistance to Endeavor's flames. Yeah, the scientist and police are running scans on his arm and found multiple quirks that perfectly contrasted both of you, All Might added. Izuku nodded but felt a cold shiver down his spine as he saw both his girlfriends standing over him with dark auras surrounding them. Arumi. Ochako, he stammered, feeling very scared. They didn't say anything before both of them pulled him into a hug that he was pretty sure cracked most of his bones. Don't ever do something that dangerous again, Izuku. Ochako said. Try to be more careful, please. Rumi added. I'll try my best. Izuku replied, raising one of his arms to hug them both back. Izuku, are you alright? Inko asked as she walked up to him. Yeah, Mom, just sore and really hungry now, Izuku said as his stomach growled loudly. Hee hee, well, I'll go down to the cafeteria and get you something to eat. Eri, want to come with me to get your papa some food? Inko offered. Eri nodded but hugged Izuku tighter one last time. Please be safe, Papa, and don't worry, Ghost will watch you, she said, placing her stuffed animal on Izuku's lap before kissing his cheek, which made him smile and kiss her forehead. I promise, Eri, Izuku said as he watched her and his mom leave to get him some food. They all sat in silence for a moment before All Might was about to speak when someone new cleared their throat. So this is your boyfriend, Rumi? Said her mom, standing at the door and making Rumi go pale. What are you doing here? Rumi stuttered as she tried to hide behind Izuku. Izuku was very confused and worried because Rumi seemed absolutely terrified of this woman. He looked over and saw that she had short white hair and the same rabbit features as Rumi but with whiskers on her face. Her skin was a similar wheat color but a little darker, and she had some slight wrinkles under her eyes. So, you're the boy that's dating my daughter, and from what your principal told me, you have another girlfriend as well. Mito said, glaring at Izuku. God, why did Nizu have to say anything? Thought Izuku, hoping it couldn't get any worse. Ochako honey. Oh, there you are. Oh, who's this? Said Ochako's mom, walking in with her husband right behind her. Hello, I'm Mito Usajiyama, and I'm Rumi, or as she's more commonly known, Miruko's mother. Mito introduced herself. And I'm here to talk to my daughter's boyfriend, Izuku Midoriya, or Deku as some people call him. Boyfriend? But we were told Midoriya is dating our daughter, Ochako, said Ochako's mom, looking at Izuku with surprise. Can this get any worse? Thought Izuku, and as if the universe answered. Papa, me and Grandma got you Mama and Mommy some food, Eri said, walking into the room with Inko. So, everything the principal told us is true. Mito said, looking at her daughter and boyfriend along with Ochako's parents. Why is this happening? Thought Izuku when he felt his phone go off. He looked down and felt his eyebrow twitch at the message. Nizu, bring it, beach middle finger. Izuku's eyebrow twitched at Nizu's text, but before he could say anything he heard Ochako's dad speak. Ochako, what is the meaning of this? Her father asked, looking very angry. Dad, I can explain. Ochako said, trying to calm her father down. And what's this about a daughter? Her mom added, looking angry too. But it seemed. Rumi, explain now, Mito said, walking up to her daughter and grabbing her by the ear. Hey Mom, just stop pulling on my ears. Rumi protested. Papa, why are they being mean to Mommy and Mama? Eri asked, walking up to Izuku. I'll explain later. Izuku said, if I survive that is. Rumi, I'm disappointed in you. Why didn't you tell me you're dating Deku and you had a daughter? I can't believe I'm already a grandma now, Mito said. Huh? Rumi replied, her ears falling flat sideways. I can't believe I'm already a grandma, but look at how cute she is, Ochako's mother said, hugging her daughter. Honey, we need to talk to this boy who seems to be dating two women, one being our daughter and apparently has a child, Mr. Uraraka said. Oh, who cares, honey? I have a grandbaby now. Mrs. Uraraka replied. I know, right? I was so happy when I found out as well, Inko said, walking up to them with Mito joining in. Everyone looked at them in complete shock as they began discussing weddings and grandbabies. I'm so confused right now. All Might said. Welcome to my world. Izuku replied. What? But honey. Mr. Uraraka started before his wife placed a hand over his mouth. Shush, honey. We can talk about it later. I want to go with my soon-to-be friends. Oh, we have to plan the wedding and everything. Mrs. Uraraka exclaimed. Everyone watched as the group of mothers walked out of the room, leaving everyone else confused. What just happened? Rumi asked, trying to wrap her head around everything. An act from God? All Might suggested. Papa, I have your food still, Eri said, holding up the tray she got for him. What? Oh, thank you, Eri, Izuku said as he grabbed the tray of food, then lifted her up and sat her on his lap, where she sat down happily. Look kid, we'll talk later. I gotta go deal with my wife and her grandbaby talk, Mr. Uraraka said as he walked away to find his wife. Oh, that was certainly interesting, All Might said. I'll go find Inko. See you later, young Izuku. After All Might left, Izuku, Eri, Rumi, and Ochako were left in the room. Papa, can I have your apple? Eri asked, pointing to the apple on Izuku's tray. Sure, here you go, Snowball, Izuku said, handing her the apple and watching her happily eat it. Oh, this has been an interesting day, Rumi said, grabbing a chair and sitting next to Izuku, where she then took his hand. Hopefully my dad doesn't hurt you, Ochako said, mirroring Rumi's gesture on the other side. Izuku looked hopeful and scared at the same time. Hopefully next time Nizu doesn't almost get me killed. His phone buzzed and he felt his eyebrow twitch at the message from Nizu. Nizu, no promises. God damn it, Nizu. Izuku thought. So what do you think of my idea to have the class go to Nabu Island until new heroes are recruited? Nizu asked, looking at the staff. It would be good experience for them, and we could put Midoriya in charge since he's a professional hero, Aizawa said. Very well, I'll inform the island that we'll send our class there to cover for the heroes until new ones are found, Nizu said with a smile. Deep down in Tartarus sat one of the most powerful men in the world, restrained and guarded. He couldn't so much as smirk without the guns pointing at him twitching slightly. Across from him, on the other side of the glass, sat the former number 1 hero, All Might, glaring at All for One. Tell me, All Might, how's retirement? I'm quite surprised they didn't put you in a wheelchair in case your body gave out, All for One said. Very funny, but unlike you, at least I can still see clearly, All Might replied. Why did you want to talk with me? Ichim. What's wrong? I simply wanted to have a civil conversation. The guards here are so dull, they won't even talk to me, All for One said. Most people wouldn't want to talk with a mass-murdering supervillain, All Might shot back. Hee, how very true. So tell me, All Might, how's your young successor? All for One asked. You leave young Izuku out of this. All Might said, glaring more harshly. Oh, did I touch a nerve, All Might? All for One taunted. And what's this? You're using his first name? It seems you're trying to fill the void in your heart that your emissary left after she departed this world. All Might glared even more harshly at him before letting out a deep breath to calm down. Don't worry, young Izuku will soon be stronger than me. And not only that, but he will defeat your successor. Oh, is that so? All for One replied. And how will he defeat him, All Might? You only beat me because he helped you. And the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. That can be said for him as well, All Might countered. Only time will tell. My successor has great power and will soon be stronger than me, All for One said. Maybe so, but my successor shall be even stronger than yours, All Might declared. So I've heard. I hear he's the number 11 hero. It's quite impressive how strong he is. Then again, he is your successor, so it's only natural that he surpasses you, All for One remarked. Oh, is this praise I hear, All for One? That is unlike you, All Might said cautiously. He fascinates me, that's all for One replied. All Might was on edge from what he said. What are you playing at, All for One? Why are you so interested in young Izuku? He thought. Doesn't matter, you'll never meet him again since you're locked in here until you die. That is what you think, but you never know what might happen, All Might. I mean, you can't predict the future, can you? All for One said. No, I can't, but I'm quite sure you'll never be able to escape, All Might replied. Only time shall tell, All Might. But I'm sure some part of Midoriya wants to meet me. I mean, he did beat me. It would only make sense that a part of him wants to know about me, All for One said with a grin spreading on his face. All Might was about to respond when he heard the guards speak. All Might, time is up. It's time for you to leave. All Might nodded, stood up, and started to leave before he heard All for One speak again. I do hope you tell Izuku that I want to speak with him, All for One said, using Izuku's real name to provoke All Might. Shut up. You have no right to speak his real name, you monster. All Might shouted. That is my son you're talking about. All Might exclaimed in anger, slamming the door shut behind him. No one noticed the slight flinch from All for One, his teeth gritting in frustration. So my nemesis claims that Izuku is his son. How interesting, the son of All Might and All for One. Hopefully, I'll get to see you again one day. Son. Izuku was out in the training field, doing one-armed push-ups while Eri sat on his back, engrossed in her phone. Papa, why do you train so much? Eri asked innocently. To get stronger so I can protect you and everyone I care about, as well as those who need my help, Izuku replied. Eri smiled and wrapped her arms around his neck, hugging him tightly. I love you, Papa. I love you too, Snowball, Izuku chuckled, finishing his push-ups and standing up with Eri still clinging to him. Papa, can we go for a run? It's so much fun riding on your back when you go fast. Eri said excitedly. Sure, I don't see why not, but you better hold on tight, Izuku said as he positioned her for a piggyback ride. I'm ready, Papa. Eri exclaimed happily. Alright, let's go. Izuku shouted before launching into a sprint, using 10% of One for All, racing down the track with Eri's laughter ringing in the air. After a short while, Izuku finally stopped and placed Eri down, ruffling her hair. Why don't you go find Mommy while I finish up here? Okay, Papa. Eri replied, running off toward the 1A dorms to find Ochako. Izuku's expression shifted to one of sadness as he glanced at the new scars on his body. I need to push myself harder. If I'm ever going to be a good hero. He crouched down and shot into the air, heading for one of the massive training grounds where he could train without worrying about anyone else. I wonder if Aizawa-sensei would let us use the pool today, Mina said, fanning herself due to the sudden heat wave. Why not ask him? Tsu suggested. You're right, I will go ask him, Mina said, pulling out her phone and walking off. Eri, where's Mommy? Katsuki asked as Eri entered the building and approached him. I think she's in her room doing some last-minute homework, Katsuki replied, watching as Eri nodded and ran off to find Ochako. Bro, I'm still surprised at how nice you are to her, Kirishima remarked. Of course I'm nice to her. She's my niece. Katsuki shouted. Or maybe you're trying to earn brownie points with Kami by being nice to kids, even though you're too small to have any, Todoroki teased. You're dead half and half. Katsuki yelled, chasing after Todoroki. This is quite entertaining, Shinso said, sipping his coffee while holding a purple sleeping bag. Guys, Aizawa-sensei said we can use the pool as a reward for our good behavior. Mina announced, bouncing with excitement. Let's go tell the others, Momo said, standing up to look for Todoroki and Katsuki. I'll go tell Ochako while Shinso goes to find Midoriya, Mina added, making Shinso blush slightly. He's not my brother. Shinso muttered, trying to glare at Mina. Official brother. Mina winked as she skipped off to find Ochako. Might as well go find Izuku, Shinso said, walking off. All of Class 1A, except for Shinso and Izuku, were at the pool, wearing their bathing suits and getting ready to relax. Mommy, I'm scared, Eri said, recalling bad memories from the lab. Don't worry, Eri, it's okay. You don't have to get in the pool if you don't want to, Ochako comforted her, wishing Izuku were there to help calm her down. Eri nodded and sat on one of the chairs, holding her ghost toy tightly to push the memories out of her mind. Hey, sorry I'm late, Izuku said as he walked in, his brain momentarily shutting down at the sight of his girlfriends. Ochako wore a pink bikini that resembled a skirt, while Rumi sported a striking red bikini. I'm going to need a cold shower later, Izuku thought, quickly trying to regain his composure. What's wrong, Izuku? See something you like? Rumi teased, crossing her arms under her chest, with Ochako mimicking her. They both admired Izuku, appreciating his build and the scars that made him look even more appealing. And no, everything is fine, Izuku stammered, attempting to suppress his blush. He noticed Eri looking sad and approached her. Eri, what's wrong? Be bad memories, Papa. Eri replied sadly. Izuku's heart ached as he scooped her up and placed her. in his lap, hugging her tightly. Shoo, it's okay, Eri. He can't hurt you anymore. Promise, Papa? Eri asked, her voice trembling. I promise. He'll never be able to hurt you again, and I made sure of that, Izuku reassured her. Eri nodded, continuing to hug him as she listened to his heartbeat, which helped calm her down. They sat together for a while as everyone else enjoyed the pool. Eri looked over, wanting to join in the fun but feeling scared. Papa, I want to swim too, but I'm scared. Eri admitted. It's okay to be scared, Eri. If you want to swim, it's up to you. If not, we can stay right here, Izuku said gently. Eri wanted to feel safe, but another part of her wanted to be brave like her papa and overcome her fears. And no, I want to try. Eri said as she slowly stood up. Okay, Eri, and don't worry, I'll be right next to you, Izuku reassured her as he grabbed some floaties and put them on her arms. They both walked slowly to the pool, with Eri taking small, timid steps. When they reached the edge, Izuku walked down the steps while Eri stayed on the edge. Don't force yourself, Eri. If you don't want to, you don't have to, Izuku said gently. Eri looked up at him, feeling the urge to quit, but she wanted to be brave. Like her papa. She slowly extended her foot down to the water, trying to forget the memories of her past. Just then, she felt a warm hand on hers and saw that it was her papa, holding her hand and giving her an encouraging smile. Taking a deep breath, Eri slowly put her foot in the water, and before she knew it, she had both feet in. Class 1A and Rumi were all in the pool, silently watching as Eri tried to overcome her fears. It's okay, Eri. You can do it. I believe in you, Izuku said, taking her other hand as she slowly took another step down. Ichi can't hurt me. Papa promised he'll never hurt me again. Eri thought, desperately trying to keep the memories at bay. As she focused, she didn't realize she was deep in the water until she couldn't feel the bottom. Panic started to rise within her when she felt Izuku quickly put an arm under her and hold her up. It's okay, Eri. I'm right here, he said, keeping her calm. Eri was shaking from the sensation of the water and the memories, but they were starting to lessen. Izuku stayed close as she slowly calmed down, pulling his arm back to let her float with her floaties while still holding her hands just in case. She opened her eyes in panic but realized she wasn't sinking. Look, Eri, you did it! Izuku exclaimed with a big smile. Now try kicking with your feet to help keep you up. Eri followed his instructions and slowly pushed herself up, and to her surprise, it was fun. Unbeknownst to her, a smile began to form on her face. Then she felt Izuku tug on her hands and gently pull her through the water. See, Eri? It's okay, he encouraged. Eri kept kicking and smiling, and before she knew it, she started laughing. Everyone else began clapping, celebrating as they witnessed Eri overcoming her fears. Izuku decided to take a chance and let go of her hands, staying within reach just in case. Okay, Eri, now swim to me, he said, watching as she moved her arms and kicked. After a few tries, she swam closer to him, and he reached down to scoop her up out of the water. I'm so proud of you, Eri, Izuku said, hugging her. Eri smiled brightly and hugged him back, feeling happy that she was brave like her papa and had conquered her fear. Everyone started swimming and having fun in the pool afterward, and Sue offered to help teach Eri to swim better. Izuku sat on the edge of the pool with his feet in the water, watching the joyful scene unfold. Suddenly, he felt someone hug him from behind. I gotta say, it's nice seeing you just in swimming trunks, Rumi said playfully in his ear. Izuku blushed, and it intensified when Ochako swam up to him and smiled. It really is, Ochako agreed, having spent too much time with Rumi. If you three are going to be doing anything, do it in your room. I'm quite sure no one wants to see or hear any of that, Shinso said as he walked by. They all blushed at that, but Rumi smirked. Maybe we could sometime soon, she teased, hugging him tighter. Izuku thought to himself, they are going to drive me crazy at this rate. Maybe we could sometime, he said, feeling extremely embarrassed. Rumi's heart raced, and he noticed Ochako's face turn bright red at his words. Well, in that case, I hope you make it so neither one of us can walk all day, Rumi whispered playfully. Izuku's face turned crimson as he thought, Rumi wasn't kidding when she said she gets bold. Midoriya? Do you know why I called you to my office? Nizu asked, looking at Izuku. No, Principal, I don't. Izuku replied. Sigh, I believe it's time we have the same conversation that I had with All Might and his Nana, Nizu said, shocking Izuku. What conversation would that be, Nizu? Izuku asked, curious. I believe it's time you learn that heroes can be both good and bad, and that they cause many problems, Nizu explained. Izuku looked at Nizu in complete shock. What do you mean, Principal Nizu? What I mean is, as good as heroes are, they are flawed because they are human. When we see them, we assume we are safe, but that is far from reality. Many times, when heroes show up, they can make situations worse. Not only that, but the society we built around heroes has caused a lot of pain for those deemed undesirable. I'm sure you're aware of that because of your previous quirkless status and how society treated you because of it, Nizu said. Izuku looked down, bad memories flooding back from his past. It's not just you, but also those with quirks society deems villainous or dark. I tried to have this conversation with All Might, but he couldn't understand what I meant, and I hope you can, Nizu continued. Why? But look at all the good we've done, Izuku argued. That's true, but understand this, Midoriya. As long as human greed and the lust for power exist, villains and crime will too. This is something I want you to understand because, as good as heroes are, we create many villains that run rampant nowadays. Look at Shigaraki. He's a perfect example of this, and all for one twisted him to be evil. Human greed can blind people and make us unethical toward our own species, let alone anything that isn't human. Look at me, Midoriya. I was strapped to a table and experimented upon because of my quirk. What do you think humanity first did to the first quirk users when they started appearing? Nizu asked, a serious tone in his voice. Izuku felt a heavy weight settle in his stomach at Nizu's words. As remarkable as humanity can be, it also has a dark side. If unchecked, greed can lead to terrible actions in the pursuit of power. Just look at history. The World War II era is a prime example, with leaders like Hitler, who caused immense suffering to gain control, and Stalin, who eliminated anyone who opposed him, Nizu continued. The darkness within humanity exists in all of us, but some allow it to consume them, doing anything for power. Even our own hero association, which wields significant influence, has been involved in dark deeds, covering up the crimes of famous heroes and eliminating those who threaten their authority. Izuku's eyes widened in horror. Indeed, our hero association has resorted to extreme measures to maintain their power. This is a common theme among those in authority. If someone poses a threat to their control, they will go to great lengths to eliminate that threat. It boils down to human greed, a sad and terrifying reality, Nizu explained. Izuku swallowed hard, grappling with the unsettling truth. Part of him wanted to deny it, but he knew Nizu was right. There are countless examples of those in power manipulating situations to maintain their status. They can create false problems and lead people like sheep, guiding them to follow without question. Despite our advancements, many still act like mindless followers, doing as they are told. Nizu paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. People in power will do anything to keep it. Just look at the history books. Do we even have hope of becoming better? Izuku asked, desperation creeping into his voice. That's a complex question, Midoriya. Real change might only come if humanity unites against a common enemy or if they can finally see through the veil that has blinded them for so long. There is no simple answer. The only way to improve is if humanity can overcome its inner greed and longing for control, Nizu replied sadly. Izuku and Nizu sat in silence for a moment before Izuku spoke up, determination filling his voice. Then, I'll be the torch that leads humanity to a new light and hope. I'll find like-minded people to help me improve society and make us better. And I'll support you every step of the way, Midoriya. I truly hope you can help humanity become the good people I know they can be, Nizu said. Thank you, Nizu, Izuku replied. Nizu continued, oh, I almost forgot. The investigation into your old school yielded significant evidence. Many teachers were arrested, and a number of students were sent to juvenile detention. We even arrested the principal, who seemed pleased to hear about you. Izuku froze, a wave of panic washing over him. Memories of the principal's actions flooded back, making him feel as if he were trapped. He rubbed his arms, trying to calm himself, but the memories were overwhelming. Midoriya, what's wrong? Nizu asked, concern etched on his face. As he reached out to comfort him, Izuku recoiled in fear. In a moment of panic, Izuku dashed out of the room, using his quirk to escape, leaving a worried Nizu behind. Nizu quickly pulled out his phone and called Hound Dog. Hound Dog, I need your help, Nizu said urgently. What is it, Principal Nizu? Hound Dog responded. It's Midoriya. I think I just uncovered something even worse than we could have imagined, Nizu replied, sadness and anger evident in his voice. Back in the 1A dorms, Izuku burst through the doors and raced upstairs, ignoring the concerned glances from his classmates. He slammed his door shut and collapsed onto his bed, rocking back and forth. He can't hurt me anymore, Izuku murmured, trying to soothe himself. Unbeknownst to him, Eri and Ochako entered the room. Eri, seeing Izuku's distress, rushed over and hugged him tightly. At first, Izuku tensed, but then he instinctively clung to Eri, sobbing as he sought comfort. Ochako quickly joined them, wrapping her arms around both of them, gently rubbing Izuku's back to help calm him. After several minutes of comforting, Izuku cried himself to sleep. Ochako carefully laid him down and covered him with a blanket. Come on, Eri, let's let Izuku rest, she whispered. No, I want to stay so Papa isn't alone, Eri insisted, snuggling under the blanket beside Izuku, who instinctively wrapped an arm around her. Okay, you stay here and take care of Izuku while I go calm the class down, Ochako said as she left the room. Downstairs, Ochako found the entire class and some staff members gathered, concern etched on their faces. Where's Midoriya and Eri? Aizawa asked, looking for answers. Izuku is asleep, and Eri is up there with him so he isn't alone, Ochako explained. What made Midoriya act like that? He looked terrified, Kirishima remarked. He panicked when I mentioned his old principal, Nizu said, noticing Katsuki's sudden paleness. Bakugo, is there something you want to share? Everyone turned their attention to Katsuki, curiosity evident in their expressions. I think I have an idea, Katsuki said slowly, taking a seat. I don't know much about him, but something about him always seemed off. Katsuki had a tendency to talk to students who were being bullied. However, after their conversations, the students often appeared more distressed and depressed. He made it a point to see Izuku at least 3 times a week, and each time, Izuku seemed more broken than before. Do you think the principal hurt him? Hound Dog asked. It's possible, but the only ones who know for sure are Midoriya, the other students, and the principal himself, Nizu replied. Katsuki sat in deep thought until a memory surfaced. One day, as Katsuki walked down the street, he spotted Izuku limping away from school, clearly in pain. Well, look what we have here, Deku, Katsuki sneered. I'm sorry, Kaken, Izuku stammered, fear evident in his voice. I told you I didn't want to see you after school, no matter what, Katsuki said, approaching him with explosions crackling in his hands. I am leaving right now, Izuku said, trying to step away. No, you need to be taught a lesson, Katsuki declared, grabbing Izuku by the collar and lifting him up. As he did, Izuku's buttons popped open, and he fell to the ground. Katsuki froze in shock at the sight before him. Izuku's upper body was covered in cuts and bruises, evidence of what looked like severe mistreatment. Deku, what happened to you? Katsuki asked, concern creeping into his voice. Izuku quickly covered his chest and limped away. I think he's being tortured, Katsuki said, catching the attention of his classmates and teachers. Are you sure? Nizu asked. Yes, I saw him after school one day. The principal wanted to speak with him, and Izuku was covered in bruises and cuts, Katsuki explained. He was dealing with that and me at the same time. Izuku. I'm so sorry, he thought, feeling a wave of self-loathing wash over him. Izuku woke up in his bed to find Eri clinging to him in her sleep. I must have fallen asleep after that, he thought sadly as he carefully got up, trying not to wake her. Papa? Eri murmured, stirring from her sleep. Are you okay, Papa? I'll be fine, Eri, Izuku replied, attempting to reassure her. No, Papa, you looked sad and scared. Let me, Mama, and Mommy help you, Eri insisted. Don't worry, I'll be okay, Eri. Let's go get you some food, Izuku said as he picked her up and headed downstairs. Eri hugged him tightly, sensing his distress, but she could tell he was still hurting. When they reached the kitchen, the entire class looked at Izuku with concern, hoping he was all right. As he began cutting apples for Eri, Ochako approached him. Izuku, are you okay? She asked, placing a hand on his shoulder. Why, yeah, I'm okay. You don't need to worry about me, Izuku replied, forcing a smile. As he continued cutting the apples, he felt Ochako hug him from behind. Izuku, you can talk. You don't have to bear this alone, she encouraged. I'll be okay, I promise, he said as she let him go. Kaken, Izuku started, but was interrupted when Katsuki punched him in the face, causing him to fall to the ground. Kaken! Izuku exclaimed, holding his cheek in shock. Don't lie. Tell us what's wrong. Katsuki demanded. Izuku looked down, reluctant to share his pain. A voice from his past echoed in his mind, reminding him that no one cared about him. Fine, he said quietly. Young Izuku, All Might, said, entering the room. Please, tell us what happened to you. Papa, please, Eri added, grabbing his hand and looking at him pleadingly. The class and staff watched him with worry. Izuku kept his head down, torn between wanting to lean on someone and not wanting to burden them. He beat me with his bare hands, or sometimes used a belt or a baseball bat. Izuku finally admitted. The room fell silent, horror spreading across the faces of his classmates and teachers. Every day he would abuse and torture me, along with other kids who didn't have strong quirks. He constantly reminded us we were worthless and that he was doing what our parents wanted to do to us. He threatened that if anyone spoke about it, he would stop at nothing to silence us. Or worse, Izuku continued. Everyone shivered at the implication of what worse could mean. There was one other quirkless kid. Most of the school didn't know about him, but the principal did, and he targeted us the most. He tortured us for simply existing and degraded us to the point where we wanted to give up. One day I found out he killed himself. I was blamed for it, and the principal started to beat me even more, Izuku confessed. Midoriya, Nizu said, approaching him. I promise you that everyone who hurt you will face the full extent of the law. With that, Nizu and the staff left, leaving Izuku with his classmates. Midoriya bro, are you going to be okay? Kirishima asked. I'll be fine. Just give me a day or two, Izuku replied as he slowly stood up. I'm going to get some more sleep. He then left the room. What can we do to cheer Papa up? Eri asked, looking up at Ochako. I'm not sure, Eri, Ochako replied. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Rumi walked in, heading straight for Izuku to offer her support. Just go and spend some time with him, Katsuki suggested, a distant look in his eyes. Ochako nodded and took Eri's hand as they left to find Izuku. Baku bro, did you know he was being abused by the teacher? Kirishima asked. No. But I knew he was being bullied, Katsuki admitted. Why would someone bully him? He's so nice and caring, Mina exclaimed. Because I'm one of the people who did it, Katsuki confessed, his voice heavy with regret. Everyone stared at him in shock, realizing the depth of his admission. They didn't know it would be like this. But why? Jiro asked, glaring at him. Because I'm a terrible person. I let my ego get in the way, and I hurt the only true friend I ever had. I thought he was looking down on me, and I couldn't accept that, Katsuki admitted. Bakugo, Siro said, looking at him. Everyone stared in shock as Todoroki stood up and walked over, punching Katsuki. Midoriya may have forgiven you, but I won't. He deserves to be here more than any of us, and if you hurt him again, I'll make sure you only see a prison cell, Todoroki said, his voice filled with anger as he stomped off. Ochako and Eri opened Izuku's door and saw him back asleep, with Rumi cuddling him, her hand gently stroking his back in a comforting manner. Hey! Rumi said, looking up at them as Eri climbed onto the bed and hugged Izuku. Hey! Ochako replied, sitting on the bed and guiding her fingers through his hair. What happened? Nizu just told me Izuku needs help, and I rushed here from Tokyo. Ochako took a deep breath and recounted everything they had heard from him downstairs. I'm going to kill that bee. Rumi cut herself off, unsure if Eri was still awake. What can we do to help? Save him. Ochako said. Izuku carries all these burdens and pain by himself and never asks for help. It's time we become his heroes and support him when he falls. Rumi nodded and gently kissed Izuku's forehead. So what will we do about that, principal? Aizawa asked, his voice laced with suppressed rage. We'll deal with him soon, so don't worry, Nizu replied, leaning back in his chair. But I have some other important news. What is it, Nizu? Midnight asked. It seems that the #1 hero in the US, Stars and Stripes, wants Midoriya to come to America for training, Nizu explained. The entire staff looked at him in shock. Do you know why? Aizawa asked. From what I gathered, she wants to test his resolve as a hero and see what kind of hero he is. If he impresses her, she wants to help train All Might's successor, Nizu said. What did you tell her? All Might inquired. I told her I'd let her know once we take care of a private issue, and she said that's fine, Nizu replied. It's hard to believe that all this happened to multiple kids, and no one tried to stop it, especially with the staff involved, Aizawa said. It truly is horrible, Nizu agreed. We shall launch a new investigation into everyone at UA, regardless of who they are. We need to know if any other students have suffered like Midoriya has. I won't allow any more kids to go through what he did. Nizu slammed his fist on his desk, cracking it in his rage. Deep down in Tartarus, All for One clenched his fist tightly in anger. This was the first time he had heard about any of this. Even with the quirk he placed on Izuku, which allowed him to see and feel what Izuku felt, he had never known about these events, and it enraged him. So this principle is part of the reason my son was always in pain, All for One thought, a sickening grin spreading across his face. Even now, I still have some control over the Nomu, and I will make him pay for laying a finger on my son. It was now nighttime, and Izuku, his girlfriends, and Eri were all sitting on the bed, watching TV and simply relaxing together. Knock knock, can I come in? Katsuki asked. The door is open, Kaken, Izuku replied. Katsuki walked into the room, holding a tray with 4 bowls of katsudon. He noticed Eri was in Izuku's lap, while Ochako and Rumi leaned on his shoulders. You guys didn't come down for dinner, so I made you some katsudon the way Auntie Inko showed me, Katsuki said, handing them the food. Thank you, they all said. As Katsuki started to walk toward the door, he paused before closing it. Izuku. I'm sorry, he said before shutting the door. Outside the room, Katsuki felt a tear roll down his cheek as memories of hurting Izuku flooded back. Bakugo, Jiro said, approaching him. What do you want, Earjacks? Katsuki replied, quickly wiping away the tear. Jiro walked over and pulled him into a simple hug. I know you regret everything, and that's good because you've realized your mistakes. Just don't let the guilt consume you. Keep showing that you're trying to better yourself. Katsuki shakily wrapped one arm around her and nodded before they both let go. Thank you, Jiro. Dabi leaned against a wall with Kurogiri next to him. What's HNDJB doing? He asked. He's talking to the Chinese dragons to see if they'll join us in destroying heroes, Kurogiri replied. What are the chances of them helping us? You know he isn't exactly good at negotiating, Dabi emphasized. Only time will tell, Kurogiri said before opening a portal. Tell him I'm leaving and will be back later. I have to find our new weapon. Pisich, Dabi said, standing up and walking away. So what do you say? Shigaraki asked over the phone. Very well, I shall lend you some soldiers as long as you keep your end of the deal, Dragon, the leader of the Chinese dragons, replied. Don't worry, I'll give you your high-end Nomo after I gain more control over Japan, Shigaraki assured him. Very well, and the assassin you asked for is also coming. It's been a pleasure working with you, Dragon said before hanging up. Shigaraki let a massive grin spread across his face. Soon, Japan, All for One, and one for all shall be mine. You hear that, Izuku was walking down the halls of UA, heading towards the kitchen, when he was suddenly interrupted by a foot slamming next to his head, pinning him to the wall. Rumi stood in front of him, showcasing her incredible flexibility. Izuku, you and I are going on a date, Rumi declared. What? Izuku stammered, surprised. Rumi lowered her leg, pulled him down to her level, and kissed him briefly before letting go. 1 hour. Don't be late, she said, walking away. Izuku, still in a daze, nodded and headed to his room to find some better clothes, realizing that Rumi was likely doing this to make him happier. He rummaged through his closet and chose black jeans and a black hoodie with green accents. As he left his room and went downstairs, he saw his classmates waving at him. Papa! Eri exclaimed, running up to him. Izuku looked at her and felt a warmth in his heart that he hadn't felt in days, showing a genuine smile. What's up, Snowball? I made you this, Eri said, holding up a drawing of Izuku in his hero costume, with Eri standing next to him in her own hero outfit. It's very cute, Eri. I'll be sure to put this in my office at Might Tower, Izuku said, making her smile brightly. So, Papa, what are you going to do today? I want to make you happy, Eri said, hoping to cheer him up. He's going on a date with me, Rumi announced as she walked down the stairs toward them, wearing a long-sleeve white shirt and shorts that accentuated her strong legs. But don't worry, after our date, you can cheer your papa up, Rumi added, bending down to rub her nose against Eri's. Hey mama, Eri giggled, hugging Rumi. Oh, so you two are going on a date? Well, have fun, Izuku, Rumi, Ochako said, walking over and giving Izuku a quick kiss. We will. Love you, Ochako Eri, Izuku replied as he and Rumi left. After a short walk, they exited the gates of UA, and Izuku turned to Rumi. So, where to? Well, I was thinking maybe we could go to the park. Rumi suggested shyly. Sure, let's go, Izuku said, interlocking their fingers as they headed toward the park. So, Rumi, how's hero work been? Izuku asked, trying to make small talk. It's been pretty fun bashing some thugs, Rumi replied with a giggle. Somehow that doesn't surprise me, Izuku said, chuckling. As they walked, they noticed some curious looks from passers-by but tried to ignore them. Oh my god, you're Deku. And you're Miruko, a woman in her late 30s exclaimed, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Can I have your autograph? Sure, Izuku said, signing the paper. Soon, they were surrounded by fans, with Rumi more accustomed to the attention. However, she quickly noticed that many women were fawning over Izuku, and jealousy began to bubble within her. When a woman leaned in to kiss Izuku's cheek, Rumi snapped. That's it, she yelled, pushing through the crowd to grab Izuku and pull him back. Hands off. What? Is he your boyfriend or something? The woman asked, surprised. He is, and I've already marked him, so back off. Rumi shouted before continuing to drag Izuku away. They left behind a stunned crowd, unaware that the number 5 hero and number 11 were dating. Izuku looked back at Rumi, who was still fuming and muttering about sending those intruders away. Rumi, Izuku said, catching her attention. Are you okay? I'm fine. Rumi replied, releasing his hand. Come on, let's keep going. Rumi, I know this might be hypocritical of me, but you can talk to me if you want, Izuku offered. She remained silent, her ears drooping, but eventually took his hand again and led him to a quieter part of the park. Once there, Rumi turned to him, looking serious. I was jealous. Why were you jealous? Izuku asked, confused, beginning to understand her insecurities. I was jealous because I know I'm not the most attractive woman out there, and there are lots of other women who are prettier than me. I'm not girly or anything like that, and I never cared before. But then I met you, and I started to actually like someone. I decided to ask you out, and now we're here. But during that time, my insecurities started eating me alive. I kept thinking I wasn't pretty enough to be with you, Rumi confessed. Izuku looked at her thoughtfully before stepping closer and pulling her into a comforting hug, resting his chin on her head. I didn't fall in love with you and Ochako because of looks, Rumi. I fell in love with both of you for who you are. I don't care if you're not the most attractive woman in the world because to me, both of you are the most appealing and strongest women I've ever met. I'm lucky to have met either of you. He gently lifted her chin and kissed her softly. So don't be someone you're not, just be you. Rumi smiled and kissed him back. Then I guess I'll be your little chocolate bunny, broccoli boy. They shared one last kiss before continuing their walk around the park, hand in hand. After 2 hours of exploring, they decided to get some food and headed out of the park, passing a playground filled with children playing. Rumi looked over and saw many children playing happily, some with their parents. As she watched, she remembered a dream she had a while ago. Izuku noticed Rumi suddenly blush and look away. Hey, Rumi? He asked. What's up, Rumi? He replied. Have you ever thought about having kids? Rumi asked, her voice a bit shy. Izuku's face turned bright red, steam practically coming out of his ears. Well, I technically am a dad. But I have thought about having kids, he admitted. A smile spread across Rumi's face as she wrapped her arms around his and leaned her head on his shoulder. Well, I can't wait for the day we do. Me either, Izuku said, still flustered. Soon, they arrived at the restaurant and sat down at a table. All Might stood before a prison cell, horrified at the sight of the blood-stained interior. He, Aizawa, and Nizu were there to investigate what had happened to Izuku's principal from Aldera, or rather, what was left of him. According to the police chief and the video footage, a Nomu had broken in and brutally attacked the principal. Do we know why? Aizawa asked, disturbed by the sheer brutality. No, after the Nomu killed him, it destroyed its own brain, the police chief replied. That is quite interesting. We should do a background check on him to see if he's linked to the League or the Meta Liberation Army, Nizu suggested. We'll launch an investigation, Principal Nizu, the police chief said before walking away. Something doesn't add up. All Might murmured. What do you mean? Aizawa asked. The arrest of all those teachers hasn't even been made public yet, and only the principal was targeted, All Might explained. I agree. Maybe there is more than meets the eye, Nizu added. The date was fun, Rumi said, holding Izuku's hand as they stood in front of the 1A dorms. Yeah, it was. Maybe next time, me, you, and Ochako can go? Izuku suggested. Hee, I'd like that, Rumi replied, standing on her toes to rub her nose against his before giving him a quick kiss. As they walked inside, they found the whole class smiling at them. What's going on? Izuku asked, curious. I'm here to make Papa happy because I am here. Eri yelled, running up to Izuku in a smaller version of his costume. Izuku's heart melted at the sight, and he picked Eri up, hugging her tightly. Did I save you and make you happy? She asked. Yes, Eri, yes you did, Izuku said, a genuine smile on his face as he kissed her horn. Thank you, Snowball. Hee, I love you, Papa, Eri said, hugging him even tighter. In a dark cell, the principal of Aldera Junior High was plotting his escape and revenge against Izuku. Suddenly, the door opened, and he saw Nizu standing there. Why hello, you waste of human life. I'm here to bring you a gift. You won't like it, but the others and the readers will, Nizu said before walking away. All Might, Inko, Ochako, Rumi, and All for One entered, all radiating a menacing aura. You were put in prison. What are all of you doing here? The principal stammered. Nizu let me out for 1 hour, and I'm going to use it with these 4 to punish you for hurting my son, All for One said, cracking his neck. For once, I agree with you. Let's make this guy pay, All Might added. You hurt my baby, Inko said, using her quirk to grab his kidney. You're going to pay. You hurt our boyfriend, Rumi and Ochako said in unison, their eyes glowing with determination. The sounds of painful screams echoed from the cell, accompanied by the laughter of Izuku's family. Smash! Eri exclaimed, imitating Izuku as he trained. Good job, Eri, Ochako said, patting her head and making her smile. Thanks, Mommy, Eri replied. 20%. Izuku shouted as he dashed forward, bouncing off training obstacles at incredible speeds. As he did, he couldn't shake off a nagging thought. Dad said my quirk should be stronger than his, but why doesn't it feel like it? My punches and kicks seem equal to his. He landed on the ground, taking a deep breath to calm his nerves. Ready, Izuku? All Might asked, holding a stopwatch. Yeah. Izuku replied, getting into a runner's position. Go! All Might yelled, watching as Izuku sprinted forward at 40%. In a matter of seconds, he completed the track and stood next to All Might. 2.5 seconds. That's the same as mine at 40%. You should be way faster than me, All Might said, puzzled. That's what I was thinking. Sometimes, when I use extremely powerful moves, it feels like my strength doubles for that moment, Izuku explained. Maybe your quirk is holding you back. All Might suggested. What? What do you mean? Izuku asked, confused. Well, no one else has ever been able to use the quirks of the previous users. Maybe your quirk isn't allowing you to use your full strength until you're strong enough, All Might theorized. But I may be wrong. Only time will tell. Thanks, Dad. If that's the case, I need to push myself even harder, Izuku said. Don't push too hard. You're still young and have a daughter to take care of. Plus, I'm sure your girlfriends wouldn't be too happy if you spent all day training, All Might warned. Yeah. They'd probably kill me, Izuku chuckled. Oh right, I just remembered something I was supposed to tell you sooner, but because of the Aldra situation I forgot, All Might said. The #1 hero of America wants you to come to America so she can meet you, and if you prove yourself, she wants to teach you. What? You mean Stars and Stripes, the #1 hero of the United States, wants to meet me? Izuku exclaimed, his excitement bubbling over as he began to mutter to himself. All Might sighed and gently tapped Izuku on the head. Papa is funny, Eri giggled as she approached them, with Ochako following closely behind. So, what were you two talking about? Tako asked, curious. Oh, apparently, the #1 hero of America wants to meet me and has invited me to America, Izuku explained, his eyes shining with excitement. Wow, that's amazing, Izuku. Ochako replied, genuinely thrilled for him. Eri, don't worry. I'm not leaving you, Izuku reassured her, kneeling down to give her a comforting hug. If I do go, I'll only be gone for a little while, and when I come back, I'll spoil you. Well, if you agree to this, I'd suggest asking Nizu when he gets back, All Might advised. Where is Nizu anyway? Izuku inquired. He said he was going for a drive. All Might replied, a hint of concern in his voice. Meanwhile, Nizu was racing down the road in his Lamborghini, the speedometer soaring past 200 miles per hour. This is so much fun, he shouted, laughing as he sped along. Pull over now, a hero shouted, trying desperately to catch up using his speed quirk. Not a chance. Nizu replied, tossing a red shell at the hero. I wonder if young Hatsum added the nuclear rocket engine I asked for. With a swift motion, Nizu pressed a big red button, activating the rocket and propelling the car to over 500 miles per hour. I owe her big time for this, he laughed. The staff gave up trying to stop him after he attached a rocket engine to his car, All Might explain to Izuku. After that, we just let him do whatever with his cars. That somehow doesn't surprise me, Izuku said, shaking his head. Anyway, I'd suggest calling your mom. She wants to talk to you, All Might continued. Wait, how do you know she wants to talk to me? Izuku asked, puzzled. Look, someone in danger. All Might shouted, suddenly buffing up and leaping away, only to deflate mid-jump and crash into a building. Will he be all right? Tako asked, concerned. Yeah. Izuku replied, pulling out his phone to call his mom. Oh, Izuku. It's so good to hear from you. Inko's voice came through the phone. It's good to hear from you too, Mom, Izuku said warmly. I wish you would come over more often and bring Eri along with Ochako and Rumi, Inko said. I would, but you just keep talking about grandbabies. Izuku replied, trying to keep a straight face. Oh hush, there's nothing wrong with that. Inko insisted. I might like to wait a few more years before then. Izuku said, trying to reason with her. That's not an excuse. I want more grandbabies. Inko exclaimed. I love you, Mom, Izuku said as he hung up. Your mom is talking about grandkids again? Ochako asked, raising an eyebrow. This. And ever since she met yours and Rumi's mom, it's gotten even worse, Izuku admitted. Am I going to be a big sister soon? Eri asked, making both Izuku and Ochako freeze and blush. Not for a couple of years, Eri. Izuku stammered. Okay, but when I do become one, I'm going to be the best big sister ever. Eri declared, raising her arms in determination. I'm sure you will, Izuku said, picking her up and taking Ochako's hand. Come on, let's go get some lunch. Later, Nizu sat across from Izuku in his office. So, have you thought about it? He asked. Yes. And I'd like the chance to train under Stars and Stripes, Izuku replied confidently. Splendid. I think it would be a great idea for you to train under her, Nizu chirped, pulling out a folder. You may leave and I suggest reading this. I'll contact her and inform her that you've taken up her offer. Izuku nodded and left the office, heading back to the dorms to read the folder before his patrol later that day. Once he arrived, he quickly entered his room and began to read. Ready, Shinso? Izuku asked as he prepared for patrol. Mindject. And yes, Shinso replied, using his hero name. I see you finally got your hero name, Izuku noted. Come on, let's get this patrol going, Shinso urged. Right, let's go, Izuku said, leaping off the building as they headed toward the area they were assigned to investigate. After an hour of searching, they finally found the warehouse they had been informed about at the docks. What were we called here for? Shinso whispered. Apparently, a lot of ships have been coming in from China, and rumors say the criminal organization, the Chinese Dragons, are here, Izuku explained. You mean the same group that openly kills innocent people and publicly targets quirkless individuals? Shinso asked, his concern growing. Yes. And the only group more brutal than them would be the Quirk supremacists, Izuku replied. What are they doing here? Shinso wondered aloud. I don't know, but I think it might be linked to the League of Villains, Izuku said, peering through the skylight of the warehouse. The rumors are true, it is the Chinese Dragons. What should we do? Shinso asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. Call the police and inform them of this. Then we'll go down there and take them out. I only count about 30, Izuku instructed. Got it, Shinso said, pulling out his phone to alert the authorities. But why are they here? Izuku thought, watching the thugs below. A moment later, Shinso returned. All right, I called them, and they're on the way with some heroes. Good, then let's go, Izuku said, smashing through the glass and landing on one of the thugs. Sheet. It's the... Quickly, kill him, one of the thugs yelled as Izuku prepared for the fight ahead. He quickly dodged the punch and delivered a powerful kick to the thug's side, knocking him out. You guys seem pretty weak, Shinso remarked as he used his scarf to throw one of the attackers aside. I'm gonna... Knock out your buddies, Shinso interrupted, turning to face a group charging toward him. Izuku glanced around before disappearing in a green blur, swiftly taking down 3/4 of the assailants in an instant. He turned back to see Shinso handle the last of them, restraining the one who was still conscious. What are the Chinese Dragons doing here? Izuku asked, sitting in front of the villain. Forget you, the thug spat. Izuku sighed, deciding to take a page from Rumi and All Might's book, Intimidation. He activated his quirk, pulsing his aura, which made the thug tremble in fear from the power Izuku was displaying. I don't know. I'm at the bottom, the thug stammered, which only made Izuku glare more intensely. Mind Jack, Izuku said, prompting a nod from Shinso. You might want to tell us, buddy, Shinso added. I said. Now tell us why the Chinese Dragons are here, Shinso pressed. I don't know, I'm too low in the ranks to know, but from the rumors, our organization is going to help the League, the thug revealed. Good job, Deku, an officer said as he entered with several other cops and some heroes. We'll take it from here and have Tsukachi ask them all. Right. Thank you, officer, Izuku replied as he and Shinso left. 2 days later, Izuku stood in front of the plane that would take him to America, where he would begin his training under Stars and Stripes. Promise to come back, Papa, Eri said, hugging Izuku tightly. I promise, Eri, he replied, gently kissing her forehead. I love you. I love you too, Papa, Eri said. You better save some kisses for us, Rumi chuckled. Izuku smiled and stood up, receiving a hug and kiss from her. I love you, Rumi. I love you too, and you better come back soon because me, Ochako, and Eri are going to miss you, Rumi said as she let him go. Ochako walked over, giving him a hug and a kiss. Come back soon. Hee, I promise, Izuku said. As he prepared to head to his plane, Eri hugged him again, clinging to his leg. I love you, Papa, she said, her voice filled with emotion. Izuku knelt down, hugging her tightly. And I love you even more, Snowball. After a few more moments, she let him go, and they all watched as Izuku boarded the plane, which taxied down the runway before taking off. Don't worry, Eri, your papa will be back before you know it, Ochako reassured her. I know. But I'm still going to miss Papa. Eri replied softly. All right, class, I have an announcement, Aizawa said as he entered the 1A common room. What is it, Aizawa-sensei? Momo asked. This class has been selected to go to Nabu Island and act as temporary replacements until new heroes are found. You shall all treat this as actual hero work, and your job will be to help the people on the island, Aizawa explained. Will we be allowed to train on the island? Katsuki asked. Yes, and it's heavily encouraged that you do train and treat this as experience for the future, Aizawa replied. You will be leaving in 2 days, and no teachers will be on the island, so I expect you all to be on your best behavior. Before you leave, you'll receive a crash course training to ensure you know what to do. Let's just say we're going to push you very hard during this course. Also, Uraraka, we contacted Midoriya's mom and Miruko, who will be watching Eri while you're on the island with the class. Aizawa then left the building, leaving the class to celebrate the news. This is going to be so much fun. Mina exclaimed. It will be quite interesting, Tsuyu added. The class was sitting in the common room, waiting for Aizawa to announce something. Man, Aizawa-sensei is taking forever, Siro said. I know, right? Shoji agreed. They were interrupted when the door swung open. Hello, my youthful students. I, Aizawa-sensei, am here to teach you about youth. Aizawa shouted. The class turned in shock at the sight before them. Aizawa was wearing a green jumpsuit with orange leg warmers and a green vest. He had cut his long hair into a bowl cut and somehow made his eyebrows look like giant caterpillars. I am here to teach you about youth and train you in the next 2 days to prepare you for Nabu Island, he continued. Aizawa-sensei, what happened to you? Katsuki asked incredulously. Nothing is wrong with me, my youthful students. Principal and you gave me a drink to help me train you. Now come, I must teach you the power of youth. The class watched as Aizawa suddenly had a sunset appear behind him on a beach, waves crashing in the background. Izuku woke up from his long nap, noticing that the plane was landing at an airport in California. He exited the plane, grabbed his luggage, and headed toward the exit, where he saw a car with a man holding a sign that had his name on it. Mr. Izuku Midoriya? The man in the suit asked, looking at Izuku. Izuku cleared his throat and replied in clear English, though with a noticeable accent, That's me. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. Star is quite excited to meet you, the driver said as he took Izuku's luggage and placed it in the trunk. As Izuku looked out the window, he couldn't help but notice how different America was from Japan, with buildings reflecting various cultural influences. Izuku noticed that some people were using their quirks openly, flying around and having fun with their abilities. As they continued to drive, he could see why All Might loved being in America so much. The beauty of the landscapes was captivating. Soon, they arrived at a massive skyscraper that towered over the others, with a large American flag flying at the top. Welcome to Stars and Stripes headquarters, or as some call it, American Tower, said the driver as he unloaded Izuku's luggage. Thank you, Izuku replied, taking his bag. No problem, but fair warning, she can be quite brash, the driver said before leaving. Izuku looked back at the tower and headed inside, where he was immediately skirted to the top floor. The walls were adorned with posters and paintings celebrating American culture, along with some featuring All Might. I see you're enjoying the artwork, a voice said from behind him. Izuku turned to see Stars and Stripes, her face bright with a smile. She wasn't in her hero costume and wore simple workout clothes instead. So, you're my MSTR's successor, huh? Star said, walking over and examining him. You're not bulky, but from what I've seen in videos, you rely more on speed than strength, right? Yes, Izuku replied. Ugh, don't call me ma'am, it makes me feel old. Just call me Star or Kathleen, she said, waving her hand dismissively. Star, Izuku said, earning a satisfied nod from her. Now, tell me, Izuku, why do you want to be a hero? Star asked. To save everyone with a smile and ensure no one has to suffer again. I want to help guide the world to a brighter future where we can work together and set aside petty rivalries and greed. I believe we can become better as a species if we unite, Izuku explained. Star was silent for a moment, processing his words, and a bright smile spread across her face. You passed my first test, Izuku. I'll do my best to help you with this goal, she said. Now, why don't you head to your room and start unpacking while I finalize your training regime? Izuku nodded and went to his assigned room, surprised by its size. It was almost as big as the apartment he shared with his mother. As he began to unpack, his phone vibrated with a message from Rumi and Ochako in their group chat. Rumi, Ochako, come back soon so we can give you a welcome home present. Izuku's face turned red, and he bit his lip, recalling how overwhelming their last welcome had been. Ochako, Eri also says hi and that she misses you and loves you. Izuku, ahem. Thank you for the motivation, and tell her I love her too. Rumi, Papa, when will you be back? Eri asked me to send you that. Izuku, in a couple of weeks, Snowball, and I promise to spend all day with you when I return. Rumi, okay, Papa, I love you. Izuku, I love you too, and I love you, Ochako and Rumi. Sorry to cut this short, but I need to start my training. Ochako, Rumi, we love you too, and have fun. Izuku put his phone away and continued unpacking, noticing his repaired hero costume and new arm and leg braces that May and Melissa had worked on. We managed to increase its durability significantly. From what you told us about your power percentage, we believe it can handle up to 75%, he recalled them saying. Izuku chuckled, grateful that his costume was in top condition again. Are you done unpacking? Get some workout clothes on, let's start training, Star called from outside his door. I'll be waiting for you. He quickly changed into black sweatpants and a green muscle shirt. All right, follow me to the gym, Star instructed as they headed down the building. They reached the elevator, and Star pressed the button for the basement. After a short ride, they arrived, and Izuku was amazed by the size of the gym, which rivaled UA's training facilities. In the center stood a massive contraption connected to weights the size of SUVs. That right there is something special I had built for my super strength. I can increase the weight all the way up to 500 tons. That's what my MSTR used to lift, Star explained. Now get over there, and let's start breaking that body of yours the old-fashioned American way. Izuku felt a shiver run down his spine, wishing he had stayed in Japan, but he followed her lead. Come on, my new student. Star encouraged. Since you're my MSDR's son, that means you can call me Big Sis, and it's my job to help you out. Star exclaimed cheerfully. Star pushed Izuku into the training contraption and set the weight to a manageable level. She's more sadistic than Aizawa. Izuku thought to himself as he quickly activated his quirk to counter the weight. You're going to have to keep it at a lower percentage so it's harder for your body. That will make your body work even harder to push the weight up, Star instructed. Izuku nodded and adjusted the settings, feeling the strain as he began to lift the weights, sweat pouring down his face. During a video call with the International Hero Association, Nizu presented his plan in a board meeting. I do like the idea of this international hero group you wish to assemble, but why exclude politics? Asked the president of the association. It will keep operations smoother if the heroes don't have to worry about political issues from other countries. They can focus solely on hero work, helping communities in need. This way, they won't gain political power to escape accountability. If any issues arise, the Hero Association will handle it, Nizu explained. And who would lead this group? It needs to be someone respected worldwide, the president replied. All Might would be in charge, and don't worry, I have him going through a crash course on everything he needs to know, Nizu chuckled. I'll discuss this with the other country leaders and Hero Association presidents before making any decisions. But who's on the list so far? The president asked. Deku, the symbol of hope from Japan, Endeavor from Japan, Stars and Stripes from America, Spartan from Greece, Pharaoh from Egypt, Frost from Russia, Jaeger from Germany, Neptune from Italy, and Monarch from Britain, Nizu listed. Having the top heroes from those countries would be a strong foundation for this organization. It could help address many global issues with international criminals. I'll start making calls, but no promises, the president said before ending the call. Aizawa, who had been in the room, asked, "What inspired this idea?" When Midoriya expressed his longing to save the world and make it a better place, I realized this could be the first step toward that goal, Nizu replied. Put me on the list, I'll help the problem child, Aizawa said before leaving the room. You need to push harder, Star urged. I'm trying. Izuku replied, exhausted and drenched in sweat. Break through those limits and keep going, I'm starting to get bored, Star said. Izuku grunted as he pushed himself beyond his limits, feeling every ounce of stamina he had left. That's much better. I knew you could keep going, Star encouraged. After 14 hours of training, Izuku finally finished and collapsed to the ground, the weights on his arms, legs, and chest pinning him down. Don't be such a baby, you only have 3 tons on each arm, Star teased. Yeah, but you're only letting me use 5%. Izuku protested, feeling the strain on his muscles. We have a doctor to heal you so you'll be fine, Star dismissed. That's not the point. I want to get stronger, not hurt myself every day from training, Izuku replied with a serious expression. You want to surpass All Might, so you need to push yourself to your limit and break it every single time. Keep going even if it hurts. If you want to surpass him, you'll have to break your limits every time, Star insisted. Izuku looked down, then nodded, slowly standing back up with great effort. Good. We'll train for 1 more hour, then you can rest. Tomorrow we'll go on patrol together, and I'll help you get faster and stronger, Star said as Izuku agreed. Deep inside Izuku's mind, the previous users of One for All were gathered in a circle. When will you allow Midoriya to use his own strength and not just All Might's? Nan asked. Soon. He's very close. But once he does, he'll be almost back to square one because of how strong he'll become, the first user replied. They all turned to see 9 stars aligning, the first being a small white star, growing larger with each subsequent star. The 8th was the size of the moon, while the green sun behind it dwarfed them all, radiating arcs of power. I believe it will be mine, said the 4th user. For the storm that is coming, he'll need my strength the most. The others nodded, except for the 2nd and 3rd users, who stood facing a wall. When he faces Shigaraki, he'll need all our help and guidance to defeat him, the 1st user stated. Come on, don't slow down. We've only been out for 13 hours straight now. Star shouted as she flew off in search of more villains. Izuku breathed but quickly activated his float quirk to catch up with her. He had been in America for 3 days, and Star had been pushing him to his limits, requiring a doctor after each training session or patrol. This is police unit. We have a hostage situation near the mall in downtown. All available units and heroes are requested to respond, an officer announced over the radio. Did you hear that, Deku? It's about to get serious. Star exclaimed as she sped off in that direction. Let's hurry then. Izuku replied, putting more force into his jumps to keep up with her. Nobody move or I'll blow this little girl's brains out, shouted a man with what appeared to be a cannon for an arm. He was holding a little girl around 5 to 7 years old, hostage and forcing her to look at her mother's body. Mommy, the girl cried. Before anyone could react, Stars and Stripes landed a few meters away from the villain. I'm only going to tell you this once, let her go now. Stars and Stripes said with a scowl, her disdain for those who harmed children evident. You think I'm stupid? If I let her go, you'll just stop me or worse, kill me, the villain retorted. Now you all let me go, or this girl will be seeing her mommy real soon. Stars and Stripes remained silent, waiting for Izuku to get into position. After a few seconds, she saw him above the villain and gave a thumbs up. Fine, we'll let you leave as long as you leave the girl unharmed, Stars and Stripes said. The criminal glared at her in confusion. This was not the usual approach of Stars and Stripes. Before he could react, black wisps shot out from above, grabbing his arm cannon and pointing it to the ground. Other wisps pulled the girl away. Suddenly, someone slammed down on top of him, restraining him. Sorry, but we can't allow you to do that, Izuku said as he secured the villain with Quirk cuffs. Good job, Deku. I knew you could do it. Just work on your speed a bit more, Stars and Stripes said, planting her boot on the criminal's head. I'm personally going to make sure you rot in prison for the pain you caused that girl. The thug groaned. Beach. Stars and Stripes glared at him but ignored the insult, roughly picking him up and throwing him toward the police. Alright, come on, Deku, let's keep going. We have 1 more hour to go, she said, turning to see him walking toward the little girl. Are you alright? Izuku gently asked as he kneeled before her. Am I mommy? The girl sobbed. Izuku looked over at her mother's body with sadness and decided to take a chance. He hugged the girl to comfort her. Shoo, it's okay. Just let it out. The girl clung to Izuku, crying into his shoulder as he gently rubbed her back. Rachel, a man in his mid-30s yelled as he rushed over, grabbing his daughter and hugging her tightly. Daddy, I want mommy, Rachel said, tears streaming down her face. Shoo, it's okay. I want your mom back too, the man said, turning to Izuku. Thank you for saving my daughter. It's no problem, sir. I'm sorry I couldn't save your wife, Izuku replied, bowing his head. It's okay. It wasn't your fault, so don't blame yourself. But still, thank you for saving my daughter, the man said. Izuku nodded, walking away with his head down. What you did was a good thing, Stars and Stripes said. Come on, let's go so we can try to save more people. Izuku nodded and crouched down, launching into the air and bouncing from building to building, using his quirk to keep up. They continued their mission for another 3 hours, and when they finally reached her headquarters, they were both exhausted. Don't worry. I asked my secretary to order us some pizza. Go get cleaned up so we can eat, Stars and Stripes said as she walked off to her room. Izuku nodded and headed for a quick shower, washing off the blood and tending to his new cuts and scars. He glanced at a fresh scar on his chest, a reminder of a dangerous encounter with a man wielding a kitchen knife. Fortunately, he had managed to knock the attacker out with a powerful blow. After his shower, Izuku dried off, applied bandages to his wounds, and stepped out. Hope you like pepperoni pizza, or you're going hungry, Stars and Stripes said, taking another bite of her pizza. I actually like it, so thanks. Though I've never had American pizza, Izuku replied. Well, I'll warn you now, be careful about which city you're in when you say you like pizza, because some cities take it personally. I once saw 2 guys fighting because one liked Chicago pizza over New York pizza, Stars and Stripes said. Wow. I'd say that's silly, but considering the amount of weird things I've seen, I'd sound like a hypocrite, Izuku said. Hee hee, you get used to it. I'm American, so I'm used to hearing all the insults, but I really don't care, Stars and Stripes chuckled. Izuku smiled, feeling his phone vibrate. He pulled it out and saw a message from Ochako. She and Class 1A were heading to Nabu Island for a month to cover for the old heroes until new ones could be found. He smiled and wished her good luck before exiting his messages. Stars and Stripes peeked over and noticed Izuku's home screen displayed a picture of a little girl with white hair and red eyes, alongside a cute teenager with short brown hair and a permanent blush, and a appealing woman with long white hair and rabbit ears. All 3 were smiling. Who are those 3? Stars and Stripes asked curiously. Oh well, this one is Ochako, my girlfriend. That's Rumi, also known as Miruko, who is my other girlfriend. The last one is Eri, my adoptive daughter, but I see her as my actual daughter, Izuku explained. Wait, so you have 2 girlfriends and a daughter? Stars and Stripes said, surprised. Nya. Izuku replied, unsure how to respond. I'm so proud of my little brother, Stars and Stripes said, wiping away a tear. We're not related. Izuku said. Who cares? Now come here and give your big sister a hug. Stars and Stripes exclaimed, pulling Izuku into a tight embrace. Why do almost all the women I know have the ability to give bone-crushing hugs? Izuku thought. She can't be breathe. Stars and Stripes didn't hear him and hugged him tighter until she noticed his pale face. Oops. Maybe this is why I'm banned from giving people hugs when I'm really happy, she said, dragging Izuku off. Come on, I'll get the doctor to help you again, Star said, pulling Izuku toward the infirmary. Meanwhile, the past users of One for All desperately clung to his soul, trying to prevent it from leaving. Wow, so that's Nabu Island, Ochako exclaimed, standing on the deck of the ship and gazing at the approaching island. I'm so excited, Mina said, bouncing up and down. It's going to be awesome and no teachers too, Denki chuckled. Ochako sighed. I wish Izuku, Eri, and Rumi could have come. They would have loved it here. Oh come on, Ochako, there's always next time. Besides, I heard you and Rumi were getting some special clothes to tease him with, Mina said with a grin. Emina! Ochako shouted, her face turning bright red. What? There's nothing wrong with that. Just make sure to wear protection unless you're planning to make Eri an older sister even sooner, Mina teased. Ochako covered her face, floating away in embarrassment, but Kyoka caught her with one of her jacks. Mina, stop. You'll embarrass her to death, Jiro exclaimed. Oh come on, Jiro, I saw you get something just for you and Denki, Mina shot back. Jiro blushed and stormed off, leaving Ochako to wonder how Mina knew about her and Rumi's plans. As she walked across the ship, Ochako noticed something odd. Todoroki was sitting inside a plant vase, a plant perched on his head, while he held a giant camera. Todoroki, what are you doing? Ochako asked. Gathering proof that Shinso is Aizawa's secret love child, Todoroki replied, pointing to the other side of the boat. Ochako looked over and saw Shinso lying on the floor in a purple sleeping bag, his hair down in a way that resembled Aizawa's. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to get closer, Todoroki said, hiding completely in the pot and scurrying over to Shinso. I'm going to need a therapist after you. Ochako thought as the ship pulled into dock. Mommy, can I help? Eri asked, eager to assist with the decorations. I don't see why not, Ochako replied, handing Eri some Christmas tree ornaments. Put these on the tree. Eri nodded and walked over to the giant Christmas tree that Izuku had acquired from Nizu, who claimed he had just come upon it. Hi Eri. Are you here to help? Izuku asked, looking down at her as he used float to place decorations on the top of the tree. Mommy said I can put these on the tree, Eri said, showing him the ornaments. Well, you better get started, Snowball, Izuku said with a smile. Eri happily began to hang the ornaments on the tree. Soon, they finished, and all that was left was to place the star on top. Come here, Eri. I have a special job just for you, Izuku said. What is it, Papa? Eri asked, running up to him with a smile. Izuku picked her up and handed her the star for the tree. I want you to put the star on top. Eri's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded eagerly. Izuku used float to help her reach the top of the tree, and together they placed the star in its rightful spot. Good job, Snowball, Izuku said, kissing her cheek. Hee, thank you, Papa, Eri replied happily. Midoriya, I got everyone Santa outfits, Momo said, approaching them with 2 Santa costumes, one for him and another for Eri. Thank you, Yaoyorozu, Izuku said, accepting the outfits. A couple of hours later, everyone was in the common room wearing their Santa clothes, having a great time. Happy Easter! I painted some eggs. Eri exclaimed, holding them up to Ochako. That's for Easter, sweetie, Ochako said with a smile, patting Eri's head. Come on, everyone. Let's hand out presents. Denki called, holding a giant box. Soon, everyone began distributing presents to their classmates. Merry Christmas, Izuku, Ochako said, handing him a small All Might keychain. He was surprised when she also gave him a quick kiss. Merry Christmas, Ochako, Izuku replied, handing her a letter before pulling her into a kiss. After they kissed, Ochako opened the letter and gasped in shock. Izu, she stammered, staring at the check for over $10. You can use that money to help your family. Also, when I fought the hooded Nomu, I hired your parents' company to repair the damage, Izuku explained. Tears filled Ochako's eyes as she hugged him tightly, crying into his shoulder. Thank you, she said before pulling back to kiss him again. Everyone smiled at the heartwarming scene. Hey, Bakugu, how's it going? Kami said, walking through the door and waving at him. See Kami, what are you doing here? Katsuki asked, surprised. Oh, your principal asked me to come here, Kami replied casually. What's wrong with a girlfriend wanting to spend time with her boyfriend? Katsuki blushed, noticing the snickers from his classmates, and glared at them. Just then, the door burst open, flying off its hinges and embedding itself in the wall. Merry Christmas! Now where's my boyfriend and daughter? Rumi shouted, entering in a Santa outfit. Izuku's eyes widened, and he quickly tried to regain his composure. Mama! Eri exclaimed, running over to Rumi and hugging her. Hi, sweetie, Rumi said, returning the hug and kissing Eri's head. Hey Rumi, it's great that you could come, but why the outfit? Ochako asked, feeling a bit embarrassed. Gotta give our boyfriend a show, Rumi replied with a wink. Leaning closer, she whispered to Ochako, I'm going to be his present tonight. And if you want, you're more than welcome to join. But if you do, I have something special for you to wear. She then handed her a bag. Ochako's face turned bright red at the gesture, and she nodded shyly. Papa, I got you a present, Eri said, holding out a small box. Izuku looked at Eri, took the box, and opened it to find a picture of himself, Eri, Ochako, and Rumi all smiling together. Thank you, Eri, Izuku said, kissing her forehead. Problem child, Aizawa said as he approached with a box. Merry Christmas. He handed it to Izuku. Izuku opened it and sweat dropped at the sight of a coffee cup that read, UA's #1 problem child. Thanks, Aizawa-sensei. Izuku stammered. Aizawa replied, walking off toward Katsuki. Okay, Eri, now it's time to open your presents, Ochako said, gesturing to the mountain of gifts meant for Eri. Okay, Mommy, Eri replied, starting to open her presents and thanking everyone. It took her a long 45 minutes to unwrap them all, revealing a variety of toys, clothes, and books. What is this? Katsuki shouted, staring at the present Aizawa had given him. It was a book titled, How to Overcompensate. Merry Christmas, Bakugo, Aizawa said as he walked away. A couple of hours later, Eri was asleep on the couch while everyone else chatted and joked around. Izuku took a sip of soda when he felt someone poke him in the back. What's up, Rumi? He asked, turning to look at her. Come with me, I have a gift for you, Rumi said. Go with her, I'll watch Eri, and if not, the eye bags will keep an eye on her, Katsuki said, cuddling with Kami. Izuku nodded, kissing Eri's forehead, which made her smile in her sleep, and followed Rumi. After a minute or two, they arrived at his room. So what's up, Ru? Izuku started before Rumi kissed him, cutting him off. She continued to kiss him and gently pushed him onto the bed, straddling his waist. I'm your present tonight, Rumi said, blushing heavily. Izuku blushed as well, but then he noticed Ochako entering the room, closing and locking the door behind her. He realized she was wearing a different outfit. I'm sure you're going to love your presents, Aizu, Rumi said, leaning closer to him. Izuku looked up, surprised, as Rumi reached into her clothing. We're going to have a lot of fun tonight, and I hope you like your 2 presents, Rumi said, as Ochako leaned in to kiss him. It was a long night filled with laughter and joy, and thankfully, the room was soundproof. The next day, Izuku surveyed the chaos around him as he and Star faced off against a terrorist group threatening to blow up a city. The group had somehow acquired a nuclear weapon and was preparing to use it. Not only do they have a nuclear weapon, it's a Tsar bomb. Star yelled, taking down a terrorist. With a swift punch. I know, but we have to stop this no matter what, Izuku replied, kicking another terrorist across the street. I just want to know how they got one, Star said, activating her quirk to ensnare a terrorist with a lamp post. We'll find out if we can beat this guy and his massive group, Izuku said, pushing himself to 40% power and charging forward, taking out a large group of terrorists. Star, Deku, we only have 10 minutes before the bomb goes off, an officer shouted. Take care of the bomb. Me and the others will handle these guys. Star and Izuku nodded and dashed into the building, dodging bullets and quirks. They burst through the front door and began to fight their way up the tower. We need to check every single room in this 75-story building, Star said, urgency in her voice. Do the police have any idea where it might be? Izuku asked, using his quirk to slam a terrorist against the wall. Somewhere in the middle. We need to split up to cover more ground. Also, be careful, they might have hostages, Star said, shooting off through the ceiling. Izuku quickly followed, moving from room to room in search of the bomb. After a long and tense 8 minutes, he broke down a door and found the bomb. The main terrorist stood nearby, flanked by several others and civilians. So, the great Deku of Japan came here to stop little old me? I'm touched, the main terrorist said, a tall man with a muscular build, wearing a respiratory mask and a black trench coat, his face covered in skull-like tattoos. I'm going to stop you, Izuku declared, carefully pressing a button on his belt to send his location to Star. Ha! You think you can stop this? You only have 2 minutes. What can you do, hero? The terrorist taunted. Even if you stop me, you'll still have the bomb, and it will destroy this whole city and any nearby cities as well, the leader of the terrorist group taunted. Izuku gritted his teeth, scanning the room for the best course of action. A voice echoed in his mind, urging him to either disarm the bomb or get it out of range of civilians. He nodded, ready to attack, when suddenly, Star burst through the ceiling, landing on the terrorist leader. Take out these guys while I deal with the bomb, she shouted, delivering a powerful punch to one of the attackers before rushing toward the explosive device. In a flash, Izuku activated his black WHP, swiftly incapacitating all the terrorists in the room. Chief, we found the bomb. How do we disarm it? Star called into her intercom. What kind of timer is it? The chief asked, bringing in the bomb squad to guide her. It looks like an old mechanical countdown, and we only have 1 minute. Star replied, urgency in her voice. Okay, you'll need to force open the panel and stop the gears from turning, instructed the bomb squad leader. Together, Izuku and Star pried open the panel, revealing the gear mechanism controlling the timer. You need to jam something in the gearbox to stop it from turning. Then we can safely dispose of it, the bomb squad leader explained. Izuku quickly grabbed a pipe and wedged it into the gears, halting the countdown at 3 seconds. Both he and Star let out a sigh of relief. That was too close, Star said, wiping sweat from her forehead. I agree. Let's wait for the police to secure the area, then we can leave. I could use a day off, Izuku replied. Me too, Star agreed. As they exited the building, they were met with cheers from hundreds of police officers, firefighters, and fellow heroes. The evacuated citizens were returning, grateful for their safety. Stars and stripes, Deku, thank you so much for saving us, a woman shouted from behind the police line. Izuku smiled and waved, but was suddenly stopped by a hero who tapped him on the shoulder. He turned to see a woman with black hair in a hero suit. Thank you for saving us, Deku. I appreciate what you and Star did, she said with a small smile. It was nothing, ma'am. I was just doing what any good hero would do, Izuku replied, smiling back. Well, thank you again, she said, leaning in to kiss his cheek, leaving him momentarily stunned. Before he could respond, he felt a chill run down his spine, sensing that Rumi and Ochako might not be pleased. I'm in trouble, he thought. Indeed you are, a voice echoed in his mind. Come on, Deku, let's head back home and get some rest for tomorrow, Star said, leaping into the sky. Izuku crouched down and launched himself into the air, using his float quirk to follow her. I hope Ochako and the others are having fun on Nabu Island, he thought, unaware of the dire situation unfolding there. Meanwhile, Katsuki screamed as he felt his arm shatter from an attack by the villain named Nine. Give me what I want, or I'll be forced to eliminate all of you, Nine threatened, raising his finger and firing a purple laser that sent Katsuki crashing to the ground. Groaning in pain, Katsuki slowly pushed himself up and glared at Nine. Just as Nine prepared to attack again, a massive wall of ice shot toward him, which he blocked with an air wall. Todoroki grabbed Katsuki and pulled him away to regroup, but every strategy they attempted was easily countered by 9. Todoroki sent another wall of ice to slow him down, giving them a moment to escape. After a few minutes, they reached a new rally point where Class 1A was struggling to stay upright from exhaustion. "What are we going to do?" Denki exclaimed. "We can't get a signal through because of this storm." "If only Izuku were here, we'd stand a much better chance," Ochako said, finishing a splint for her broken leg. "Katsuki, I need you to use your fire on me to make me sweat as much as possible," Katsuki instructed. "Then Ochako, use your quirk on me, and Sato, throw me into the air." "What? Why?" Mina asked, confused. "I'm going to create a massive explosion in the clouds to hopefully make a big enough hole to send a distress signal," Katsuki explained. Todoroki nodded and ignited Katsuki, causing him to sweat profusely. After a minute, Ochako activated her quirk, and Sato launched Katsuki into the air. "I hope this works," Katsuki muttered, igniting a series of explosions with his good hand to propel himself faster. As he reached the clouds, he moved his hand forward and shouted, "Howitzer impact!" Fortunately, his explosion created a massive hole in the sky. Back on the ground, Denki quickly sent a distress signal to Yue. Meanwhile, Nizu was in his office, humming happily as he finished his paperwork when a warning flashed on his computer. He saw it was a distress signal from Class 1A and immediately activated the intercom. "All UA staff, prepare to leave. Class 1A is being attacked," Nizu announced, reaching for his phone to call Izuku. In America, Izuku was on the couch reading reports when Nizu's call came through. "Principal Nizu?" he answered. "Midoriya, Class 1A is in trouble. If you're nearby, I need you to head there immediately," Nizu urged. Fear coursed through Izuku as he hung up the phone and rushed to find Star. "Star," he called out. "What?" Star replied from the kitchen, where she was making a sandwich. She noticed Izuku rushing toward her. "I need to get to Nabo Island right now. My class is in danger," he exclaimed. Star paused, then nodded. "Get your costume." "I have an idea," she said, walking away. "Meet me on the roof." Izuku quickly changed and dashed to the roof, where he found Star gazing toward the ocean. "Izuku, I'm going to throw you," she said, looking serious. "I'll use my super strength to send you there, and you'll use your quirk." Izuku nodded and walked towards Star, who placed her hand on him and lifted him up. "Remember, do what All Might did to stay in the air." He kicked the air with his legs to launch himself higher, and you'll need to do the same to maintain momentum and speed, Star instructed. "Got it? And thank you for everything, Star," Izuku replied before Star reared her arm back and threw him with great force. As he soared through the air, he activated his float quirk and began kicking the air, gaining speed until he disappeared from view. Meanwhile, the members of Class 1A were desperately trying to hold off 9, who had retreated momentarily to gather his strength, giving them a brief respite. "When did the heroes say they would arrive?" Ida asked, concern etched on his face. "Not for another 2 hours," Denki replied. "We'll have to make do and hold him off until then," Shinso said, keeping a vigilant lookout. Todoroki suddenly spoke up. "I find it strange." "What's strange?" Ochako inquired. "This 9-person has multiple quirks, just like that man Midoriya and All Might fought. Not to mention, Midoriya also has multiple quirks," Todoroki noted. The group fell silent, pondering the implications of his words. "You're right. It's odd," Jiro added thoughtfully. "Guys, I think we have bigger problems right now," Shinso interrupted, pointing down the hill. The class turned to see 9 advancing towards them once more. "This is bad," Katsuki muttered, realizing the gravity of their situation. Todoroki quickly stepped forward and unleashed a massive ice attack that covered a vast area. He fell to his knees, breathing, "That should buy us some time." But their hopes were dashed as the ice shattered, and 9 continued his relentless advance. The class charged at him, but he swatted them away effortlessly. He summoned a massive blue dragon-like creature that wreaked havoc on the group, and with his weather quirk, he scattered the remaining members. Only Katsuki and Ochako remained, guarding the younger students. Katsuki charged at 9, unleashing a powerful explosion that damaged his mask. 9 glared at him and retaliated with a laser, striking Katsuki in the abdomen. Katsuki fell, clutching his stomach in pain, as 9 prepared to finish him off. "There is no hope left for any of you. You are all going to perish," 9 declared ominously. Katsuki struggled to rise, and as he did, he spotted a glimmer of green in the sky. A weak smile crept onto his face. "We win." 9 looked confused, but his thoughts were interrupted when a metal boot collided with his face, sending him flying into a tree. As he regained his footing, he was met with a powerful punch that sent him skimming across the ocean for hundreds of yards. Ochako, Katsuki, and the remaining conscious members of Class 1A looked at Izuku with renewed hope. Izuku stepped forward, glaring at 9 as he emerged from the water, his respiratory mask shattered. "So, you're the one Shigaraki warned me about," 9 said, activating his weather quirk to conjure a massive storm above him. "One for all, 40%, Izuku muttered, blitzing forward with incredible speed, appearing right in front of 9. He kicked out, striking 9 and sending him flying once more. In retaliation, 9 summoned a bolt of lightning from the storm, hitting Izuku and causing him great pain. Izuku quickly recovered and charged at 9, pinging his fist back to punch him. 9 countered by creating an air wall that blocked the attack, then unleashed a massive blue hydra that lunged at Izuku. "Damn it!" Izuku grunted, digging his feet into the ground to brace himself. He activated his black whip quirk, anchoring himself to the ground and slowing the hydra's advance. Ohio smash! Izuku's fist collided with the hydra, destroying it instantly. He quickly glanced up, only to see a barrage of purple lasers heading his way. He dashed in various directions, narrowly avoiding the attacks. "Dimenu!" 9 shouted, conjuring a massive tornado and sending it toward Izuku. The force of the tornado knocked him off balance. 9 grinned and unleashed 2 blue hydras that attacked Izuku from opposite sides. Izuku was struck again but managed to dodge a massive boulder that nearly hit him. 100% Texas smash, he yelled, kicking down toward the tornado and causing it to collapse, freeing him. He shot forward, trying to get close to 9, but the villain's quick reflexes allowed him to evade most of Izuku's punches. 9 turned and slammed his hand into Izuku's stomach, firing a laser through him. Izuku coughed, feeling the pain surge through him, but before he could react, 9 combined his storm and hydra quirks. "Die!" 9 roared, sending Izuku flying and slamming him around like a rag doll. 9 hurled Izuku toward the city, where he crashed through several buildings. Slowly, he forced himself to stand. "He's strong," Izuku muttered, increasing his power to 50% and charging at 9, landing a punch in his stomach before he could react. 9 grunted in pain and grabbed Izuku's face, attempting to steal his quirk. Izuku screamed in agony, feeling as if his very essence was being ripped away. Suddenly, 9 found himself in a vast black void, utterly confused. "Where am I?" he muttered, glancing around. His attention was drawn to 8 glowing orbs racing toward him. Before he could react, they struck him with enough force to devastate a small city. Zipping around him, the energy struck over and over again. After what felt like hours, the 8 orbs of power combined into one and struck him, sending him out of Izuku's mind. Just before he left, a figure grabbed his face, and all he felt was fear emanating from the presence above him, as if death itself were staring him down. "Don't ever think about doing that to my son again," the figure warned before crushing 9's skull and vanishing before the previous users could find him. 9 released Izuku and clutched his head in pain, shaking as he felt everything and saw his life flash before his eyes. "What was that?" he thought, looking up to see Izuku slowly standing. "I don't know what that was, but I'm going to kill you and steal that boy's quirk before taking down Shigaraki." Izuku forced himself upright, using black WHP to stabilize his broken arm and leg, easing his movement despite the pain. "I have to finish this," he thought, pushing his body to use 60% of his power and shooting forward, ignoring the agony. His fist collided with 9's air wall, cracking it before he attempted to maneuver around and strike from behind. Nine turned and unleashed his weather quirk, sending a bolt of lightning to hit Izuku, wounding him further. Keep going. Don't stop. Izuku urged himself, forcing his body to keep moving. To the spectators watching the fight, it appeared as if a green bolt of lightning was darting around, trying to strike the figure standing still in the center. Izuku was running low on energy but pressed on, determined to end it with a single punch. He shot out Black WHP, grabbing two massive boulders and swinging them toward Nine, forcing him to block. 100% Japan smash. Izuku yelled as his fist slammed into Nine, sending him flying backward. Nine crashed into the ground repeatedly before finally stopping at the edge of a cliff. Damn it. Izuku thought, barely standing with both arms and one leg broken. Get up. Get up. Get up. Nine slowly rose, massive purple lines covering his body, seemingly destroying it as he seethed with rage. I'm going to kill you. Deku, he shouted, channeling all his energy into creating a massive storm that engulfed Nabu Island. The storm was so powerful it stretched over 50 miles, generating 9-foot waves and winds reaching 60 miles per hour. Izuku used Black W to anchor himself to the ground and turned to C-Class 1A desperately holding on, trying not to be swept away. He could only imagine the civilians' plight and knew he had to keep fighting. One for all, please. Give me strength to defeat him. I can't do this alone, and I need your power, not all mights. I may not be strong enough to handle it, but please allow me to use it, he pleaded, hoping the previous users were listening. Just as he was about to confront Nine, he felt a hand on his shoulder and turned to see the figure of the first user he had encountered long ago. You're ready, Ninth. But be warned, your body will suffer using 100%. We will do our best to minimize the damage, the first user said before disappearing. Inside Izuku's mind, the first user walked past the other users toward the massive stars, where the green one was connected to 3 others, a massive yellow star representing All Might, a silver one for Nana, and a red one connected to Banjo. White wisps surrounded Izuku's star, preventing him from accessing his full power, a safeguard the first user had placed to protect him. Are you sure he's ready? Asked the fourth user, who had not fully manifested yet. He's still a kid and very weak. It's not that I'm sure. It's that I know he's ready to handle this power, the first user replied, reaching forward to remove the white wisps. Now go, Ninth. Kick that man's butt. Izuku felt a massive wave of power flood into him, as if his body might explode from the energy coursing through him. We'll only be able to hold your body together for 1 minute, so don't waste any time, the first user warned. Suddenly, Izuku felt a surge of foreign powers enter him, and all his pain and exhaustion vanished. Right, he said, closing his eyes and activating One for All. One for All 100%. The ground beneath him shattered from the power he generated, his dark green hair shining turquoise and standing on end. Lightning crackled around him, breaking the ground with every touch, and the smell of ozone filled the air. Nine looked at Izuku, noticing his newfound strength but brushed it off. Now D. Before he could finish, Nine blinked and found himself on the ground, the ocean around him parted, and Izuku's fist embedded in his stomach. As the pain washed over him, blood leaked from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. He blinked again and saw himself high in the air, with Izuku above him, axe kicking him into the ground with enough force to shake the entire island. The F-uck. Nine stammered, looking up at Izuku's form in the sky, feeling a surge of fear. It was as if a god was looking down upon a mortal, and he was the mortal. Don't underestimate me, Nine managed to say, channeling the storm's power to a single point as a lightning bolt struck down toward Izuku. He grinned, believing victory was near, but that grin quickly faded as he witnessed what Izuku was about to do. Izuku swung his arm back, and the force disrupted the lightning bolt, obliterating the storm cloud above the island. The sun shone brightly, breaking through the darkness as if light had finally triumphed. Nine stepped back, fear coursing through him. What are you? He stammered. I'm the symbol of hope, Izuku declared, appearing above Nine in an instant, his fist drawn back. Time seemed to slow for Nine as he watched Izuku's fist approach. The last thing he saw was a bolt of lightning surrounding him, darkened with a red hue, his eyes flashing red. Smash! Izuku shouted as his fist connected with 9, sending shockwaves across the island and creating massive waves in the ocean. The people of Nabu Island and Class 1A watched in awe as Izuku slowly raised his injured arm to the sky, declaring victory as sunlight cascaded around him. A month had passed since Izuku's battle with 9. After his recovery, he returned to America to continue his training with Star. Everyone was saddened by his departure, but he assured them it was necessary for him to grow stronger and learn to control his new abilities. The people of Nabu Island expressed their gratitude to the heroes, and after their departure, they erected a giant statue of Class 1A on the cliff where 9 had been defeated. 9's remains were burned, and the community felt relief knowing that such a powerful threat would not return. In Class 1A, the students listened attentively as Aizawa spoke. As you all know, we have a training exercise tomorrow with Class 1B. Our original plan was a direct confrontation, but Nizu has decided to change it. Tsu raised her hand, curious. So what will we be doing then, Aizawa-sensei? I'm not at liberty to say, it will be a surprise. That's all for today, Aizawa replied, gathering his belongings and leaving. Eri looked up from Ochako's lap, her voice small. Mommy, when will Papa be back? He said he'll be back very soon, so don't worry, sweetie, Ochako reassured her, kissing her head. Eri nodded but still felt sad, hugging her stuffed toy tightly. As the day ended, the class returned to the dorms, resuming their routines. Katsuki sat at the back, absorbed in a book about a boy who faced the world's challenges yet never gave up on his dreams. Kirishima approached him. Hey Baku bro, what's up? Reading a book? Katsuki replied, a change evident in his tone as he no longer used derogatory nicknames. Are you okay? Kirishima asked, patting his shoulder. I'll be fine, just a lot on my mind, Katsuki admitted. Want to talk about it? Kirishima offered. After a moment of silence, Katsuki nodded slightly. I don't understand how Izuku can go through so much and still smile, still be a hero, and call me a friend. It doesn't make sense, he continued, frustration evident. I should be in jail for what I did, yet he forgives me. Kirishima remained quiet, gently patting his back in comfort. I spoke with Nizu. He said the only reason you're not in jail is that Izuku changed you. He saw something in you that others didn't, a hero beneath the anger and pride. I don't agree with your past actions, but I'm still your friend and here for you. Katsuki nodded, a small smile forming. Thank you, Kirishima. He stood up slowly. I'm going to make dinner for everyone. Kirishima smiled, seeing Katsuki's effort to make amends. Do you think he can be a better person? Jiro asked, leaning against the wall. I believe he can. He shows he wants to change, and I'm sure he'll try his best, Kirishima replied. Jiro nodded and left to find Denki, who had wandered off. Class 1A gathered in the training grounds, waiting for Class 1B and the teachers to arrive. I wonder what we'll be doing today, Shinso said, cracking his neck. I agree. Whatever it is, it will be beneficial for us. Ida added, his hands moving rapidly. Ochako, I love your new costume. Mina exclaimed, admiring Ochako's upgraded gear. Thanks. Izuku helped me design it, and Hatsum built it. I love it. Ochako beamed. Aizawa approached with Vlad and Class 1B. Now that I have your attention, I'll explain the training. Nizu appeared, smiling. I initially planned for a 1A versus 1B match, but I realized it might create a rift between the classes, so I changed it. Both classes were set to work together to face a formidable opponent, and excitement filled the air. What do we have to work with? The lowly 1A? Our class will easily defeat this villain. Monoma boasted, but his words were cut short when Kendo punched him into a nearby building. Thank you, Kendo. Now, both of your classes will join forces as heroes to defeat the villain, Nizu announced. Who will our opponent be? Katsuki asked, curiosity evident in his voice. Well, I'll let him introduce himself since he just returned, Nizu replied. As Class 1A and 1B looked up into the sky, they spotted a green figure descending from above, landing a distance away. The impact created a massive dust cloud and shook the ground. Once the dust settled, both classes were surprised to see Izuku, but he appeared different, more mature, and to many of the girls, more attractive. He emerged from the cloud wearing a costume that seemed slightly too small due to his recent growth spurt. Standing at about 6 feet tall, his muscles had developed further, yet he retained a build suited for speed and agility. His new haircut featured buzz sides with longer hair on top. "Hey guys, long time no see," Izuku greeted with a smile. Ochako rushed towards him, wrapping her arms around him in a tight hug, her face barely reaching his chest because of his height. "I missed you, you know," she said, squeezing him tightly. Izuku returned the hug, smiling back at her. "I missed you too, Ochako." He gently cupped her chin and leaned down to share a kiss, which required her to stand on her toes due to their height difference. "Eri misses you a lot and well. Rumi will probably be very excited to see you," Ochako added with a playful tone. "I'm sure she would, but she'd have to catch me first." "I can't wait to see my little snowball," Izuku replied. Ochako noticed a change in Izuku. He seemed more confident, yet she could still see the same warmth in his eyes. "I'm just glad you're back," she said, hugging him even tighter. "Holy cow, Midoriya, you really grew up," Mina exclaimed. "You look so strong," the others chimed in, rushing over to ask him questions. "It seems the class is happy he's back," Aizawa remarked. "Indeed," Nizu agreed, noticing All Might approaching with Eri by his side. "Papa!" Eri called out, her eyes lighting up as she spotted Izuku. As Izuku made his way to her, the class stepped back to give them space. He knelt down in front of her, smiling. "Hey, Snowball. I'm back." Eri lunged forward, hugging him tightly while tears streamed down her face. "I missed you, Papa." "I missed you too, Eri," Izuku said, embracing her just as tightly. The class watched the touching reunion with smiles, allowing them their moment. "I'm sorry, Eri, but I have to help the class. Once I'm done, I'll spend the whole day with you, I promise," Izuku assured her. "Okay, Papa," Eri replied, and he kissed her forehead before she ran back to All Might. "All right, everyone," Izuku said, his tone shifting slightly. "I'm the villain, and it's going to be simple. You versus me." He punched his open hand with a confident smirk, reminiscent of Miruko when she felt cocky. The energy around him was palpable, and the whole class could tell that Izuku had reached a new level of strength, presenting them with their toughest challenge yet. The two classes exchanged glances, all sharing the same thought: we're in trouble. "All right, Midoriya, why don't you head out into the city and get ready? Once we hit the alarm, you can begin," Nizu instructed. "You got it, you clever rat," Izuku replied before leaping into the sky and disappearing into the city. Eri raised her fist in excitement. "Go, Papa." "Of course she cheers for her dad over us," Ochako said, sweat dropping. "She's a daddy's girl, what did you expect?" Katsuki remarked. "True. Is it bad that I'm worried about what Rumi will do when she finds out Izuku is back?" Ochako asked. "Well, considering she's been waiting for him and he hasn't been around in a month. She's not going to stop even if he says no," Sue pointed out. Sighing, Ochako admitted, "You're right. She won't." She sent a quick prayer for Izuku's safety. "All right, everyone, and begin," Nizu announced over the intercom, pushing the buzzer. Both classes raced off together, keeping a watchful eye as they navigated through the city. "Do you think we have a chance against Midoriya?" Terest. "Of course, 1A is scared of him, but we in 1B will defeat him," Monoma declared, only to be interrupted by black tendrils suddenly grabbing him. "Ah!" Both classes watched in shock as he was dragged into a dark alley, his screams abruptly cutting off. "What just happened?" Jiroda exclaimed. "I couldn't even smell him. How did he get Monoma?" "Izuku used his quirk called Black WHP and is probably far from us," Katsuki explained, cracking his knuckles. "God, please protect us," Ibra prayed. "No," Nizu said firmly over the intercom. "Come on, we can do this. I'm sure we can defeat him." Tetsu encouraged. "Yeah. We've all gotten stronger." The others rallied, ready to face the challenge ahead. Let's show Midoriya how strong we really are. Kirishima shouted. Yeah, the majority of both classes echoed in agreement. We're in trouble either way, Todoroki remarked, following them. Smash! Izuku yelled as his leg collided with Kendo's enlarged hand, sending her flying back. In the last 10 minutes, Izuku had taken down most of both classes, leaving only about 13 students standing. This is ridiculous! Katsuki shouted, creating explosions in his hands as he launched himself at Izuku. Katsuki unleashed a massive explosion, but once the smoke cleared, Izuku had vanished, only to deliver a kick to Katsuki's back. I know this is hypocritical of me, but your powers are unfair. Katsuki yelled, sending another explosion to create some distance. Todoroki rushed in, unleashing a massive wave of ice toward Izuku. Izuku simply punched the glacier, shattering it effortlessly. Come on, Kaken, I thought you were going to be a challenge, Izuku taunted, successfully provoking Katsuki. A vein throbbed on Katsuki's forehead, and his eye twitched in anger. You're dead, he declared, rocketing toward Izuku with explosions. Katsuki soared into the air, then dove down, aiming to axe kick Izuku. Izuku caught his leg, but Katsuki quickly swung his other leg at him, grinning as he did. Forget you, Izuku, Katsuki said, wrapping his legs around Izuku's neck and flinging him away. Ochako dashed toward Izuku, attempting to use her quirk, but he dodged and said, Sorry, Ochako, before delivering a punch to her gut. She gasped in pain but pushed through, managing to touch his leg and activate her quirk, making it harder for him to fight. Ibara rushed in, using her vines to wrap around Izuku's legs, while Kendo grabbed his upper body to hold him still. Sorry, Midoriya. Momo called out as she created a cannon from her side and aimed it at him. Izuku's eyes widened as he cranked up his power to 8%, easily overpowering Kendo and Ibara before they could react. He shot off and landed atop a building above them. Man, you guys are really getting stronger. I guess I should take you more seriously, Izuku said, lightning arcing around him. Before anyone could react, Izuku vanished, taking out Kendo, Ibara, Yui, and Pony in the blink of an eye. Katsuki, Kirishima, Todoroki, Mina, Shinso, Ochako, Ida, Jiro, and Tsuyu were left, speechless at the display. You guys are heroes, so don't give up. Keep fighting. Izuku shouted, inspiring them to continue. Katsuki and Todoroki exchanged glances and nodded, working together. Todoroki unleashed a massive blast of flames at Izuku, who countered with a Missouri smash, immediately blocking an explosion from Katsuki. Just then, Ida appeared beside him at terrifying speed, kicking him away. Izuku dug his feet into the ground, dodging acid thrown at him, then a capture scarf from Shinso, who had appeared above him. Jiro sent powerful sound waves his way, causing him to fall, but he began to power through. Texas Smash! Izuku yelled, disrupting the sound waves as he shot forward, using one for all to clap in front of Jiro, temporarily deafening her. Sorry, Jiro. He blocked Tsuyu's tongue as it grabbed his arm, swinging her toward Momo, who was about to attack. Release! Ochako shouted, dropping massive boulders on Izuku, who caught one and used it as a shield. Got you! Katsuki yelled, pulling the pin on his gauntlet and sending a massive explosion at Izuku, who was flung backward. Recipro burst! Ida shouted as he appeared behind Izuku, attempting to kick him, but his eyes widened when Izuku caught his leg. My turn, Izuku said before kicking Ida in the side, shattering his armor and knocking him out from the force. Red Riot Unbreakable! Kirishima yelled as he charged at Izuku in his strongest form, hoping to withstand his hits. Divergent Fist! Izuku shouted, ducking under Kirishima's punch and hitting him in the stomach, the air pressure hitting him harder. Kirishima's armor shattered around his chest, and Izuku used black WHP to grab a light pole, smacking him into a nearby building. Acid Shot! Mina yelled, shooting a bullet of acid at Izuku, which burned a portion of his suit. Izuku quickly used Float to back off and sent a Delaware smash at her, sending her flying back to give him some breathing room. Hey, Izuku! Shinso yelled, hoping to get his attention, but knowing he likely wouldn't. Izuku turned and shot black WHP at him, restraining him and knocking him out. "Sorry, Midoriya," Tfue said as she attempted to kick him, but he quickly blocked it and kneed her in the gut, knocking the wind out of her. "Sneak attacks work better if you don't announce them," Izuku remarked as he chopped her neck. He then looked at the remaining members of Class 1A, cracking his knuckles in preparation for the next fight, but felt a shiver down his spine when someone landed behind him. "Izuku," Rumi said. "Why yes." Izuku replied, turning to face her. Rumi looked at him, struggling to contain her excitement. "I love your new look," she cooed, walking closer and noticing the height difference. "And I really like how much taller you are." "Thanks," Izuku said, feeling a bit nervous. "What's wrong?" Rumi asked, trailing her finger down his chest, making him shiver. "Well, Izuku stammered, unsure of what to say. "Nizu, cancel the match. Izu and I need some private training," Rumi declared, and before anyone could respond, she grabbed him and started to drag him away. "Wait, what?" Izuku shouted. "Simple. You're going to train with me and I'm not taking no for an answer," Rumi said, pulling a blushing Izuku along. "What just happened?" Momo wondered aloud. Ochako looked at me with a playful smile. "Only Izuku can help me with this," she said, her cheeks flushed. "Are you joining us or not, Ochako?" Rumi called out as she started to walk away. Before Ochako could respond, Mina nudged her playfully. "Go have fun, but remember to be safe." Just as Ochako opened her mouth to say something, Rumi returned, scooping her up over her shoulder. With Izuku following closely behind, they headed toward his bedroom. Meanwhile, Inko was rummaging through some old belongings at home when she stumbled upon a rare photo of Izuku and Hisashi. "Oh, Hisashi, if only you could see our child," she murmured sadly. A sudden thought crossed her mind. She felt that Izuku had truly grown up. "I hope I'll get more grandbabies soon. But I trust he's being responsible," she added with a hopeful smile. As she was about to leave the storage room, something caught her eye, bringing back distant happy memories. "I wanted to give Izuku this for his costume, but I forgot with everything that's happened in the last couple of months," she said, picking up a piece of white fabric with a wistful smile. Her phone buzzed and she glanced at it. "Toshi, Izuku is back, and well. Maruko took him and young Uraraka for some private training." Inko couldn't help but giggle at that. She was grateful she had asked the principal to install soundproofing around Izuku's room so that the other students, and Eri, wouldn't overhear anything. Endeavor sat in his office at home, flexing his new metal arm, custom-built from a durable alloy. It had cost him a fortune, but he felt it was worth it. "NG, are you okay?" Ray asked as she entered the room. "Don't worry about me, Ray. I'll be fine," Endeavor replied, his gaze distant. Ray knew he was struggling to become a better person after finally apologizing and attempting to mend his family. The recent injury had left him in a slight depressive state, and she felt it was her turn to help him, just as he had helped them. As he continued to examine his robotic arm, he felt Ray's slender hand reach over to touch it. "You need to get up, NG. You still owe it to millions to be a hero, and you owe it to us to help fix our family," she urged. Endeavor was silent for a moment before nodding. "Why are you being so kind to me after everything I've done?" "Because you're trying to right your wrongs. A part of me will never forgive you for the past, but I see you're making an effort to be a better person," Ray said with a smile. She leaned down and gently kissed him, surprising him. "You're trying to be a good husband and father." "Thank you, Ray," Endeavor replied, standing up. "I need to get going. I've been resting for too long, and it's time to be a hero again." Rumi slowly opened her eyes, rubbing them to clear her vision. Once she could see, she noticed both Ochako and Izuku were still asleep. She smiled at Izuku and leaned in to give him a gentle kiss, which made him smile in his sleep. Deciding to get up for a shower, Rumi realized she couldn't feel her legs and chuckled softly, feeling a blush creep onto her cheeks. "Well, I did say I didn't want to walk afterward," she murmured to herself. Ochako said, waking up and stretching slightly, letting out a small sound when she realized she was still close to Izuku. "Good morning, Ochako," Rumi said with a grin. Last night was certainly memorable. Ochako blushed but nodded. Yeah, it was fun. I can't feel my legs. Same here, so you can thank him for that, Rumi replied. But I'm not complaining. Me neither, Ochako agreed. They both settled back down, enjoying the warmth of Izuku beside them. After a few moments, Rumi traced her fingers over Izuku's chest and noticed a scar. Pulling the blanket down, they both gasped at the sight of a large scar over his heart. He got seriously hurt and didn't tell us? Ochako said, frowning. Apparently not, Rumi replied, sharing the same expression. They exchanged glances and silently agreed that they needed to teach him a lesson. In unison, they pulled their hands back and playfully slapped his cheeks, waking him up. Ow! Izuku exclaimed, blinking in surprise. When he saw their expressions, he paled. Is something wrong? Why didn't you tell us about this scar? Especially one over your heart. Ochako asked, her gaze intense. Izuku looked down and realized they were referring to the scar he had received in America from a dangerous encounter. Oh, healed, so I didn't think it was a big deal, he stammered, shrinking under their glares. You need to make it up to us and Eri since we've been worried about you, Rumi insisted. How can I? He started, but was interrupted when Rumi playfully straddled his waist. Simple. We still have some time before everyone wakes up, she said with a mischievous smile. And for Eri, you should spend the whole day with her, doing whatever she wants, Ochako added, leaning in to kiss him. But first, let's take care of this. Before Izuku could respond, Ochako kissed him again, and Rumi joined in, making it clear they had plans for the morning. 2 hours later, Izuku was walking down the stairs, carrying Ochako on his back and Rumi in a princess carry, as neither of them could walk just yet. As he entered the common room, he noticed the rest of the class looking at him with knowing smiles, while Jiro blushed and turned away. Izuku placed both girls gently on the couch, and they shared a quick, heated kiss before he headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for them and Eri. Seems like you three had quite the night, Mina teased with a wide grin. Rumi wore a satisfied grin as she spoke, and Ochako nodded in agreement. Izuku entered the kitchen, ready to prepare breakfast when he heard tiny footsteps approaching him. Papa! Eri exclaimed, hugging his legs tightly. Can we spend the day together? Of course, Snowball, Izuku replied, leaning down to kiss her horn, which made her smile brightly. Yay! Eri cheered, raising her arms for a hug, which Izuku happily returned. Too wholesome, Kirishima said, dramatically falling to the ground. Kirishima! Come on, stay with me! Katsuki yelled, lifting him up. I'm sorry, Bakubro. But her cuteness is too powerful, Kirishima murmured before he fainted from the overwhelming cuteness. No! Katsuki shouted, quickly picking him up. Stay with me, Kirishima. I'll take you to Recovery Girl. She'll save you. He dashed out of the building, his urgency drawing amused glances from everyone else. Okay, Ochako, Rumi, breakfast is ready, Izuku announced, placing the plates down and helping Eri into a seat next to him. The two girls slowly made their way to the table, and they all began to eat. So, Papa, what will we be doing today? Eri asked, watching Izuku tie his shoes. I'm going to take you to the park today so we can have some fun, Izuku replied. Rumi and Ochako will be joining us too. But I get to spend all day with my parents. Eri exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Are you two ready to go? Ochako asked, holding a basket filled with their lunch for the park. Thanks. Eri nodded, then raised her arms to Izuku. Papa, can I ride on your shoulders? Sure, Snowball, Izuku said, lifting her onto his shoulders, where she began to play with his hair. Hee, Papa, I like your hair like this, it's fun to play with. Eri giggled. Izuku smiled as he headed out the door, holding hands with both Rumi and Ochako. Meanwhile, Katsuki was on the couch, texting his mom when Todoroki approached him. What do you want, Todoroki? Katsuki asked. Do you wish to join me as an intern at Endeavors? Todoroki inquired. Katsuki paused, considering the offer. Fine, but he better be a good teacher, or I'm out. He knows how to drive you to get stronger, Todoroki replied, pulling out his phone. I'll call him and let him know. Katsuki grunted in response before heading to the gym for some extra training. Memories of all the fights he had seen Izuku engage in since becoming a pro flashed through his mind, and he realized he needed to get stronger. I will help him become number one, and if anyone wants that spot, they'll have to get past me first. Izuku, Rumi, Ochako, and Eri arrived at the park near UA, setting up their picnic while ignoring the curious glances from a few passers-by. Izuku approached Eri, asking, "Sweetie, would you like to play on the swings?" Eri looked up at him, confused about what swings were, and it tugged at his heart to see her uncertainty. "Come on, I'll show you," he said, taking her hand and leading her to the swings. Once they arrived, Izuku lifted her onto one. "Okay, now hold on to these chains really tightly, Eri," he instructed, and she nodded eagerly. He smiled and gave her a gentle push, causing her to squeal in surprise as she swung forward, then backward. With each push, Eri's laughter filled the air. "Hee papa, higher," she called out, her joy infectious. "Sure thing, Snowball," Izuku replied, giving her a bigger push that sent her soaring higher. "This is so much fun," Eri exclaimed, her giggles ringing out. "Now, kick both your legs forward at the same time when you move forward, and pull them back when you go backward," Izuku guided her. Eri followed his instructions, and soon she was swinging even faster, her laughter echoing through the park. Families and couples passing by couldn't help but smile at the adorable sight, with some women even nudging their partners about starting a family, causing them to blush. After a few minutes, Rumi ran over and scooped Eri up. "If you enjoyed that, let's take you to the slides," she said, beaming. She carried Eri to a big slide, climbing up the ladder and sitting down with Eri in her lap. "Ready, sweetie?" Rumi asked, and Eri nodded enthusiastically. They slid down together, and Eri's delighted screams filled the air as she laughed uncontrollably, thoroughly enjoying the experience. "It's such a sweet sight to see," Ochako said, walking over to Izuku and taking his hand. "Yeah, it is," Izuku agreed, watching the joyful scene. Just then, a little kid approached Izuku with his friends. "Excuse me, are you Deku?" the child asked, eyes wide with excitement. Izuku turned to them, and the kids' faces lit up with happiness. "You're Deku. Can I have your autograph?" the boy shouted, and the others quickly joined in, asking for pictures and hugs. Izuku smiled warmly and began signing autographs and taking pictures with the excited children. Meanwhile, Eri watched from the slide, feeling a pang of jealousy as she saw her father surrounded by other kids. "Hee, it looks like Eri is jealous," Rumi whispered to Ochako, noticing Eri's pouting expression. "What's wrong, Eri?" Ochako asked, kneeling beside her with Rumi joining her. "I don't like it. They are trying to steal Papa," Eri declared, her brows furrowed in frustration. "They aren't trying to steal your Papa, sweetie. He's a hero, and they're just thanking him or asking for photos," Rumi explained gently. "I still don't like it. I don't want them to take Papa," Eri said, her expression serious as she walked over to Izuku. "She's definitely your daughter," Ochako chuckled, glancing at Rumi. "And when she's nice and bubbly, she's yours," Rumi added with a playful smirk. The crowd of kids began to thin out as Izuku noticed Eri marching toward him, her pout unmistakable. She approached him and held her arms up, asking to be picked up, which he gladly did. "He's my Papa," Eri declared defensively, casting a wary glance at the other kids. Izuku was taken aback by her protectiveness but quickly apologized to the other children and moved away to see what was troubling her. After a short walk, they arrived at the picnic spot, and Eri clung to him, refusing to let go. "Eri, what's wrong?" Izuku asked gently. "I don't want them to take you away from me, Papa. I'm your Snowball, and I don't want them to take you away," Eri said, her voice trembling as tears welled in her eyes. He pulled her into a comforting hug, rubbing her back. "I'd never leave you, Eri. You're my little Snowball," he reassured her, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Pinky promise," Eri said, extending her pinky. "Hee, pinky promise," Izuku replied, wrapping his pinky around hers. "I love you, Papa," she said, squeezing him tighter. "And I'll always love you, no matter what," Izuku responded, noticing Rumi and Ochako sitting next to him. Feeling better, sweetie? Ochako asked. Eri nodded but continued to cling to Izuku, still affected by her past. Well, let's start eating, then your papa can play with you, Rumi suggested, opening the picnic basket to reveal an assortment of sandwiches. Deep in the woods, far from the bustling city, Gigantomachia stood, gazing at a photo his king had given him. So, you're my emissary's servant who shall do as I command, Shigaraki said, approaching him with the League and some members of the Chinese dragons. Gigantomachia turned to Shigaraki. I only serve my king and the young prince. Shigaraki glared at him. Then I'll force you to obey me. I am his successor, he yelled, charging at him with outstretched arms. Hee, Papa will never find us, Eri giggled, hiding behind the couch with a blanket over her and Ochako. Nope, he'll never find us, sweetie, Ochako replied with a smile. They were both stifling laughter when Izuku pulled the blanket away. Ha, I found you too. Izuku exclaimed, grinning as he picked Eri up. Now I've captured the little princess. Eri continued to giggle as her papa played with her. Papa, you're funny, she said, beaming. I try my best for my little snowball, Izuku said, lifting her into the air. And now we have Super Eri, the next greatest hero. Eri's smile grew even brighter. But Papa, you're the greatest hero since you're my hero. Izuku smiled warmly at her and pulled her into a hug. Thank you, Eri. Meanwhile, at Endeavor's home, Katsuki and Todoroki stood in front of Endeavor. Thank you for coming, Bakugo. I know you expected just training, but I thought it would be good to come here first, Endeavor said. As long as I get trained, I won't complain, Katsuki replied. Hello, I'm Fuyumi. It's nice to meet you too. Oh, Shoto, where's your other friend? Izuku, if I remember correctly? Fuyumi asked. He's spending time with his daughter, then he'll be going out on patrol. Otherwise, he'd be here, Todoroki explained. Oh, I see. Well, I was looking forward to meeting your friend, Shoto, Fuyumi said. Anyways, dinner is almost ready, so make yourselves comfortable. Katsuki sat down on the couch, looking around the house, unsure of what to say or do when someone else walked in. Who are you? Natsuo asked, eyeing him. Katsuki Bakugo. And you? Natsuo. Oh, you're the one Shoto says overcompensates for his size by being angry all the time. I do not. Katsuki shouted, flustered. Well, your outburst just proved Shoto right, Natsuo replied. Hello, Bakugo. It's nice to meet one of Shoto's friends, Rei said, entering the room. My name is Rei. Katsuki took a deep breath to calm himself. Pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Todoroki. Just call me Rei, it's easier for everyone, she said. He grunted in response, casting a glare at Shoto. Just then, they heard a knock on the door. Rei walked over and opened it. Hello? Hi, sorry for coming unannounced, but I thought it would be a good idea to finally meet you all. My name is Izuku Midoriya, he introduced himself. Oh, it's nice to finally officially meet you, Midoriya, Rei said, shaking his hand. And thank you for saving my son. It's no problem, ma'am. It's what any hero would do, Izuku replied. I thought you had a patrol, Izuku, Katsuki said. Aizawa decided to cover for me and brought Shinso with him to finish his training, Izuku explained. How did you convince him to do that? Katsuki asked, surprised. Nizu, Izuku said flatly. Everyone in the house shuddered at the mention of the name but chose to ignore it. All right, everyone, dinner is ready, Fuyumi announced as she walked out. They all headed to the kitchen and began eating in silence until Rei spoke up. So, Midoriya, Shoto tells me you have a daughter and 2 girlfriends. Is that true? She asked. Natsuo did a spit take, looking at Izuku in shock and a hint of jealousy. Yes, I have a daughter, but she's adopted. To me, she's my real daughter. And I do have 2 girlfriends. One goes to UA with us, her name is Ochako Uraraka, and the other is Miruko, Izuku explained. The Todoroki family looked at him in astonishment, realizing not only was he a father, but he also had 2 girlfriends. Midoriya, I have a question for you, Endeavor said, pulling out a notebook. Are you by any chance related to the hero named Paragon, also known as Nana Shimura? I don't know. My mom was placed in an adoption center when she was very young, and all she remembers is having a brother she was never able to find again, Izuku replied. She had been in the orphanage until she was 6, then she was adopted by a couple. Endeavor nodded and made a note in his notebook, with Shoto and surprisingly Natsuo joining in as well. Izuku and Katsuki exchanged confused glances. It's the only thing they all get along in, so we just let them do this, Rei said, with Fuyumi nodding sadly. Are you blood related to All Might by any chance? Endeavor asked. No. But he basically is my dad since mine disappeared when I was very young, Izuku replied. The male Todorokis nodded and returned to their notebooks, describing their theories at a rapid pace. This is creepy, Katsuki whispered to Izuku. I agree, Izuku said. Shigaraki was flung across the area and slammed into multiple trees, struggling to stand up in pain. DM it. I only serve my Emperor and little lord. Gigantomachia screamed as his fist slammed into the ground, causing destruction. He then glared at Shigaraki. You're not worthy of even serving under my masters. Gigantomachia raised his arms to crush Shigaraki when a recorder went off. He immediately stopped and grabbed it. Mr. I'm sorry I can't find little lord, please forgive me. The League looked at him in confusion before black sludge escaped from their mouths, teleporting them to a dark lab. It's nice to meet you again, Tamura, and a pleasure to meet all of you for once, Garaki said. Doctor, who the hell is this little lord or young Prince Gigantomachia keeps talking about? Shigaraki demanded, furious since he was all for one's successor. Garaki stroked his chin, looking confused. Not sure. He may have been referring to you. I doubt that since he recognized him but said he only serves all for one and this so-called young prince or little lord, Dabi added. Garaki was now extremely confused. He had thought Gigantomachia would fight him, and after Shigaraki got all for one, he would prove he was his successor, and the beast would follow him blindly like he did for All for One. Does All for One have a secret successor, or has Gigantomachia just gone insane and started to imagine things? He wondered. Well, Shigaraki screamed, frustrated. Maybe he's just gone a little stir-crazy and is imagining things. No matter, you just need to get stronger and force him to submit. Once you're strong enough, you can have the gift All for One left you. Send me back then, Shigaraki said, then expelled black sludge and arrived back at the clearing. Mr. Little Lord. I'm sorry I'm too weak to find and protect him. Gigantomachia said, noticing Shigaraki's return. I'll force you to submit. To me, you wild dog, Shigaraki declared. Izuku, Shoto, and Katsuki were sitting in the back of Endeavor's car, heading to his HQ. Thank you for joining us, Midoriya. I think it would be beneficial for you to join us on this patrol, Endeavor said. I'm happy to help, Endeavor, Izuku replied. They drove in silence until something caught their attention. Endeavor, said Ending, using his quirk to hold Natsuo, a sickening grin on his face. You let me live. Now that I have your kid, will you kill me? Endeavor shot out of his car, anger in his eyes, but before he got close, Ending held up Natsuo. Izuku shot forward, using Black Whip to move the nearby civilians out of the way. You're dead! Katsuki yelled as he charged forward. As he passed Endeavor, he glared at him. Come on, you're a hero, so save him. That snapped Endeavor out of his panic, and he charged forward as well. Izuku soared above them, using Black Whip to grab Natsuo and pull him from Ending's grasp. Shoto and Katsuki attacked simultaneously. Shoto unleashed a massive wave of flames at Ending, sending him backward, and Katsuki appeared above him, delivering an explosive punch that flung him down the road. Don't ever touch my family again. Endeavor yelled as he punched Ending into the ground, shattering the earth beneath him. He pulled out a pair of HNDCFFS and restrained him before walking over to Natsuo. I'm glad you're safe. Endeavor said. What? I know I have no right to even talk to you because of what I did to our family, but I'm sorry, Endeavor admitted. You think after everything you've done I'll just forgive you? You destroyed our family all because we didn't have good quirks, I'm not looking for forgiveness. I'm looking for atonement, Endeavor replied. 1 month later. Man, Shigaraki looks exhausted, Spinner remarked, observing Shigaraki's broken and weary form. For the entire month, Gigantomachia had relentlessly attacked him, only giving him 3-hour breaks for sleep. He was trying to break him. You're not worthy of being my emperor. Gigantomachia yelled, swiping at Shigaraki and sending him crashing into multiple trees. Shigaraki slowly stood up, ignoring the pain. You will submit to me, you demon dog. They charged at each other, and Gigantomachia dug his hands into the ground, lifting it beneath Shigaraki and throwing him into the air. Just as he was about to attack again, a purple portal opened beneath him, causing Gigantomachia to disappear. Shigaraki slammed onto the ground, lifting himself up while trying to ignore the pain from the fall. About time, Kurogyri, he said. Forgive me, but I have been busy, Kurogyri replied. I've been moving the Chinese dragons around for almost 2 months under your orders, so I couldn't just leave unless you commanded me to. Ugh, fine. Are you done moving them around? Yes, and he was cut off by a massive explosion, and they all turned to see a huge dust cloud rising in the distance. Shigaraki! Gigantomachia's voice echoed from afar. The doctor has your reward ready, Kurogyri said, ignoring Gigantomachia's outburst. Good, then send me through, and you keep that beast in check until I return to show him that I'm his owner, Shigaraki replied, stepping toward the portal. All of you go and rest as well. I'll deal with him until Tamura returns, Kurogyri added before vanishing into a portal. I wonder what we'll do now that we have the Chinese dragons helping us and Shigaraki is getting a massive power-up, Compress mused. Who cares? I just want to see Izuku bleed, Himiko said, blushing. Dabi grunted, his thoughts focused on making his father suffer, hoping he would have the chance to confront him soon. Is it finally ready? Shigaraki asked as he approached Garaki. Yes, you shall finally receive All for One. I had to fix it and strengthen it because, for some reason, it was very weak, Garaki explained, looking puzzled. But it will take a lot to activate it. Remember 9? It took him months before he could even turn it on. So, you won't be able to use it for a while, not until it adjusts to your body. I don't care. I shall have it under my grasp, and then I will take back what's rightfully mine and my emissaries from Deku, Shigaraki declared. Well, you'll need to be cautious since he's much stronger than we expected, Garaki warned. It matters not. Also, contact our spy in UA. Tell him I need whatever information he can gain on Deku, or his family is in danger. I want to know where his mother lives. I want to break him by taking away those he cares for the most. Garaki grinned at this and happily complied. Very well. Now get on the table so I can give you your MSDR's parting gift. Shigaraki lay down and was plugged into the device. The moment Garaki flipped the SW, Shigaraki was overwhelmed by unimaginable pain, screaming and thrashing as he endured the agony. Dabi leaned against a tree when his phone rang. Hello. Hello, League of Villains. We have Jiren and are inviting you to try and save him from us, said Redestro. Dabi's eyes narrowed but remained silent. We are the Meta Liberation Army, and we will take over Japan, not you. Come to Daika City, and let's see whose organization is stronger, Redestro said before hanging up. We have a problem, Dabi said, explaining the situation. What will we do? Shigaraki isn't with us, Twice asked. Like I care, I say we ignore them. Contact Garaki and tell him we will be going to Daika City to show these scum who the real villains are, Dabi instructed. Kurogyri was growing tired from fighting Gigantomachia, who was relentless in his attacks. He quickly opened a portal and fell through, looking up to see Gigantomachia fall over 700 feet to the ground. When he saw Gigantomachia lay still, Kurogyri let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. But as he relaxed, he didn't notice the heroes approaching from behind. Aizawa shot forward, activating his quirk to disable Kurogyri just as Gran Torino charged and tackled him. We have you now, Gran Torino said. Kurogyri grunted in frustration at himself for letting his guard down. The heroes heard a massive explosion and saw a dust cloud forming in the distance. What's that? Tsukachi asked, looking worried. I don't know, but we don't have any heavy hitters with us like Izuku or Endeavor, so I say we retreat for now, Aizawa replied, keeping his eyes on Kurogiri. Everyone nodded, quickly restraining him to prevent escape before retreating. Shigaraki, you're not worthy. Gigantomachia roared in rage, destroying the area around him. He could no longer smell or sense Shigaraki, and it infuriated him. As he continued to demolish the forest, he suddenly stopped when he spotted something on the ground. It was a photo given to him by his emsu, showing a younger version of himself with a small smile, holding a child no older than 2 with green hair and eyes. Little lord, where are you? I need to find you so I can protect you as Emester ordered, Gigantomachia said softly, gently picking up the photo and placing it securely in his pocket. Dabi and the League were gathered in a warehouse, facing over 300 members of the Chinese dragons and 30 Nomu, 5 of which were high-end. Where's your leader? Asked one member with a crocodile-like appearance. He's getting our secret weapon, but it will take time. Until then, we will attack Daika City, where the Meta Liberation Army is. We will show them that we are the true leaders here, Dabi declared. A few murmured in agreement but did not protest. We shall leave shortly and turn that city into a wasteland, forcing them to work for us, Dabi added. After 2 long days, the League and the Chinese dragons arrived at the outskirts of Daika City. They would have arrived sooner, but they had learned of Kurogiri's capture and knew they couldn't retrieve him. To think they control this whole city. Oh well, maybe they have a party store down there, Twice remarked. Dabi grinned darkly, igniting a ball of flames in his hand. Prepare yourselves, we shall be walking right into death's hands. Everyone grinned, ready to head toward the city and finally unleash their true villainy. Izuku was on his way to his mother's house, wondering what it was she wanted to show him. As Izuku continued to soar through the sky, he passed many people who waved at him, and he waved back. On his back was Eri, who was excited to see her grandma, giggling as the wind tousled her hair and brushed against her face. Papa, this is amazing! Eri exclaimed, her smile bright and infectious. Izuku grinned in response. It truly is amazing. He took one more big leap, soaring through the air before landing at his mom's apartment. He gently set Eri down and knocked on the door. A few moments later, Inko opened the door, her face lighting up with joy. Oh, Izuku, she said, pulling him into a warm embrace. After letting go, she noticed Eri. Hi, Eri, she said, pulling her into a hug as well. Hee, hi grandma. Eri replied happily, returning the hug. Inko stepped back and smiled. Come in. I'm sure you're wondering why I called you over. She led them inside. Go and sit on the couch, I'll be right back with something. They settled onto the couch, and a minute later, Inko returned, holding a piece of white fabric. Izuku, I wanted to give this to you a long time ago when you first entered UA, but with everything that was going on, I completely forgot. From what my adoptive parents told me, this was my mother's cape from her hero days, and I want you to have it. She handed the cape to Izuku. He took it carefully, unfolding it to reveal the white fabric. It felt familiar, though he couldn't quite place where he had seen it before. Fortunately, he was wearing his hero costume since he had planned for Eri to stay with his mom while he went on patrol. He draped the cape over his shoulders, and it felt just right, flowing as if caught in an invisible breeze. I love it, Mom, and I will treasure it forever, Izuku said, his heart swelling with gratitude. Deep within Izuku's mind, the previous users were gathered, watching Nana, who was kneeling and crying as she finally understood who Inko and Izuku were. The weight of the situation pressed heavily on her. Izuku would have to confront his cousin, Shigaraki. The first user looked at her with sadness and understanding, reminiscent of battles fought long ago. Nana, you should talk to him, he urged. She wiped her tears away. But what would I even say? Tell him the truth. Nothing but the truth. He needs to know, or it might have severe consequences, the first user insisted. Nana nodded. I'll talk to him tonight. Later that evening, after his patrol, Izuku picked up Eri from his mom and returned to the dorms. They shared dinner before settling down for the night, with Izuku being cuddled by Ochako and Rumi while Eri lay on top of him. As he closed his eyes, he drifted into sleep, only to find himself in a familiar black void where he encountered some of the previous users. "Hello, Izuku," Nana approached him, her expression filled with sorrow. Izuku was surprised to find he could speak. "Nana? Wait, I can talk? I believe you can because of our connection, and since it's just the two of us," Nana replied, sitting down in front of him and gesturing for him to join her. "We need to talk." Izuku nodded, sitting beside her. "What do we need to talk about?" he asked, a hint of worry in his voice. Nana hesitated, her fingers fidgeting as her face reflected deep concern. "Nan, I'm your grandma," Izuku interrupted, his eyes wide with disbelief. He stammered. "I'm your grandma," Nana confirmed. "Why you're my grandmother?" Izuku asked, confusion etched on his face. "I know you might not believe me, but please let me explain so you can understand," Nana said, taking a deep breath. "I had 2 children, my son Kotaro and years later, my daughter Inko. I was so happy to be a mother and took great care of them. But one day, All for One discovered where I lived, and I had no choice but to run and hide with my kids. Eventually, I gave them up for adoption to protect them. Kotaro was about 6, and Inko was only 1 when I made that decision. It was my biggest regret." Izuku listened, shocked, unable to fathom the pain she must have felt in letting go of her children to keep them safe. The thought of having to do the same to Eri was unbearable. "After that, I stayed away but always made sure they were safe, trying my best to keep All for One from finding them. But now, it seems my efforts were in vain. Both of my grandchildren will have to fight, Tenko, who has chosen a dark path, and you, who has chosen the path of light, guiding the world toward a new era of hope," Nana explained. Izuku looked down, placing a comforting hand on her back. "It's okay. You did what you thought was right. But because of me, you'll have to confront your own cousin. I tried to save them, and all I did was cause more pain for this world." Nana cried, her emotions spilling over. "Not everything goes as planned, and sometimes things go wrong. But the only thing we can do is rise and try to fix our mistakes. All Might fought All for One and helped bring peace to the world. Now it's my turn to bring hope," Izuku said firmly. "I know it hurts you and I don't blame you. I know my mother wouldn't blame you either. Grandma." Nana continued to cry, and Izuku reached over, pulling her into a comforting embrace. After a few minutes, she calmed down and looked at him, a smile breaking through her tears. "Thank you. You've grown into a remarkable young man. I see why both Ochako and Rumi chose to be with you." She ruffled his hair playfully. Thanks. Since we're here, can I learn more about you?" Izuku asked, eager to understand more about his family. "Thank you for your cape. I'll wear it with pride, knowing I'm going to be filling your shoes as well," Izuku said. Nana smiled as she began to share stories from her life, with Izuku asking questions from time to time. They both enjoyed the conversation, and Nana felt a piece of her heart heal as she connected with a part of her family after so long. "So, what does Inko think of me?" Nana asked. "My mom says she doesn't know much about you, other than that you were a hero and gave her up to protect her. She cares for you because of that, and I'm sure she understands why you had to do it." "She wouldn't be mad at all," Izuku replied. Nana smiled and nodded. "When you get back, can you tell her I'm sorry and that I love her?" "Of course, Grandma," Izuku said with a smile. "Thank you, Izuku. I think it's time you head back. The sun is about to rise," Nana said. Izuku nodded, feeling himself slowly fade away. Before he disappeared, he pulled her into a hug, surprising her. "I love you, Grandma, and I'm proud to be your grandson," he said. Nana happily returned the hug, shedding a single tear. "And I'm happy you're my grandchild, Izuku." She gently kissed his forehead before he vanished. "Are you feeling better?" asked the first user, approaching her with the others, except for the second and third. "Yes. It still hurts me that he'll have to fight Tenko, and if what I felt was correct. He's too far gone, and Izuku might be forced to kill him," Nana said. The first user placed a hand on her shoulder. "Just be there for him and help him." Izuku slowly woke up, noticing tears streaming down his face, and quickly wiped them away. He saw that he was still cuddled by his girlfriends and daughter. Gently, he pried himself free and went to get dressed for his morning exercise. As he was about to head down for some light training, he heard Eri's voice. Papa? Eri said as she slowly sat up. Where are you going? Hey, Snowball, I was going to do some light training and then make us some breakfast, Izuku replied. Eri nodded. Can I please have a kiss on my forehead? Izuku smiled and walked over to her, kissing her forehead before tucking her in. He was then hugged by both Ochako and Rumi. Good night, princess, he said with a smile. Good night, Papa, Eri replied as she drifted off to sleep, embraced by both her moms. Izuku left the room to do his light workout, which would be considered an intense full-body workout by normal standards. After 2 hours, he returned, took a quick shower to wash away the sweat, and got dressed. You look great with wet hair, Rumi said sleepily. Hee, thank you, Rumi. You look appealing as always, Izuku replied, giving her a quick kiss. I'm going to make us breakfast today, Rumi announced as she stood up, wearing a pair of shorts and one of Izuku's oversized shirts. Izuku thought to himself, wondering why girls liked stealing their boyfriend's clothes. Both Rumi and Ochako had taken his shirts, and even Eri used one for pajamas or when she was cold. He walked over and gently woke up Ochako and Eri, carrying both of them downstairs since neither were morning people. When they arrived in the common room, he saw several others making breakfast or eating, and spotted Rumi at the stove. He placed both Ochako and Eri on the couch before trying to help in the kitchen, but one glare from Rumi quickly stopped him. Deciding it was best not to be on her bad side, he opted to make some coffee instead. What Izuku didn't know was that a pair of blue eyes in the background were watching him, sending messages to an unknown number. All of Class 1A was seated in class, including Izuku, who had been informed that this would be an important meeting. Good morning, class. I have a very important announcement for today, Aizawa said. The class fell silent, unsure of what to expect. Yesterday, Daika City was attacked by the League of Villains and the Chinese Dragons, who fought the Meta Liberation Army. During the battle, Shigaraki joined in, and his quirk seemed even more powerful. He destroyed a massive part of the city in one attack and is now the leader of them, Aizawa explained. My God! Momo gasped, covering her mouth. Our class, along with 1B and several heroes from other countries, will be involved. Our job will be to help evacuate civilians and defend them from villains. Midoriya, you'll be at the front of the assault to help deal with our enemy. This will be our hardest fight yet, and I have one simple order for all of you. Don't die. Aizawa declared, his quirk activated. Izuku looked down, clenching his fist. We shall finally fight Shigaraki, and I will stop you like I stopped All for One, he thought. So now all the chess pieces are in place, and the true battle shall finally begin. Hee Tamir, you stand no chance. You were simply a pawn to make my son a hero, All for One said. Let the war finally begin. Izuku glanced over and noticed Shinso on the phone with Mei. Mei, I promise I'll be fine, okay? Shinso said, trying to reassure her. You better be, or you'll be in a world of pain, Mei replied, her voice firm. She then said something that made Shinso blush, though Izuku couldn't catch the words. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Izuku stood up and left the changing room, securing his arm gauntlets as he walked. Just then, Ochako and Rumi approached him. You better be careful, Izuku, Rumi said, wrapping her arms around him and resting her face against his chest. Izuku smiled, hugging her with one arm while gently rubbing the back of her head with the other. I will, as long as you're safe too, he said, kissing the top of her head. Rumi then stood on her toes and kissed him. You better be, she said, giving him another quick kiss before heading to the meeting room. Ochako stepped closer, hugging him tightly. Please be careful, Izuku. Rumi, Eri, and I need you. I promise, Ochako, Izuku replied, giving her a gentle kiss as well. I love you. I love you even more, she said, planting one last kiss on his lips before joining the rest of their class. Izuku made his way to the meeting room where Rumi had gone and was greeted by the sight of numerous heroes gathered in the massive space. He walked over to Rumi, who gently took his hand and leaned against him, unbothered by the curious stares they received. Thank you all for coming, All Might said as he stepped onto the stage. I'm sure some of you have heard about the new hero organization I'm leading, the International Hero Association, or IHA. Today, we have heroes from various countries who have joined us to help in the upcoming battle. At that moment, 4 heroes walked onto the stage, and Izuku recognized them immediately. The first was Jaeger from Germany, a tall man with short blonde hair and bright blue eyes. His quirk, transformation, allowed him to turn any part of his body into that of an animal. He wore a black muscle shirt and gray combat breaths, proudly displaying the German eagle on his attire. Next was Spartan from Greece, a towering figure hidden beneath an ancient Spartan helmet. He wore a muscular cuirass and wielded a massive spear, showcasing his quirk of super strength. Then there was Frost from Russia, a tall, strong woman dressed in a fur winter coat and a Shenka hat. Her quirk, Blizzard, enabled her to create powerful snowstorms, and her face remained concealed behind a mask. Lastly, Pharaoh from Egypt was a tall man whose body appeared to be made of sand, making it impossible to discern his true appearance. These 4 heroes are part of the first generation of IHA heroes, and we will have more members joining us soon. They will assist us in taking down Shigaraki and the League along with the Chinese dragons, All Might stated. Spartan stepped forward, signaling his longing to speak. Thank you for having us here. I look forward to witnessing your warrior strength, he said, his accent thick. Thank you, Spartan. The plan is for all heroes here to attack Daika City while a group of our elite heroes goes to a hospital where this man is located, All Might explained, gesturing to a screen that displayed a picture of Garaki. This man is the right-hand man of All for One, whom Deku and I defeated months ago. We must capture him alive. A month ago, Shigaraki attacked Daika City, and it seems the heroes there tried to cover it up. But we found out, and now we have a plan to end this once and for all. All Might continued, and the room filled with nods of agreement. While the elite group handles that, the rest of you will go to Daika City and take down all the criminals. Our spy, Hawks, has informed us that there are over 1,000 villains in the city. Additionally, we will send another group to the forest near the city where Gigantomachia has been spotted. He was All for One's bodyguard and is extremely powerful, so be cautious when facing him. During all of this, there is one villain you must be particularly careful of. Our Prime Minister has issued a kill-if-necessary order on him, Tamura Shigaraki. It is possible he possesses a quirk similar to All for One, and his decay quirk has grown even stronger, All Might warned. Later, Izuku found himself sitting on the balcony of a building, overlooking the city as heroes prepared for the massive raid. You all right, Izuku? All Might asked as he approached. Yeah, Dad, I'm okay. Can I ask you a favor? Izuku replied. Name it,